Good morning, Chatty House. Oh, we're going to repost that. Where are we at? Oh, let's get a different look of Kyle.
Morning, y'all. Ramsey got the belt today. Congratulations, Ramsey. What up, Warren? What up, Greg? Zabo's here. Ramsey is, of course, here. Gothen? Please send pronunciations so we don't get that incorrect. What up, Drew Down? What up, Steven? KC is here. Wheezy. Lou. Who else we got? Michigan in the building. David's in the building. Katrina. Oh my God. You can tell it's King. You can tell King season's here, man.
Yeah,
everybody's pulling up. This is great. What's up, everybody? What's up, Kyron? What up, Dan? Cut the shit. What up, West Sac? What up, Bryce?
Hit that thumbs up.
P-Dub is here. Hey, Jason. Oh, I forgot to... I'm a mess today. Just a little behind. What are you going to do, you know? Bar mitzvahs. What up, Jared? Yeah, for sure. That was fun. Appreciate y'all doing that. That's really cool. What up, Tyler? Here we go. All right, happy Wednesday, everybody. That's James. I'm Kyle. We're hanging out with you until noon. Salute to you if you're listening on ESPN 1320 AM. Maybe you're listening on the free Odyssey app. Maybe you're on YouTube or Twitch at youtube.com/ESPN 1320 and twitch.tv/ESPN 1320. We appreciate all of y'all for hanging out with us today on this Wednesday, October 23rd, one day shy of the Sacramento Kings season opener. Cannot wait. Before we get to basketball, we got a lot of basketball to get to today. The NFL trade deadline is close enough that we got to talk about it. The Chiefs traded for DeAndre Hopkins today, sent a 4th-round pick to the Texans for the veteran wide receiver. We'll get into what that means potentially for the 49ers.
James' fantasy team?
Nope, we're not going to do that. That's Fantasy Fridays. Mark Jones, TV voice of the Sacramento Kings and TV voice of, like, turn on your TV, turn on a sports thing. Mark Jones probably on the broadcast.
Very true.
It's insane. He's going to join us at 11 o'clock, and we'll get into a little Kings preview with him, and we'll revisit Mad Props. So a ton to get to today. But before we get into any of that, I bought an electric vehicle recently. I'm not going to say what kind of electric vehicle it was, but I will take the time to let everybody know you can call the Elk Grove Kia talk line at 916-909-1320. That's 916-909-1320. I love my electric car very much. I love that we have charging stations here in our office parking lot. I can charge at home. We got the solar and stuff. I am just like, I'm green as hell, bro. I am single-handedly trying to cool down September again.
That's right.
I'm doing my best.
Make September manageable again.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm doing my part. I have turned into a jerk on the road in my electric vehicle. I've never been this way before. But here's why. It's not like I drive poorly, right? I love that the EVs, because it's just all torque in the EV. That thing gets going when you want to put the gas
It's like
down.
driving a golf cart. You push the gas pedal and boom, you're gone. Yeah.
Right. Which is great. It's so much fun. But I'm a good driver because I've been in accidents before. Not my favorite thing. So I'm trying to avoid that. Plus, I drive a lot. And I don't want to have to make that phone call to my wife like, yeah, hey, got in an accident. Like, that's terrible. I don't want to do that to her. So I'm very responsible on the road. But I realized today, just today, that I am people make fun, definitely used to make fun of like hybrid car drivers.
Mm-hmm.
And they were like snooty, right? I'm the snooty guy now. Because I got the clean air vehicle stickers for my car,
Mm-hmm.
which means I, as a solo driver, am allowed to use the carpool lane.
Yep.
Which is phenomenal when you have the commute. I now like get so upset at people who aren't supposed to be in the carpool lane who are in the carpool lane. I don't care. I shouldn't care. I'm not a cop. Do your thing. You are living your life. That is your prerogative. Do that. Like I am not gonna snitch. I'm not gonna call the police and be like, hey, this person in the Corolla is driving in the, like, no, it's not that. It's not that level. But I am seething when I'm driving behind a person and they're doing 65 in the carpool lane.
Oh yeah.
It's like I'm trying to, like, we're on I-5, dog. We can do 70. It's all good. Like through Elk
Yeah.
Grove there. I get so angry at people who shouldn't be in the carpool lane, who are in the carpool lane. And then like when the carpool lane slows down as you're on 5 and you start to go through downtown, and the carpool lane merges down to not a carpool lane and it slows down a lot. And I'm like, this is stupid because there's so many people in this lane right now who shouldn't be in this lane. I can see you. I saw you merge. There's no one else in your car.
You're bitter, Kyle.
This is a thing that shouldn't matter to me.
Yeah.
I shouldn't give a rip about this. I used to not even notice when I was a plebe, when I was a normal. No, when I drove my Honda Civic, I never, because I don't want that $450 ticket or whatever it is.
Yeah.
So I would not drive solo in the carpool lane during carpool hours. I just didn't want that smoke. So I'd sit on the left, one lane shy of the carpool lane, and I'd sit in the traffic with everybody else, right? Like, just do that. Convenience me. Like, I never used to notice. I never used to see a person pass by with one and I'd be like, oh, wow, that person's driving in the carpool lane when I shouldn't. Used to not care. Now I care so much and I hate it about myself. A lot of things I don't like about me. This went right to the top of the list.
Okay,
Oof.
so
Oof.
I've always been an extremely aggressive driver. I don't like driving.
Mhm.
So when I get in a car, I want to go from point A to point B as quickly as possible.
Mhm.
So I drive fast and I drive aggressive. I thought that when I too purchased an electric vehicle, that I would tone it, that it would make me a better driver.
Sure.
No, it has not made me a better driver. It's made me a worse driver. And now I'm even more aggressive and even more of a handful on the road. Like I'm a safe driver,
Sure.
but I'm aggressive and like I don't have hesitation and I go.
Mhm.
And yeah, so it's a little rough out there. Like
Yeah.
you've driven with me. I don't mess around.
I have.
Like, yeah.
No. Just don't drive solo in the carpool lane when you're not supposed to.
That's right.
And everything will be cool. Or here's the other thing. Don't tailgate me when you're not supposed to be in the carpool lane. I'm doing 75. I'm already breaking the law.
That's right.
I'm already doing that. Don't tailgate me. You're not supposed to be here.
This is not your lane.
We're going to go at my pace if you're going to be doing this illegally. When I can safely get over and not be behind a wall of cars, I will do so that person can pass me.
Yeah.
But like, dog, you see me passing people. Do not get on my bumper.
Yeah.
This is dangerous. You're not even supposed to be here. I'll slow down, dude. I don't. Ooh. I'll get on some car's quarter panel so that person can't pass and can't get over.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
I'm the worst.
I can be that guy.
Anyways, let's talk about basketball.
I love it, Kyle.
The NBA season tipped off last night. Okay, we got the Bronny James thing out of the way. We did it.
Okay.
They were on the court together. LeBron passed to him. He shot a 3. He missed. They set a couple screens for each other. They got their photo op with the Griffies. Can we be done now?
I hope so.
I need it to be over.
Yeah.
The moment happened. We got it. I need Bronny James to now go do whatever he's going to do to develop as a basketball player.
I agree.
I am like the storyline is done now. The entire storyline from when he went to USC was, oh man, is LeBron going to stay in the league long enough? And then he has it. He has his health problems, and that was insane. And super happy he's okay. and playing basketball again and in the NBA. That's really cool. Really cool that the Lakers drafted him. Okay, yeah, that was the story of the whole draft. Are the Lakers going to draft Bronny? They did. Okay, amazing. They played in a preseason game together. Wow, amazing. Now they've gotten on the court together in a regular season game. We've seen it. That was the moment everybody was waiting for. That was the thing everybody's been wondering since Bronny James was in high school if they'd be able to pull off. They pulled it off. It's over now. It's done. I never want to hear about it ever again.
Yeah, unless he decides to become like a bona fide ball player.
Yes.
And he develops and he becomes like, like a moderate role player, whatever it might be.
Which is a different thing.
Yeah. But that's not what we're seeing here.
No.
That's not what we saw last night.
No.
I didn't think LeBron looked particularly good either. I was surprised. I mean, Anthony Davis looked like a man possessed.
It was ridiculous.
Just like he was so spectacular. Yeah. The blocks at the rim, just incredible. He's such a good defensive player. I really wish that we didn't have like this notion of him that he's like Mr. Glass and, that he can't. I wish he could stay healthy all the time because really watching him play, he is so incredibly gifted. Yeah. Except for when he plays Domantas Sabonis and he goes,
he gets stuffed
11.
in a locker.
Yeah.
It's incredible. Yeah. I have such a weird, I think Anthony Davis is the best player. Like my opinion of him as a player is way off from what he actually is as a player.
Yes.
In my mind, when I see that Anthony Davis is in the top 75, I'm like, what? That's ridiculous. But then you see when he is good, that game last night, there was like a 20-minute stretch where it was just like Anthony Davis is the best player on the court, bar none, and might be the best player in the league.
Yeah, not even close. Like there was moments in that game where he was so far superior to everyone else on the court.
Just insane.
Yeah.
And you see that and you go, wow, okay, I get it. I get why people are obsessed with Anthony Davis.
Yep.
But man, I can't get out of the back of my mind every time he falls down that his season might be over.
Yeah.
And all the times that I've seen him go into a game against Domantas Sabonis and just not show up. Or how many times in the Lakers-Warriors playoff series a couple years ago, he ended up getting it together by the end of their playoff run there. But during that playoff run for the Lakers, it was like he'd have one really good game and then one game where he just wasn't there.
Yep.
And I'm like, man, you can't just not show up and be that dude. But when he does show up, he is amazing.
Yeah.
He was unbelievable last night.
Yeah, I enjoy watching him play when he's on and he's playing to his potential. Yeah, one of the best players in the league.
Anthony Davis will not turn into a pumpkin against Domas tomorrow because the Lakers do not play the Kings tomorrow.
No, they do next week, though, I think.
Next week?
Yeah, I believe.
In which case, Anthony Davis will indeed, to CV's point, turn into a pumpkin.
Yeah, it might even be this weekend.
Is it 0-11?
0-10, 0-11, something like that.
Man. Yeah, 36 points, 16 boards, 4 assists, a steal, and 3 blocks.
Yeah.
And the incredible thing about Anthony Davis's blocks is it's not just, I feel like when he's on defensively, it's not, he's just tall and standing at the rim and putting a hand up. He's like chasing down players who beat their man on the opposite side of the court. He's doing chase down blocks on guards that break him down. He's timing weak side block. Like he's an incredible player.
Yeah.
And he showed why last night.
Yeah, the block on Gobert was just nuts.
Come on, man.
Yeah.
Rudy Gobert's 7'2". Anthony Davis is getting up and sending him away. Yeah. Unreal player. And that's why, like, that's where when I say I'm out on the Lakers, and there are people who go, oh, well, I'm not quite out on the Lakers. It's like, that's why.
Mm-hmm.
If you're getting that Anthony Davis, game in and game out,
yeah, I mean,
it's gonna be a good team.
It's what we saw in the Olympics. I mean, if the tandem, if that pairing is like, they're just tough to stop.
Mm-hmm.
I still like would caution people. There's still like a 8, 9, 10, 11 team in the Western Conference. So.
Yeah, and that's why we got into the conversation yesterday about Christmas. Like, call me on Christmas.
Yeah.
It's like, this is kind of why. Is this the Lakers? Are the Lakers just going to get this from Anthony Davis? And I thought JJ Redick coached a hell of a game last night. It looked like the Lakers had a much more, I don't know how good they are. I don't know if they have enough like dudes to be really, really impactful. But they looked like they were running an offense that wasn't just LeBron does everything.
Yeah, I thought that, and I think, stark contrast to what the Kings are doing, and even what Minnesota did, they don't crash the offensive glass at all. Like, everybody's running back, like, every single possession, and so they were leaving a lot there on the table, it looked like. And I hope that they don't get into sort of the offensive rebounding game like the Kings are, because they do have some players, and they ended up with 15 offensive rebounds still.
Yeah.
That's a big number, but they weren't, like, it wasn't an intentional thing. So yeah, I don't know. I still don't have a lot of faith in that team. And I have less faith in Minnesota's ability to win early in the season after watching them last night.
Yeah, dude. I was concerned. We talked about it yesterday. I was concerned about the Timberwolves and the Randall fit just in general. It looked so clunky last night. If it's not Anthony Edwards, I just don't trust anyone on that team. Like, who in their starting lineup legitimately scares you? Julius Randle?
Yeah, I mean, not really. No, the only one that scares me is Anthony Edwards.
Yeah, and then Naz Reid off the bench. Naz Reid, awesome player.
Yeah, you got to defend him. And I thought DiVincenzo, like, he looks like he's settling into a role there where he's going to hoist every single time he touches it.
But they need him to be like a distributor and be kind of a point guard. But he shot it 11 times in 32 minutes. He shot 8 threes. He only went 2 of 8. Like, if this is going to work, they're going to need Dante DiVincenzo to hit 39, 40% of his threes again, like he has the last 2 years. They're going to need Nickeil Alexander-Walker to be 38, 39, 40% from 3 again on good volume.
Yep.
And at some point, I think you're going to need to see those guys on the court with Anthony Edwards, with Julius Randle, and try and create some kind of spacing, because it just doesn't. I don't know what their plan is there. I think it's going to take a while to iron out, and even the best version of it, I don't know, man.
Yeah, it's tough.
It's one game. I'm not trying to make, but a lot of my priors, and I think yours, were confirmed last night.
Well, yeah, and I also think that one of the problems is that when you make a change so late in the offseason, like, they had all this time. I mean, DeMar DeRozan's been a Sacramento King since, like, the 6th of July.
He's been working with Domantas Sabonis all summer.
So he had all of July, he had all of August, he had all of September to get ready for training camp. That's just not what they did here. They made this move right at the last minute, which was very strange to me. So anyway, I think that this team can roll into Sacramento and look different tomorrow. And they, again, the Kings haven't put it together either early. And so it might be a battle of two teams that are still, sort of trying to piece who what their identity is.
Yeah.
But I still have a little bit more faith in what I've seen from Sacramento, because I do know, the Gobert Sabonis matchup is always spectacular. Like, Gobert scores against Sabonis all the time. But Domas usually puts up a triple-double and has a ton of rebounds. I think it's going to be a really, really good matchup.
But if we can talk about this more tomorrow, but if Rudy Gobert is your source of offense, all right, you got it.
Yeah.
Run your offense through Rudy Gobert instead of Anthony Edwards. Go for it.
I'm intrigued too, because I think what the Kings are going to do, they're probably going to put Keegan Murray on Anthony Edwards, like, early on, and say, go ahead and, this is the best we got. That's the best you got. Like, one on the offensive end, one on the defensive end. Let's see how you handle it. I didn't think that Anthony Edwards looked particularly good, and I thought, like, just the way he has to play.
Yeah, dude.
Because of, like, sort of their lack of offensive pieces, is every time he touches the ball, you're like, oh, he's chucking.
Yes.
And he's not even really trying to get in a good spot. He's not working with his teammates to get to an open spot. It really feels like so much, not just one-on-one, but so much just, like, drifting on the perimeter. And like, I wasn't super impressed. I think he's going to take a little while to, like, the numbers will be there, but his shooting percentages won't early on. And, he's going to drift a little bit here as he tries to find his way without a secondary big-time scorer.
No, I think you look at their shot distribution last night. Anthony Edwards at 25 field goal attempts for Anthony Edwards. It felt like 40. Then you had Dante DiVincenzo with 11, and you had Julius Randle with 10. Nobody else had more than 8.
Wow.
That's just not. But again, Jaden McDaniels, nice player, is developing, really good defender, but is he ever going to be a consistent go-to scorer?
No.
Certainly not this year. Maybe eventually down the line, but this year you can't rely on him for that. Rudy Gobert, not an offensive player. Mike Conley,
he was at one point, but even that, he wasn't elite.
Yeah, he is a settle everything down. We need to get into our offense distributor at this point. 1 for 7 and 0 for 5 from 3 last night. 1 for 7 from the field, 0 for 5 from 3 from Mike Conley. And then Naz Reid, okay, that's your 6 minute. Joe Ingles had to play 7 minutes last night.
Yeah,
I'm with you, man. I just don't know. I don't know where their offense is really going to come from.
Yeah, it's interesting.
We'll see.
Jaden McDaniels got in foul trouble, and for me, like, he is an elite defender.
Yes,
and that's great. But I think a lot of people look at him, like his length, his athleticism, his build, and all that, as sort of a Mikal Bridges. But Mikal Bridges has had seasons where he averaged, a ton of points.
You see his jump shot?
Yeah. Oh no. Someone messed with his jump. What happened there?
I have no idea.
Like, I don't know what happened.
It's all
there.
like,
yeah, no.
What didn't
a little Rasheed Wallace,
Rashard Lewis?
Yeah, Rashard Lewis,
super high release. Like, it's
Rasheed Wallace.
I don't love it.
No, something happened there.
Yeah,
yeah. So if you're counting on McDaniels to be your third or fourth scorer, it's not good. And if you're if you have a starting lineup where you have other offensive deficiencies, it's gonna be a little tough.
Yeah, at some point somebody's gonna have to play off the ball, and I don't know that that's Julius Randle's bag. Julius Randle's a downgrade from Karl Anthony Towns.
Oh, he is.
Like in almost every conceivable way.
Yeah, I would agree with you.
It just doesn't. It's a weird fit. And again, there's so much. There are 81 games left. Maybe they figure it out. If they do figure it out, I think it's going to take a while because I just don't think any of this fits. But did you hear JJ Redick complaining about the basketballs after the game?
Yeah, it was a little bit.
I'm in. You know what? I was out. I'm in on JJ Redick, dude. Here's JJ Redick after the game talking about the basketballs.
I'm going to send in a request for the league tomorrow that we can play with worn-in basketballs. I'm not sure why we're playing in real games. I'm being dead serious. I'm not sure why we're playing in real games with brand new basketballs. Anybody who's ever touched an NBA ball brand new, it's a different feel and touch than a worn-in basketball. I didn't realize it till a timeout. There was a long rebound. I grabbed it. I was like, what? Why are we playing with this ball? Give the guys the opportunity to pick a good basketball. You think I'm joking?
No, I'm positive.
I'm neurotic.
I'm positive you're not joking.
I love it.
Yeah.
I love this.
Okay. So the home team provides the balls, and he works for the Lakers. So, like, they provided the basketballs for the game, and then they get to choose. There's like 2 or 3, and then they have extras in case a ball flies into the stands and gets covered in beer. They have a ball for that. So, but then again, you switch out, and somebody has to, like, say, okay, this is a ball we're choosing, right? For them not to, like, go through that process before the game, maybe they were distracted or something because it's opening night.
It's opening night, and you had the whole Bronny LeBron photo op to get to.
Yes.
And
we're all distracted by the photo op.
Yeah, because you see, like go to an NBA game early. If you're going to the Kings game tomorrow, go get to Golden One Center early. Watch warm-ups, and eventually you'll see, like, De'Aaron Fox go over, Sabonis go over, and they pick a basketball. Like, they feel the basketball and they pound it on the floor and pause, and that's like a process that players go through.
Yeah. There are official game balls that they have that, very specific. There's a lot of things, like I've talked about this before, but, like, people don't understand. The whistle has a microchip in it and is attached to the clock. So as soon as they blow the whistle, the clock stops. And they test all that out in pregame, and, like, you can see them in the stands. They'll just keep blowing the whistle and it'll stop the clock. Like, there's a lot of, like, little things to a basketball game that you don't know. But one of them is, like, very specifically, the ball is, there's a selection that they can go through.
Yes.
And, like, so somebody didn't do it. I don't know. It makes no sense because if you've ever seen a brand new an NBA ball in a package, remember I worked sporting goods forever, like $89 for an NBA basketball. It's leather and it's slick.
It is so slippery.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I get it. I don't hate that he pointed this out. And he was the crux of what he was saying was I liked what, they had 72 paint points last night. And so he was basically saying, I don't mind that we didn't shoot as many threes as I would like because we were dominating in the paint, but also we had some good looks that we missed because of the basketballs.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't hate it. I love that there's a coach with that much attention to detail. Good for him. I think JJ Redick's going to be a good coach.
Yeah.
I don't know if I'm in on the Lakers. I'm in on JJ Redick.
We'll see. I'm not 100% sold. I know he's going to be really good with the media because he was really good when he was in the media.
Mm-hmm.
And it's
what?
Just, yeah, for me, it's like that team, as long as they put the right coaches around him, and I know they did, they worked hard to get coaches to put around him. But I don't know.
The Celtics also beat the Knicks last night, 132-109. We said on the show yesterday, is Boston going to push 70 wins? I kind of think they might, dude.
Yeah, they stomped the Knicks.
It was never close.
No, I mean 29 made threes. It was just like
29 of 61.
They just lit them up, and it was. I think they tried to go for the record. I think it was like 29 of 52.
Yeah, and then they missed a bunch.
They missed a bunch at the end of the game trying to get the NBA record. Yeah, Jason Tatum came out and said, whatever happened this summer in the Olympics and whatever happened with me not getting the MVP, whatever. Now I'm going to go and be a problem.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah, he's going to be a problem for everybody.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think that's their entire team. Like they're just really freaking good, and they have a chip on their shoulder.
Yeah.
Like, come on, man.
It's quality.
I don't think they're going to make 29 threes every game. I'm ready to say that. But I also think that that's the approach they're going to have every single night. Is they're going to want to beat down every single team they play. I don't think that was just because it was ring night. I don't think it was just because it was the Knicks. I also saw a bunch of people complaining about their offense. Is this what basketball's become? They're out there chucking threes. They shot 50, 47, 87 for the game as a team. If you can do that, do that.
Yeah, whatever you're doing, you did it right.
Yeah, the complaint I saw was basically it was just them passing it around the 3-point line. It's like, yeah, because 3 points is worth more than 2, and they were making them at a 47.5% clip.
Oof. And
shot 50.5% as a team. That's good offense.
It's good offense, and the shots they missed late
that was stupid.
But I mean, again, it's none of your starters. It's just dudes.
It's Peyton Pritchard and Sam Hauser and whoever else is out there at that point.
Yeah.
Did Neemias Queta get a shot up last night?
Neemias Queta did not get a shot up.
Oh, boo.
Jordan Walsh did get a 3. Xavier Tillman got up 3 threes and missed all 3. Sam Hauser 2 of 7. 1 of 9 for Peyton Pritchard. I think Peyton Pritchard's like, I'm getting that record. And then just kept breaking.
So the Celtics were 29 of 61 from 3. Their bench was 3 of 20, which means their starters went 26 of 41 from 3, which is 63.4%.
Holy smokes.
8 of 11 for Tatum, 3 of 5 for Horford, 4 of 6 for Drew Holiday, 6 of 10 for Derek White, 5 of 9 for Jaylen Brown.
Yeah, that's pretty solid.
That's outrageous.
Yeah.
They're going to be ridiculous.
After 3 quarters, they were 26 of 45.
Yes.
So in that fourth quarter, they went 3 of 16. And again, most of that was, Peyton Pritchard went 0 for 5 in the fourth quarter.
Yeah.
Wild.
Yeah, they were trying to get to 30. They were just chucking at the end of the game to try and get to 30. I got the clock, by the way. I think at some point during this year, we're going to finally recognize, and I say we, just kind of the royal we, that I think we're watching a historically great team.
Yeah.
I know it doesn't feel like it, but I think that's kind of how this is eventually going to go down, where they're going to go on a run where they win a couple of titles and they have a bunch of 60+ win seasons in there. And by the time whatever this version of the Celtics is done, we're going to look at it and and recognize that they're up there with the Michael Jordan Bulls and the Steph Curry Warriors and all the Tim Duncan Spurs.
Yeah.
Like I think that's where this is headed.
No, I think so too. I think I wouldn't be surprised if we see him win something like 3 out of 4 or 3 out of 5.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
I'm with you. Like injuries, of course, could play a factor. It's really hard to win a title. You know, we don't know what the league is going to look like over the next year or 2 or 3. You know, players could be traded and teams could improve or whatever. But man, it's hard to see Boston losing a lot of games this year and anytime in the near future.
No, I totally
looked
agree.
awesome last night. All right, we've got trade movement in the NFL. DeAndre Hopkins is heading to the Kansas City Chiefs. We'll discuss that. Do the 49ers and Raiders need to follow suit in making moves? Plus, coming up at 11 o'clock, Mark Jones joins us to preview the Sacramento Kings season. Plus, it looks like the Kings are doing some weird stuff with their starting lineup, or what I think is weird. We'll talk about that as well coming up. He's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. Lots to get into before noon. We're the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube here on ESPN 1320 at Sacramento Sports Leader. Yeah, this break is super short. So
Oh, got it.
we have 3 minutes.
What's going on, everybody?
Getting a lot of spam calls these days.
What? Emmy's here. What's up, Emmy?
Oh, Emmy, what's up?
NBA guru Zach. No, Fox will not stop shooting threes off the dribble. I don't think so. I think Dalton Connect is a lot of fun. Like how he develops as a player, we'll have to see, but I think he's a lot of fun. Emmy, I think I'm happy for Sasha. Like again, 30 minutes a game in Greece. The game is slower and plays more to his pace. And I think he's a really good dude, and I think he's probably going to win another MVP or two here in the next 2-3 years. So I'm happy for him. You know, a lot of people try the NBA game thinking that it's the biggest stage and all that stuff, and then sometimes you get to the league and it's just way too much. And I think for Sasha being away from home and everything else, like there's a lot of things going against him there. So nothing but love for my man Sasha.
I respect the shit out of him for just bouncing for no money.
For taking no money. Yeah. For not even saying, hey, if you pay $3 million, then
yeah.
You know, no.
Yeah, he went,
that's true.
I want to go play basketball elsewhere now. Goodbye.
Mm-hmm.
Like, dude, salute.
I mean, I'm sorry.
All right, we might dip into what we have in the 11 o'clock a little bit here.
That's fine. Yeah, we can lead into Mark with that stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, scary stuff for Andy Dalton and his family in a car crash yesterday, but he's all right.
Atlanta?
Yeah, he's all right.
Oh, good. I didn't even see that.
Yeah.
All right, 10 seconds. Chatty house is wild. All right, here we go.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
A little loud. Sorry, everybody. He's James. I'm Kyle. Salute to Jiffy Lube. Want to remind everybody that Socktober is here, and people need socks. We're working with the Gathering Inn, which is a terrific organization here in the Sacramento area. that is collecting and distributing socks to the unhoused. People need those socks all the time, but especially this time of year when the temperatures, we know how hot it gets in Sacramento in the summer. It can also get very cold, especially at night in the winter. And those socks can be a life changer for somebody. You can bring them to 3010 Lava Ridge Court, Suite 220 here in Roseville. That's 3010 Lava Ridge Court, Suite 220 here in Roseville. You bring your socks unwrapped, like in the package, new socks. We have a blue bin here. You can drop them in. You stick around during a break. James and I will come out and say what's up and tell you how much we appreciate your donation. If you can't bring them to Roseville, hit me up or hit us up on Twitter, Instagram, whatever, and we can arrange to have you ship them, which I have had a couple people already reach out to do. So salute to those people for helping us out during Socktober.
There
Hell
you go.
yeah. All right. The Chiefs traded for DeAndre Hopkins. They sent a 4th-round pick to the Tennessee Titans for the 32-year-old who had 1,000 yards last season. He has not had a great year this year. He's playing with a torn MCL. He's also playing with Will Levis.
He's also playing with a bad quarterback.
Which, like, yikes.
Yeah, how do you handicap that one?
So we talked about this on Candlestick Chronicles, the 49ers podcast I host with the Sacramento Bee's Chris Biederman. And the fact that DeAndre Hopkins is going for a 4th-round pick means I believe the 49ers should be out on wide receiver trade market stuff.
Yeah, that's tough.
Like a 4th is a lot.
Well, they're saying it's a 5th that can get to a 4th round.
Oh, okay.
So that makes sense to me. 4th, yeah, they get a 5th round pick that elevates to a 4th round pick if Kansas City makes the Super Bowl and Hopkins plays 60% of the snaps.
Okay.
Tennessee,
I feel really good about Kansas City going to the Super Bowl.
Well, yeah, especially with DeAndre Hopkins.
Yeah.
No, I mean, he's still a great wide receiver. You look at him, his stats, like he matches up historically against.
Historically,
yeah,
really good player.
Yeah, he's one of the top 15 receivers all time in yards.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I mean, this is a hell of a addition to a team that desperately needed another wide receiver, especially after the Rashee Rice injury.
Yeah, I'm kind of interested to see how he looks, because I always thought his game was going to age really well because he's so good at using his body and gaining leverage on defenders and then making contested catches.
Mm-hmm.
Like he is so good at catching the ball away from his body that I think his game is going to age really well. But as a 32-year-old NFL player with a torn MCL, I don't know how well that's going to go. Like that's where my question is. And that would be that's why, like I said, with San Francisco specifically, it's like, okay, DeAndre Hopkins is a big name, but how much does he move the needle for you when you've got Deebo Samuel, you've got Jawan Jennings, used a 1st-round pick on Ricky Pearsall, used a 4th-round pick on Jacob Cowing.
I still think they can find a player in that range. Like, I don't know if you're going to be able to, in Hopkins' range.
I guess. Here's you're going to have Christian McCaffrey coming back, and DeAndre Hopkins. Like, let me rephrase that. DeAndre Hopkins is a better player than Jawan Jennings or any of the other receivers I mentioned.
Yeah,
like,
yeah,
to be totally.
I mean, he's
clear.
a better pass catcher than Deebo Samuel.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. 1,000%. But on the other hand, I don't know that, like, when you look at the extensive list of things wrong with the 49ers right now, I don't think if you're going into a game with Deebo Samuel, Jawan Jennings, George Kittle, Christian McCaffrey supposed to be back right after the bye week, according to Kyle Shanahan. Can Ricky Pearsall and Jacob Cowing contribute a little bit? Like, I don't know that you need a receiver of that caliber. If the Patriots want to send Kendrick Bourne for a late round pick, okay, that's a depth piece. Like he may play over Pearsall, he may not. It's just kind of insurance at the receiver position. But man, if you're using a mid-round pick like that, they have defensive end problems they need to address.
Yeah.
They have linebacker problems they need to address. I think they probably have a safety problem they're going to need to address. If they can go get an offensive lineman, that I think would play. They have so many. I know the Brandon Ayuk injury makes this seem like this like red alert. All the red flags are up. They need to go get a wide receiver now.
Mm-hmm.
If you're going to use your high end draft capital, a day 1 or 2 or early day 3 pick, I'd so much rather that go to one of those other places than to Christian Kirk.
Well, because we know how much you love Christian Kirk.
Out on Christian Kirk.
Not
my favorite player in the NFL.
Okay, so a couple of things. Number one, DeAndre Hopkins right now sits at 23rd all time in passing yards. He can easily get into the top 20. Steve Largent's at 13,089 yards, maybe 500 yards ahead of him.
Mm-hmm.
He could get up to like number 19, 18, right around there by the end of this season. And if he plays another season, he easily could be top 10.
Yeah.
So that, for me, like, look, the Niners have had guys in their system here for a couple of years. Like, was it Chris Connolly, right?
Yeah.
Like, Chris Connolly is not a horrible wide receiver. He can actually play the game. He's just not elite.
He's not good. Not a good player.
Well,
he's fine.
Yeah. I mean, if you need him to go out there and be your number 1, number 2, then you're in trouble and your season's lost anyways.
Yeah.
So if I'm the 49ers, I would at least like go out there and look for a wide receiver. I don't know, again, if I don't know who else would be available. But if the Raiders are going to open up and sell off like Jacoby Myers,
sure.
Like, all right, I'm down. But what you need to make sure you're doing is you're getting a player who might be under contract for like 2 years, and then one of those years is reasonable, and you're not taking on a whole bunch more money for next year. And so you're tightrope walking. And for me, like, if the Niners do decide to use like a 3rd round pick on a defensive lineman, or I would hope that they do that.
Yes.
As opposed to a wide receiver. And I've always been fine if they want to give up a 3rd, a 4th round pick. That's fine for me, because I honestly think they're really poor drafting in that area of the draft.
Mm-hmm.
And I would rather know what I'm getting than speculate on a value pick like that, a pick with a ton of value, and swing and miss with the high value pick, when you might be able to get a veteran who's 24, 25, 26, who can help you long term and can fit into your system, but who's really solid, and who he is and what he is, and you can bring him in, and there he is in your system.
Yeah, I just don't. There's a weird thing with wide receiver, specifically that position, that it's the thing that like everybody latches onto.
Yeah,
need a receiver. Receivers available. Gotta go get him. Oh, you need more good receivers. Like, yeah, no doubt. Having 5 excellent wide receivers would be awesome. But it doesn't do it like it's not their top priority, I don't think.
No,
at least it shouldn't be.
It's not going to change their trajectory either, I don't think.
No, would Jacoby Myers make the wide receiving core better? Like, yeah, for sure. But that doesn't solve your problems defensively. That doesn't solve your problems with Brock Purdy being unable to throw from a clean pocket.
Yeah.
Like, none of that. I don't think it matters that much. So they need to get active in the trade market, unless they're looking at this year and going, hey, you know what? The cupboard's very bare. And we talked about this before the year. Their top end talent was awesome. But when Matt Barrows said that this is the most talented team he'd ever covered, I fully disagreed for kind of the reason we're seeing. They're just not deep enough.
Yeah.
And if it wouldn't shock me if their front office looks and goes, all right, 3-4 this year. There's not a trade out there really that's going to push us over the top to make us a Super Bowl team. So we're just going to kind of stand pat. We're going to let Ricky Pearsall and Jacob Cowan get this burn. We're going to let Kalia Davis play a ton on the defensive line. We're going to let Sam Okuwanu play a ton on the defensive line, and Robert Beal, and see how these guys develop, and then go into next offseason with a full slate of draft capital. Say, okay, you're going to try and restock the cupboard in next year's draft instead of trying to push all in for a Super Bowl this year. It wouldn't surprise me at all.
No.
Like last year was the chance. Last year was the all in, trading for Randy Gregory, trading for Chase Young, had everything kind of go their way from a health perspective, had everything go their way from getting the number 1 seed perspective, where you have the Cardinals going into Philly and winning that game. Everything went their way. They got to face the worst version of the Chiefs that the Chiefs have been since 2017
Mm-hmm.
And he's still lost. It would not shock me at all if that's how they're looking at their roster for next year and 2026 and 2027 and saying, all right, Brock Purdy, Brandon Ayuk, who else is here in 27?
Yeah, I think the one other aspect that I think they know they have a better handle on than we do is if they do chase a wide receiver, it could show you how long they believe that Ayuk is going to be out. And that would be the one problem that they might have. Because if you're looking at this, like if you can get a wide receiver right now that can help you, but also is under contract next year and maybe the year after, and you know that it could signal that they believe Ayuk is going to miss a good portion, if not all of next season as well, because it was like a catastrophic knee injury that they don't even know the extent of yet.
Yeah, we still don't know all the details on that. We know it's an ACL and an MCL, but then Ian Rappaport said there might be more damage. Like, ugh.
Yeah, they're worried.
It's not great.
Yeah.
It's not great. On the other hand, you have a Las Vegas Raiders team that traded Devontae Adams, and then immediately the rumor mill is ablaze that they're going to trade Max Crosby. And I don't think they need to do all that.
I would
That
trade
feels desperate.
Yeah, I agree with you. I would trade some of the other peripheral guys if there's someone else. Again, Jacoby Myers isn't a young player. Like if somebody's
27, got 2 years left, I think,
knocking on the door and saying, "Hey, what can we give you for this player or that player?" They're like, "Okay, that's fine," but like, don't trade your core. Even Wilkins is hurt, right? Yeah, but I mean, that's a guy who 29, going on 30, where you'll be like, okay, maybe I should go cash in. And even for a team like the Niners, if they wanted to trade a player like that, you'd be like, all right, like how can we get in on this?
Sure.
Probably not going to be able to, but how can you? But outside of that, like I just don't know that they have a lot of talent. They need more picks for sure.
Yeah. But they also have to walk that line between, okay, is this a player who could potentially, again, talking about 3-4 years down the road, is this a player who's going to be part of the program in 3 years? Or is this a player like Jacoby Myers? Maybe the Raiders love Jacoby Myers and want to re-sign him and make him a foundational piece of their team well into his 30s, because he's 27 right now.
Okay.
Maybe that's it. And if that's the case, then yeah, don't move him. But if they're looking at Jacoby Myers and going, yeah, we're not re-signing this guy, then for sure, go get a 5th round or a 6th round pick for him and call it good. Give any player an opportunity who you're not sure if they're part of your future. Give them an opportunity to go play this year, because that's what this is about the rest of the way. You want to win games, no doubt. That's going to be the goal week in and week out. But you have to be looking at this season, and you have to be trying to figure out who on this roster is good and who isn't. And maybe that means giving some guys opportunities that you thought, you know what, probably not. But you got to let them go play. You got to figure it out.
Yeah.
So I don't agree with the idea that the Raiders are having a fire sale because they traded Devontae Adams. Devontae Adams was a player who clearly wasn't going to be part of the team in 3 years or even next year. He was clearly a player who would quit, who didn't want to play anymore.
Yeah.
For the Raiders. So get him out of there.
Yeah,
that's good business.
Yeah,
good work.
I totally agree. Yeah, Jacoby Myers is on a 3-year, $33 million contract that he signed in March of 2023.
This year and next year left.
Yeah, so $11 million in both seasons.
How much guaranteed next year? I think it's none, right?
That it's possible, but I don't have it pulled up.
Okay. All right. That's the NFL trade deadline, November 5th.
Oh, it's almost here.
It is right around the corner. That's what's tough for the 49ers specifically, and we'll talk Kings here in a second, but that's what's tough for the 49ers specifically, is you'd love to see, okay, what does the offense look like with Debo and Kittle and Jennings and Pearsall and Cowing and Christian McCaffrey? You're not going to get that opportunity because you play this week and then you have a bye, and the trade deadline is Tuesday after the bye week.
Oof.
I'm sorry. Yeah, November 5th. Yes.
Okay.
Important day. The Tuesday after the bye week is when the trade deadline is. So the Niners aren't going to get a chance to do all that. Which is kind of why I think, like, if they can get a player they think fits on the defensive line for a late round pick, okay, great, or a linebacker or whatever. But I don't know. I don't think they're winning the Super Bowl this year, so I wouldn't do too much with next year's draft capital.
Mhm.
Anyways, he's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. We are sponsored by Jiffy Lube. We're the Insiders. We hang out every day from 10 a.m. to noon right here on this radio station, ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader. This radio station, and of course, this YouTube channel. Salute to everybody in the chatty house and everybody watching on YouTube and Twitch. We appreciate y'all so very much. An interesting thing happened with the Kings starting lineup. And I know that I kind of tried to make the case for this at one point, but it was more of a, I could see this being a thing, but not something I necessarily agreed with.
Mm-hmm.
But if Kevin Huerter's good to go tomorrow, he's going to play and start?
Yeah. So
what? Did we miss something? Did
yeah,
I miss something?
I think we did.
What?
I went down to practice yesterday. I left right after. I made it down in time for practice. They let us in. We sat there, and Trey Lyles is on the court, which is a good thing. And we're surprised by that. But Kevin Huerter's on the court, and we haven't seen Kevin Huerter. The Kings had scrimmaged, 5-on-5 scrimmage, and Kevin Huerter's wearing a starter's uniform, penny, exactly. And Keon Ellis is wearing a gray second team penny. And so when Mike Brown came over to talk to us, that was the first question. I asked him straight up, what's the deal at the shooting guard position? And what's going on with Kevin? Is he going to play? And Mike was like, if he's going to play on Thursday, and there's a good chance that he will, then yeah, he's going to start. And I think all of us just kind of your jaw dropped a little bit. Wow, that escalated quickly. And look, I get it to a certain degree. I have made this case multiple times. I would start Keon Ellis, but
I think I would too.
But I understand the flip side where you won 48 games with Kevin Huerter as your starting shooting guard. He was your third leading scorer 2 years ago. Last season, he had a horrible season. Things went wrong from the jump with him. And then the injury happened. And I think it's something that we've heard in football for so often, that you don't lose your starting job when you get hurt. Right. And so I get that a little bit. And I also understand that their starting lineup has two players who don't shoot threes. One that's not very good at shooting threes, and one who just kind of reluctantly takes
DeMar
threes.
DeRozan does not shoot a lot of threes.
Well, he doesn't shoot a lot of threes, and he also doesn't hit a high clip of threes when he does. He's like a career 32% shooter or something. And Domantas Sabonis is a quality three-point shooter, but he does not want to shoot them. You can feel it in his, you can see it, he doesn't want to shoot the three.
Not comfortable doing so.
No. So having a guy like Kevin Huerter, who has we always talk about this, gravitational pull, it does make sense. But on the other side, I don't know what your defense is going to look like. I don't think it's going to be any worse than the pairing of Kevin Huerter and Harrison Barnes last year. But I think there has to be some concern that your defense is not going to be very good. And I don't know how you fix that. We talked about, I personally think, and sort of the buzz that I'm hearing, there's a good chance that Keegan Murray is going to defend Anthony Edwards on opening night.
Yeah, makes sense.
It does make sense. But then who defends Julius Randle? I'm not sure. I guess, who defends?
Domas?
Well, but then who defends Gobert?
Anyone.
A 6'6" guy?
Yeah.
Which, a 6'6" or a 6'7" guy?
Yeah, run your offense to Rudy Gobert. That's fine. Go ahead.
You choose which one is gonna start. And
I love that idea, actually. Hell yeah.
Okay. No, I get it. But I think, again, Kevin Huerter, I think, can defend Jaden McDaniels. I think that's fine. Right. And
who can?
Kevin Huerter. I think McDaniels isn't gonna light up Kevin. He might, but I don't think he's going to light up Kevin Huerter. He's not a off the dribble guy. But then that leaves,
he might be against Kevin Huerter.
but that leaves Julius Randle on DeMar DeRozan. And and we don't know if Trey Lyles is going to play. That's the other part of this. We don't know if Trey Lyles is going to play. But there is a shot that Trey Lyles plays, and he's getting He's very close to a return, whether it's
Yeah.
going to be Thursday or it'll be Saturday or it'll be Monday, whatever it is. Trey Lyles is like on the cusp of returning. He did play a lot yesterday. He was a full participant in practice yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
Today's the day where you're going to see, okay, Trey, how do you feel?
Yeah.
And if you don't feel good, then there's a good chance he won't play tomorrow. If he feels perfectly fine today, maybe a little bit sore just from running up and down
Mhm.
the court, there's a good chance he's playing tomorrow. And so all of a sudden you go from spending the entire preseason and all of training camp without two of your top, 8 players.
Mm-hmm.
So all of a sudden they could just fall from the sky in the final 3 days before you start the NBA season, and they're part of your rotation. And now this thing could look a little clunky because they haven't played with anybody outside of the guys that were here before, but they haven't played with a Jordan McLaughlin. They haven't played with DeMar DeRozan.
Sure.
And they're going to have to figure it out.
Do you think that this is born out of their 3-point shooting being so bad in the preseason?
I think a little bit of it is that, but I think that for Kevin Huerter to lose his starting job, you have to lose your starting job because the player who's taking that position from you
Mhm.
is better.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
like we talk about fit and we talk about like, hey, I think, defensively he's
Keon's
better.
a way better fit.
We think he's a way better fit, but is he a better player? And to be honest, Keon didn't separate himself at all during the preseason.
Mm-hmm.
And like, you don't want to put so much stock into preseason, but at the same time, if he would have gone out and just openly won the job and we would have all felt like super comfortable, but Keon wasn't great defensively. He fouled out of a game. He like got in foul trouble in multiple games.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't look like the defensive stopper. He was taking sort of too long to get into
Sure.
the player he was last year. And look at the end of the season. The Kings didn't. It's not fair because Malik Monk was gone as well, but Keon stepped in the final week and a half of the season or whatever, and they finished like 4-7 or whatever. That wasn't good enough. So it's not like he went out and like
That's true.
like
Good point.
planted a flag on the moon and said, I am the starter. That didn't really happen. Sure, your defensive metrics improved greatly with Keon Ellis, and team defense improved greatly. But now he's part of your rotation,
Mhm.
and so hopefully that does carry over. I think it was just a little surprising to see Mike go, oh, he's healthy? Oh, okay, he's playing.
Can you dispel me of this concern?
Okay.
Is there any chance that this wasn't Mike Brown's choice / decision?
No, I don't think
Okay.
so.
Okay.
Because that's
Just making
something.
sure.
Yeah, because there is always that concern,
Yeah.
but
Because
in
I know there's
this
that like kind of that
franchise
there's-
decision.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, that's how I typically call it. Like, there is a bigger thing that Mike has to deal with, and that's all the other voices
Mm-hmm.
that are part of this.
Yeah.
I don't believe this was a franchise decision. I
think
believe
this is Mike Brown saying Kevin Huerter is our best option
yeah.
right now.
I think in a franchise decision, you probably would have given Keon Ellis like 3 or 4 games here to get you off on the right foot,
Mhm.
and then put Kevin in and built up Kevin and get his minutes up, and then have him take over that way.
Mhm.
This feels like, okay, if my starting shooting guard is healthy, he's my starter again, which is, it's intriguing to me because I didn't think it would go this way, but Mike was kind of coy with it the entire preseason anyways.
Well, and he was pretty staunch last year before Kevin Huerter got hurt that like, nope, not making any changes in the starting lineup.
Yeah.
Even as they were, whatever they got started out like 9-0 with Keon as a starter. Even with that, he was pretty staunch in that Kevin Huerter wasn't coming out of the starting lineup. So
yeah, and I mean,
know.
everyone knows that the front office ownership, they want offense. They do.
yes, right.
They want offense.
Uh-huh.
We hear it every single time Monty talks. He wants offense.
Mhm.
Kevin Huerter is a better offensive player than Keon Ellis. It's not even remotely close. As much as Keon is better on the
Right.
defensive end than Kevin,
Mhm.
Kevin is better on the offensive end, and that's just the facts.
Yeah.
Don't look at just pure shooting percentage or anything else. The way that Keon plays is, and Kevin plays, they're very different styles. But Kevin's a good offensive player.
Interested to see how this all shakes out. Maybe we'll ask Mark Jones television voice of the Kings and television voice of, you turn on ESPN, you're probably going to hear Mark Jones. He's going to join us next. We'll preview the Kings season, and we'll get more into, you talked about Trey Lyles. We'll dive into that some. Some more Mike Brown from practice yesterday. We got mad props. We got NBA games tonight to go over. Plenty to get to in the second hour. He's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. We're the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube here on ESPN 1320. It's Sacramento Sports Leader. I did not say Keon Ellis is a way better player than Kevin Huerter.
Defender, you might have said
I might have said way better fit.
Yes.
But no, he's not a better player. Also, real quick, I don't want to spend a ton of time on this. Devin White sucks. He is bad at football. I'm out. The Eagles stink at linebacker, and he couldn't even get on the field for them. I'd rather D. Winters or Jalen Graham play than Devin White.
Yeah. Hey, kill the mics for 1 sec.
Okay. He is up, and you should be able to talk to him. Oh,
Mark Jones, you got us?
What's up, guys? How we doing?
ready to cook because I'm ready to eat, baby. Let's go.
Yeah.
Oh, come on.
We're coming out of break in what, a minute?
Awesome.
Minute and a half. How are you?
Ready for the NBA season. I'm already tired of self-important, self-aggrandizing college football coaches. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So this is a moment where I tell Mark, hey, just so you know, Mark, you're still live on the stream and everyone can hear you on the stream. We don't know where you're at, though. You're okay. Anyway, I can only imagine because I remember playing high school football and my relationship disintegrated with my head coach in my final year.
It happens.
And
No.
self-aggrandizing is
I had a coach as a student journalist at Sac State, like 19-year-old kid just trying to get credit for a class. And Sac State was supposed to be good one year, and they weren't as good. And then they had a chance to go to the playoffs, and they lose to UC Davis. Just got their asses whooped in the last game of the year. And I just asked a terrible question in a presser. And coach, I said, if you could use a word to describe this season, what word would you use? Like, just bad question. And he looks at me and he goes, I don't know. What word would you use? Like, oh God, just.
He wasn't playing with you, huh?
Bellicose.
Yeah. They're all sideways because of the NIL and the portal. And, nobody was complaining when the kids were broke, so.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah, well, it's true, right?
Yeah.
All
They
right,
loved the system when it was the other way.
here we go.
We're going live.
Hour number 2, I'm Kyle Madsen. That's James Ham. Jiffy Lube sponsors the program, and we're going to skip all the usual hour number 2 stuff because we got royalty in the house. Mark Jones is joining us now as we look ahead to the Sacramento Kings season opener tomorrow night at Golden One Center against the Minnesota Timberwolves. Mark, how we doing, man?
Outstanding. I can't wait until they throw the ball up in the air tomorrow and we run one for real. Preseason is preseason, man. It's really time to cook right now.
I gotta say real quick, you seem like the kind of guy that just doesn't have bad days. Like your vibe is always A1.
Yeah, I appreciate that, man. You know what? It's about staying in the moment and being able to really dive into where you are, be where your feet are. And I look forward to my feet getting on the plane and being at Golden One Center tomorrow. And it's going to be fun. I'll be on practice tomorrow morning in my happy place, speaking to the coaches, speaking to the players, having some great anecdotes and strategies to talk about on the broadcast. Got a whole bunch of catching up to do with the fans tomorrow too, you know?
Mark, are you going to check and make sure that the ball is broken in before it's used at the game? Because I mean, I think it's definitely a question that needs to be answered.
Yeah. You know, I know that I heard that comment yesterday from the Laker game, and I'm thinking, okay, I can understand the guys that handle it a lot having an issue, but I mean, after a while, you just adjust. You know, it's better to have a ball that bounces a little bit sideways because it's not broken in versus hitting dead spots on the floor and not knowing where dead spots are. So, you know, I don't get that, but I'll make sure that, you know, Courtney Kirkland, whoever is officiating the game tomorrow, Ed Malloy, make sure to give De'Aaron a ball that is perfect tomorrow. I'll be on duty making sure that happens.
Talk with television voice of the Kings, Mark Jones, and if you turn on ESPN at some point, you're probably also going to hear Mark Jones. Where are you at right now?
I'm in South Florida, and I'm jumping on a plane in about 2 hours. I'll be at Doco late tonight, ready for the game tomorrow. I'll be at practice tomorrow morning, and start of a busy weekend. Looking forward to the game, and then I'll be doing Thursday's game and Monday's game as well. So it's going to be fun.
What if you could pick out one thing that you're looking forward to with this year's Kings? What is it?
I want to see. Okay, like I never believed in. Okay, I think they're going to win like 48 to 50 games. I think they're a top 6 team. I'll start there.
Yep.
I want to see what impact everything has, you know, the hierarchy offensively, especially what impact it has on Keegan Murray. I never believed in trickle-down economics. I think it's a joke, but I think trickle-down offense works. I think when you add a big piece like DeMar DeRozan, who's going to give you 23, 20. DeRozan, it's a bonus with his double-doubles, triple-doubles. And Keegan Murray, I think, is set up to make a quantum leap this year because he's going to get the 4th best defender, right? Here's the trickle-down part. He's going to get the 4th best defender, not the 3rd best defender anymore, or even the 2nd. And I think we'll see Keegan shooting the ball at a rate where we saw him shoot his rookie year, especially with respect to open three-pointers.
All right, Mark, it's kind of an interesting thing that's happening here over the last 24 hours where Mike basically broke it down and said, hey, look, if Kevin Huerter is healthy, Kevin Huerter will start at the shooting guard spot. And I think it caught me off guard. It caught everybody else off guard. Where are you at with this? Because I thought Keon Ellis was exceptional on the defensive end at the end of the season. I thought he changed everything for them defensively at some point. But I also understand that Kevin Huerter has a tremendous amount of value as an offensive weapon.
Yeah, that's going to be interesting to see. to throw Kevin in there cold on starting night, I'd be a little bit surprised. But I don't think that Mike would put him out there if he didn't feel that he'd be able to make an immediate contribution and be him right away. Keon has done an exceptional job, and frankly, when you look at Keon's 3-point shooting numbers, they're pretty impressive too. So they don't lose anything there. I think they gain something at the defensive end with Keon, with his ability of point of attack defense. So I think in the end, guys, Kyle James, it adds up to the Kings having more depth. I don't think there's any kind of net loss there. I think it's a net gain when you add it all up.
Talking with Mark Jones, television voice of the Sacramento Kings. Does their 3-point defense concern you? Like I'm less concerned about the shooting because I think Kevin Huerter will be better this year. I think you already mentioned Keegan Murray. I think he's going to creep up back toward 41%
as a rookie?
I think he's going to creep back up toward that number. But defensively is where I'm a little bit concerned. They obviously struggled on the perimeter last season. That's where I think they might struggle again this year because I don't know. I don't know if DeMar DeRozan's going to have a meaningful impact in that area.
Yeah, 30th, right, in 3-point defense, percentage defense, or 29th. Same thing. Yeah, you know what? That's just like one component of overall defense, so it doesn't worry me that much. I think when you look at the real precipitous rise that we made defensively last year from 2 years ago being 24th to 13th, 14th last year, I don't think that it's fair to just parse one variable in the overall defensive rating. We'd all love for it to be better than 30th, right? In defending free ball.
Yeah.
But I think when you package it all together, it's not as worrisome. I'd rather have a 13th or 14th defensive rated team overall and be 30th in 3-point defensive defense than have, a top 10 3-point defense and be 25th or 26th. So,
sure.
Yeah. I think it adds up to maybe being able to suppress mid-range and points in the paint as well too.
Mark, you've been around the league for a long time, and you've had plenty of time to meet and discuss things with DeMar DeRozan and kind of get a feel for who he is. What do you think he brings, not just as a basketball player, at the age of like 35, he's still got a lot left in the tank,
right,
but maybe the overall package that is DeMar, the writer, the veteran, the leader behind the scenes?
Yeah, he brings a certain amount of experience, playoff experience that nobody else on the team has. Championship, played in Eastern Conference Finals with the Raptors several times, and a certain equanimity, a calm that I don't think that you get unless you've been there. And De'Aaron, his leadership voice is still growing, and that's a great thing. And Sabonis has a leadership voice on that team too. But I think what DeMar brings is somebody who you look at across the way, and whether he's saying it or doing it, it's going to be extremely impactful. And DeMar has a certain toughness about him that doesn't always show up when you're just watching the game. Certain competitiveness that his teammates see and feel, and I think we're going to be able to watch that this year. And that's one thing that really excites me about this Kings team, and him being able to be another clutch fourth quarter scorer is huge for this team. In those moments where you have to stop the clock, get a bucket, get to the free throw line, nobody does it as well as he does.
You talked about the Kings being a playoff team this year. You think they're in that 48 to 50 win range. I think one of the reasons I feel more confident in them making the postseason as a top 6 team after last night watching Minnesota, because I was already mostly out on them with the Julius Randle acquisition. I didn't love that. I didn't love the fit, and nothing really happened last night to change my mind on that. Where do you sit with Minnesota and maybe the Lakers after watching them last night?
Yeah, Minnesota is an interesting study because they just made the deal and they didn't have much ramp up time to assimilate to what they have in Julius Randle. I'll say this. I've spoken with people with the Timberwolves, and it's going to be fun to watch that game and call that game on Thursday night. Julius Randle, Finchy will figure it out. Chris Finch is a marvelous offensive coach.
Really good.
Alvin Gentry, our front office man, now in Sacramento, was the head coach in New Orleans when Julius Randle was there. Finch was the offensive coordinator. He ran the offense. Julius Randle was a bucket there while he was there. So Finchy will ultimately figure it out with what he has to work with in Minnesota and Anthony Edwards and everybody else. And I think they'll be okay. They might not have the openness, but he'll be able to. I think he adds another creator as opposed to a floor spacer that Cat gives them. And Julius in his All-Star year shot over 40% too. So let's not forget that. I think ultimately Minnesota's still a top 3 team. As for the Lakers last night, I noticed that JJ Redick was very intentional about getting the ball to Anthony Davis. And it's no mistake that he put the numbers up that he did. And if they get that kind of performance from AD, listen, guys, it wasn't that long ago. I was in the bubble in 2020. I called the games in the bubble with Doris, and he was a monster. He was a behemoth in the paint. Yep. And it wasn't that long ago. He owned Joker, right? Now the tables have flipped a little bit, but there was a time when AD was that dude. He was the unstoppable guy. And I think JJ is really going to lean into that and be able to save some of the heavy lifting offensively with LeBron. So, I think the Lakers are not a top 6 team. I think they're a top 8 team. But it was interesting to see the numbers that AD put up last night. And they have a shot of being, I think, in that 6 to 8 range.
All right, Mark, I know we can't keep you all day. You have to eventually get on a plane here, right?
Oh,
yeah, something like that. But what are you expecting from the Kings early? Do you think that they're going to come out of the gate a little slow here? We saw, again, Mike talk about he doesn't really have his arms wrapped around this team yet. Yeah. He doesn't really know what he has because of all the injuries, all the moving pieces, a couple of young players that are coming in. But like everybody else, the ball's going up in the air this week, and he's got to figure it out.
Yeah, that's it's a little bit daunting, but I think ultimately, they've had a chance to put their eyes and arms around a lot of different scenarios. And getting Kevin and getting Trey back, assimilating them back into the offense is going to be, listen, they've got experience doing it, right? I mean, they've all been there before, so I don't think it'll be that rough a ride. We may start off a little bit slow as a result, but I think that ultimately, because the way we run our offense, because it's an equal opportunity ball movement player type of offense, I think it's easier to get guys on a singular page faster than if our offense were a heavy dose of pick and roll and burying guys in corners and dishing to the strong side and that kind of stuff. So, hey, it may be a 500 start for the first 6-8 games, 10 games maybe, but we can see it. We can see the market correction real quickly.
Yep, I'm right there with you. Mark Jones does a fabulous job broadcasting really everything, but specifically Sacramento Kings games. You can hear him tomorrow night at Golden One Center. Mark, cannot wait to hear you on the broadcast and to chat with you tomorrow.
It's going to be fun, guys. I'm going to be on a lot more games this year. That's my happy place. I'll see you there tomorrow.
Can't wait, Mark. Thank you so much. He's ready to cook, and we're ready to watch him do it. That's Mark Jones. Kings, Timberwolves tomorrow at Golden One Center, regular season opener. Man, I can't wait. What a guy.
He's awesome, man. He's awesome. I can't. The hard work he puts in, how he's all over the country all the time doing his stuff is just
one of those guys that makes me feel cooler just talking to him.
Oh, all the time. Yeah.
Like I'm lame, like for sure. I feel like I gain a couple points though. Just chatting with Mark.
If you want to be like the coolest of the cool, you go down to the court. You wait till Mark Jones and Alvin Gentry are somewhere near each other,
Okay.
and then you find a way to get in a conversation with both of them, because then you
Ooh.
might be in a conversation with the two coolest dudes in the league.
Okay, that's my goal tomorrow.
Okay.
That's my. I'm not even watching warm-ups. I'm just watching the sidelines.
You're just watching to see if you can get
Just
into
like-
this conversation.
Just like, hey, Al, could you come here for a second? I got Mark Jones over here. I just want to chat with you guys.
yeah.
Call him Al, like we know each other.
There's no Alvin Gentry is absolutely amazing, and look, Mark Jones is such a breath of fresh air, and every time he comes, he gets to roll in for a game. I like that he said he's doing more games in Sacramento this year. I know last year it was his daughter's final year playing college basketball, and he wanted to make sure he was there for as much as possible. And and then he has this other gig where he's all over the country. I mean, he's, what do you say?
South Florida right now.
South Florida.
Yeah.
He'll be here tomorrow to call a game, and then he probably will be somewhere over the weekend because he's calling Monday's game. But that probably means he's not calling Saturday's game. He probably has to call like 2 football games this weekend. It's absolutely amazing how hard he works and how educated he is.
And he's on all the time.
Yes.
That's the impressive part. Like, there are days I come in, I do a 2-hour radio show 5 days a week. There are days where I come in, I'm like, you know what? Don't got it today.
Yeah.
The energy is just not there. Like, I'm gonna do my best, but and I walk out, I'm like, Mark's just I have never watched a Mark Jones broadcast and been like, Mark didn't have it today.
Oh no.
Dude's
He
just ready to go.
never
Ready to
cashes
go
it
at all
in.
times.
Yeah.
Anyways, that's Stephen A. Smith is like that too, by the way.
Always on.
Yes.
Yeah.
Had him on the radio one time. I think I've told the story before, but I called him up. Hey, Stephen A., it's Kyle 95.7. You still got a few minutes for us? He's like, yeah, man. How's it going? Yeah, I still got it. Gets on air. Switch.
Boom.
And he's Stephen A. Smith. Man. Pros, man.
Yeah.
We were talking a little bit last segment about Kevin Huerter being in the starting lineup. So you also mentioned in that Trey Lyles is very close to returning.
Yeah, it sounds like, I mean, again, Trey was at practice yesterday. He was actually cleared for contact.
Yeah.
He was running up and down playing 5-on-5. And then the word is like he's very close.
My question to you is, should he start over DeMar DeRozan?
Absolutely not, Kyle.
No, we saw this thing on was Kevin O'Constantinopoulos podcast.
Yeah, and I don't even know who he was with.
Whoever was on his podcast threw out the idea that maybe Trey Lyles should start over DeMar DeRozan. And when I hear something like this, my brain wants to take it and go, okay, where are they coming from on this?
Mm-hmm.
Am I missing something? Because that off the rip sounds ridiculous. But I always try to break it down. And we did this before the show. Okay, well, let's take that and let's dissect it and see if there's a way this makes sense. It doesn't.
It doesn't.
Tried. We really tried. If at some point there's no scenario where the Kings should be taking DeMar DeRozan out of the starting lineup. I don't see a way that that's going to be a thing. Yeah. I do think though the Trey Lyles aspect of this is interesting.
No, I agree.
And it wouldn't shock me as we talk about Kevin Huerter and his shooting but he can't play defense and Keon Ellis, okay, better defender, but where does he fit offensively? Can he find a fit offensively? It would not shock me at some point if the Kings realize they need maybe more size in their starting lineup. If they decided that Trey Lyles needed to be a starter, like the obvious move, right, is Trey Lyles into the 4. You move Keegan to the 3, DeMar to the 2, and then it's Keon and Kevin Huerter off the bench. Like, that's the way that would need to go.
Yeah. That's how you would.
But I also don't think the Trey Lyles in the starting lineup is an answer.
No, there are 4 starters on this team guaranteed. De'Aaron Fox,
yes.
Domantas Sabonis,
yes.
Keegan Murray, and DeMar DeRozan.
Etch it in stone.
The other starter could change.
Mm-hmm.
It could be. It's probably going to be Kevin Huerter in the opener, and if not, it might be Keon Ellis. But at some point during the season, it could be again. You're going up against a team that has Rudy Gobert and Julius Randle on the front line. It might make sense to start a guy like Trey Lyles, a healthy Trey Lyles, against Julius Randle.
Yes,
it could make sense.
Yeah,
and so maybe you do make that move.
Yeah,
but not today.
Also. starting him over DeMar DeRozan is just such a big brained, like, I need to say something about this team.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
so I'm going to go where no one else is going.
It
What
does,
if they didn't start? Like, man, what?
It does feel like that.
What are
like
you
there's
talking about?
It's just silly. We have to react and we have to bash the Kings and we have to put them in this weird bubble. Well, they made such a huge mistake by signing DeMar DeRozan.
Yeah,
And it's like, what are you talking about?
Yeah, man. If it, like I said, there's such a, it's frustrating because, again, it take what national people say about the Kings specifically with like a lick of salt and a shot of tequila, right? Like that's kind of how you have to go about this, because they're not dialed. They're going to look at numbers and they're going to pour through advanced stats, and they might watch a couple of clips on Synergy or whatever, but they're not tapped in the way you are, the way I am, the way the Chatty House is. Like, it's just that's not it. And so they're looking, and I think it's what you just said. Like, oh, DeMar DeRozan's 36. He's just not going to be that dude anymore. 35. He's just not going to be that dude anymore. So he should come off the bench and they should start. They need more size. So Trey Lyles should start. I don't hate the Trey Lyles idea. The DeMar DeRozan thing is just wild. That's off base.
Well,
Out
yeah.
of line.
Well, that and Trey Lyles hasn't played all offseason. And I mean, he's had a groin pull for like the last 6 or 7 weeks. Like he has, and we say they haven't played. So everyone should know, like Kevin Huerter and Trey Lyles have been there every day at practice. They've been going through like the drills. They understand the drills. They have no contact, right? And again, Trey Lyles has a groin pull, so he's not running around and doing any of that stuff. It was just scrimmaging that they're not doing. So it's not like they're coming in and they're dumb and they don't know, oh no, I have to learn the offense today. No. And I'll even tell you, like, Kevin Huerter got done doing yesterday. We saw him get done doing the scrimmage. We didn't get to see any of the
5-on-5?
scrimmage. Yeah, they did 5-on-5, but and Trey Lyles participated as well. 5-on-5 scrimmage. After the scrimmage, Kevin Huerter was sitting on the sidelines and bookended by Jay Triano and Luke Laux. Like, they're going over offensive schemes, defensive schemes, what he may have done right, what he may have done wrong. And I know this sounds totally crazy. Like, Keon Ellis is an incredible on-ball defender, and he fights through screens like crazy. He, like, for me, like one of those guys that has a potential to totally impact a game without scoring a single bucket. Right?
He's the guy that before he started playing regularly for the Kings, we would watch on other teams and go, man, they need a guy like that.
They need a Herb Jones.
Yes.
You got one. You got one. He's one of those,
maybe.
right?
Herb Jones is the pinnacle of that.
And, you know,
spot,
they're
but
like
yes.
college teammates.
Yes.
Okay, so, but that doesn't change the fact that Kevin Huerter, before he got to Sacramento, was a very solid defender. He's the guy who had to defend everybody because he played alongside Trae Young in Atlanta. Not only that, but Kevin Huerter has like 6 years of NBA experience of reading different defenses, of doing. He's also 6'7". He's not a bad rebounder. He's an exceptional passer. Like, there are things that people get so angry and like, oh, he's missing his 3-point shot, that they just ignore the other things that Kevin Huerter does on a court. And there is value to Kevin outside of just being a shooter. There's a ton of value outside of that. And so for me, I've always, like, as the starter for 48 games, I thought he was really good. If you're going to get him stuck in man-to-man defense against an elite point guard, he's going to get cooked. But so are half the other players in the league. It's just the way it goes.
I think it's less about that and more when he gets blown by Pat Connaughton.
Yeah.
I think that's kind of the bigger issue than if Tyrese Maxey breaks him down, you know?
Yeah, but I mean, TJ McConnell has come into Golden One Center multiple times and absolutely torched De'Aaron Fox.
TJ McConnell got paid.
He did, but I mean,
nuts.
that's the point. Is, like, there are certain players that are bad matchups. There are certain things that you can't ask a player to do, and then there are other things that a team is going to do to try to isolate that player and force them to do the things you don't want them to do.
Right.
That happens. That's why the NBA is more like chess than it is checkers.
Yeah, for sure. All right, the starting lineup stuff I don't think is going away. I don't imagine that we're gonna be sitting here in January and they're gonna have had the same starting two. I think this conversation is going to stick around. All right. Speaking of sticking around, Mad Props is going to stick around. Jesse Tapia is going to jump in with us. We've got mad props, and then I want to play a fun game with the NBA slate tonight. We got a ton of NBA games. We're going to talk about the watchability of each one. I'm really excited to look ahead to those games with you guys. Jiffy Lube sponsors the program. We're the Insiders. We're hanging out till noon. That's James. I'm Kyle. Jesse Tapia in with us next on ESPN 1320 and Sacramento Sports Center. Is that computer on?
Yeah, I already loaded up. Should be ready to roll.
Hell yeah.
Hails, yeah.
I will be right back. I think. Yeah, I'll be right back.
Sweet. Yeah, Zach, if we have time to get to the ESPN ranking on arenas, we will. We both of us saw it earlier. Yeah, Michigan, I do think Faraz will be here. Yeah, Golden One Center, like I have been to quite a few arenas. I have not been to all arenas. But every new arena that opens up or any arena I go to, I always compare it, and it's not even close. Like I think Golden One Center is so much better than Chase. It's ridiculous. Yeah. John Poles, I might wear a suit tomorrow. I may have forgotten to take all my work stuff to the cleaners, which is something I typically do right before the season, and so I have like an entire assortment of clothes to wear. But maybe we'll see. Yeah, so I believe Faraz is back this Friday. He was traveling last weekend and we couldn't get him. Let's see. Is there anything else I need to answer in here? Well, like, look, Zach, the reason Chase Center gets third is because Chase Center is brand new. So, like, I've been to Madison Square Garden. I think it's unbelievable. Moda Center in Portland, I think it's really cool. The one problem I have there is that where the media sits is literally speaker level. So they blare music so loud, it's ridiculous, and you can't get away from it. And so when you're done with a game there, you feel like you're not going to be able to hear for a week. And I should wear earplugs the whole time I'm there. Phoenix is not very nice. And not only that, but everything about it, like their tables and stuff are rickety. And there's like, it's very difficult to like move around as media. Although the media seat was always like incredible. We were always like 3 rows up. But the stadium itself is very nice. San Antonio isn't very nice, and it's way outside. Like it's probably like a 10-minute Uber drive, but it's kind of like on the outskirts, and you do not want to be standing outside by yourself waiting for an Uber after the game. It's not the greatest area. Houston's okay, nothing special. Dallas is okay. I think it ranked higher than I thought. Smoothie King Center is pretty run down. But they try to update it all the time.
Nope. Now you are.
Oh.
What's up, guys? Chatty House.
Thanks for asking.
Yeah, no.
I was going to forget.
Yeah, I figured.
What's going on, Jesse?
Nothing much. Wednesday. Feels like it should be Friday, but we're here.
Big win last night.
Yeah. Whatever.
Cutting away mid banner raise.
Yeah, what the hell was that,
TNT? It's like they didn't allot enough time, and they're like, "All right, this is taking too long. We gotta go.
Yeah.
It's breaking."
What's up, Steven, Zabo, Wheezy, Drew Down, Mish, Ramsey in here.
Sounds like a law firm. Steven, Zabo, and Wheezy. All right, here we go.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
Kyle Madsen here, James Ham there. Also joining us, Jesse Toppy is going to hang out with us until the end of the show, and then he's going to go produce D'Lo and KC.
It's going to be a fun day.
I'm just happy you showed up after ring night in Boston last night, where
Oh, yeah, it was a good time. I was
Boston just dominated. I
watching-
thought maybe you were going to kick your feet up and take the rest of the week off.
No, I got to watch in the KUDL studio. I was giving away Disneyland tickets. I was having a good time yesterday watching it.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Love that for you, man.
Hmm.
Sounds like a great time.
Nice.
Yeah, we're out here just
A lot of W's for
just
you
working, yeah.
yesterday.
It's good times all around.
How badly did you want him to hit the 30th three-pointer?
I didn't care, to be honest. I thought it was just funny that we're just taking threes against the Knicks and
Yeah,
this honestly disrespecting the Knicks, which I thought was hilarious.
The thing that bothered me about that, we'll get to mad props in a second. The thing that bothered me about that was the Knicks seemed super content to just let him chuck away.
Yeah, it was honestly kind of embarrassing.
It was
if you're the
so
Knicks.
embarrassing.
Like, the Celtics were just like, hey, we're just going to take threes the last 8 minutes of the game, whatever, haha.
How are you not a player on the end of the Knicks bench who's now been the Knicks don't have a lot of dudes.
Yeah.
There's a chance. We saw this with Keon Ellis last year. Keon Ellis started getting rotation minutes because of how he played in those 3 minutes of garbage time in a blowout. And he played his ass off. He did all the right stuff. Like, oh, okay, hey, give him a couple minutes of real time and see how that goes. The fact that so many of those guys seem super content to just not play defense.
Yeah. So
that was a tough
look.
look.
To me, it was just funny.
That was a bad look.
Especially if your coach is Tibbs, the way to get on the court is play defense with him. And if
Yeah.
you're just going to go out there and not give the effort,
Yeah.
not a great look.
Also, Sam Hauser, can you make a shot?
Yeah.
Yeah, Sam, that's kind of what we pay you to do.
Peyton Pritchard, same thing.
64.3%
Pritchard, I
the
think, was
starter
1 for
shot
10
from
yesterday.
three.
Yeah, it was nice.
The bench was 3 for 20.
That's
The
the
rest of the team
Celtics
was
thing.
26 for 41.
The Celtics thing, too, is just we're going to get probably about 50, 63s up today. Hopefully
Yeah.
half them going. If not, we'll still hit a decent clip.
The whining about the offense was just the
Dude.
worst thing after the game.
I think I saw
Is
a
this what
tweet.
the game has become? Yeah, man.
I think I saw tweets like, yeah, we do 3 seconds in the key, maybe do 3 seconds in the corner by the 3-point line. What the hell are you talking about?
Big thumbs down. That's a giant thumbs down.
Yeah,
for me.
no.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyways, let's get to mad props. The 49ers game this weekend, plus the 2 NBA opening games last night. We take 2 props, we match them up, we pick which number is going to be higher. And good week for all of us this week. Here we go.
It's time for Mad Props. 2 games, 2
Love it when
props.
this works.
Which number will be higher?
Yeah.
That's for Kyle and James to decide. Here's Mad Props.
All right, good week for all of us. I finally had a good week after 2 terrible
go.
weeks. Number 1, we'll dive right in because I got a bunch of other stuff I want to get to here in the final segment. Brock Purdy passing yards or Lakers Wolves total points. It was a close one, boys. James and I went with Brock Purdy passing yards. Jesse, you went with total points in that Lakers Wolves game. 212 passing yards for Brock Purdy. 213 total points in the Lakers Timberwolves game
There we go.
last night.
Went out on a limb. We got a dub on that
That's
one.
a hell of a mad prop
It's a-
right there.
Yeah, thank you. I love when they work out that way. The rest of them didn't work out quite the same way. Patrick Mahomes passing attempts or Jason Tatum points. James, you went Mahomes passing attempts. Jesse and I foresaw the Jason Tatum revenge tour coming. He dropped in 37 points, just 27 passing attempts for Patrick Mahomes. So we get the W on that one. Jordan Mason rushing attempts or LeBron James field goal attempts was number 3. We all went LeBron.
LeBron James.
16 field goal attempts for LeBron James, 14 rushing attempts for Jordan Mason. Just snuck it out.
Here we go. Good job, guys.
I was a little bit concerned for that one when the Lakers kind of started pulling away there. Would they get up like 17? They were up a bunch at one point in the second quarter, and I was very concerned that we were going to see a LeBron takes the night off and finishes with 12 field goal attempts. But nevertheless, 16, and we got a W. Good job, gang. We all went NBA on this next one, too. Celtics, Knicks combined first quarter total, or 49ers, Chiefs total points. The Celtics almost outscored the 49ers and Chiefs by themselves in the first quarter.
My guys holding it down.
43 first quarter points for the Celtics, 67 total, just 46 points in the Niners Chiefs game. That's tough. I thought that we said 30.
Yeah, no, we were kind of like, oh, we hit 30 or whatever. It's been
Okay,
close,
what
blah,
do
blah,
we get?
blah.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, it didn't even matter. Just needed one team to be
Didn't
honest.
matter. Yeah. Celtics at 1 more 3. They tied just by themselves.
Oh, that's not good.
Ridiculous. Brandon Ayuk targets or Jaylen Brown 3-point attempts. You guys both went Brandon Ayuk, and you probably would have been right had he stayed healthy
Yeah.
because he had 6 targets before he got hurt at the end of the second quarter. He was going to be targeted a lot in that game. I went with Jaylen Brown 3-point attempts, 9 3-point attempts for Jaylen Brown, 6 targets for Brandon Ayuk. That's a win for me.
Me and James maybe get like half a win on that, maybe a tie.
I don't think so.
Like we can hockey this a bit. It's an overtime loss, but we still get points.
Consulting, where we've made the call to Secaucus. That's enough. All right,
fine.
You know what? Had we been playing Prize Picks and been able to do a flex play,
it would have been
because
removed.
Prize Picks invented the flex play.
Oh, Prize Picks.
It actually didn't. Neither Debo nor Brandon Ayuk got the injury reboot, because they didn't get ruled out till the second half.
Oh.
Which was good for me because I had less on both of them. Anyways, Fred Warner tackles. We don't talk about Prize Picks on this show. You can listen to D-Lo and KC for that. Fred Warner tackles or Anthony Davis rebounds. James, you went Anthony Davis rebounds. Jesse and I put our eggs in the Fred Warner basket. Pause.
I don't think I did. You did. Fine.
No, we both did.
Yeah, but phrasing.
Okay, very good. We both went with Fred Warner. James, you went with Anthony Davis. That was the right thing to do. 16 boards for Anthony Davis last night. Just 8 tackles for Fred Warner. I saw Anthony Davis had like 6 rebounds in the first quarter.
That was cooked pretty early
on. So James, you went 3-3 this week. That moves you to 26-13 overall this season. Jesse and I both went 4-2. I'm now a game over 500 at 20-19-3. Jesse, you are 19-10-1. The NBA won all of those Mad Props. I got to be better.
Got to say, I think it just means the NBA is back, guys.
The NBA has never been more back. And we actually have a full slate of games tonight. Okay. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We got 10 games tonight. All right. What I want to do is I'm going to go through these games and we're going to give them a watchability score. Are you putting this game on your big screen? Are you going to second screen that game? Are you going to check highlights out? Like, yeah, I'll catch the 9-minute YouTube highlights. Or are you just checking the box score? Like, I'll just look and see the score after the game.
I got you. I like this.
All right. First one, Warriors at Portland Trailblazers.
That feels like a second screen type game.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like Steph, you always got to put Steph on one of the big screens.
Okay.
Yeah,
that's fair.
Steph's always a draw for me.
I don't know. I think I'm going to watch the highlights because it's just going to be Steph hitting 6 threes. And then that way I don't have to watch all the other, because I don't think Portland's very good.
For obvious reasons, I'm big screening that one.
I get it. I get it.
All right. Pacers at Pistons.
Yeah,
box score.
Check the ESPN box
I'm
score.
checking box scores here.
Yeah, that's a box score game.
This is a box score game that I'm high on the Pistons this year.
What is
I like the Pistons more than 26.5 wins.
He thinks they might win 27.
Yeah, I think they might get to. I think they might push 31. 30 wins.
Big season for the Pistons.
No, that's a box score game for me.
Oh,
the Pistons, until further notice, the Pistons are always going to be a box score team, I think.
Yeah.
Well, that and the Pistons did something interesting this offseason. They went out and they signed a couple of guys that that the only reason they signed them is so they could trade them at the deadline.
Yeah.
Like a Tobias Harris. You're like, yeah.
Didn't they give him like a bag, though?
Yeah, but they did the same thing to Bojan Bogdanovic. And they just kept waiting and waiting, and then finally someone gave him a first-round pick for him. I think that's what we're going to see here. Maybe I'm crazy.
Bag after bag after bag for a while now.
He's made so much money.
Yes.
It's like
you never even sniffed an all-star team. It's not like CJ McCollum where it's like, oh, he's close.
Yeah,
Maybe should have. Tobias Harris like, nah, don't even worry.
He's a theory guy.
Him and Harrison Barnes are.
The thought of Tobias Harris has always been better than Tobias Harris.
That's facts.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Anyways, Brooklyn at Atlanta.
I work in the Sacramento media market. I don't even care.
I may not care less about a game than that one.
I'm going to
check
rest
of the year.
Did Cam Thomas go for 40? No. Okay. Keep it moving.
I may not even look at the box score.
I might want to see what Reece Sachet does just to see.
Okay.
And then, always check in on Bogey.
So you're going highlights?
No.
At a highlight game?
No.
Just a box score.
A box score.
Just a box score game.
Yeah. James, don't go too far. I'm like, whoa, dude. Yeah, I'm not going that.
Whoa.
No, I just Brooklyn might be really bad. Does Brooklyn have anything endearing outside of Jordy Fernandez?
Yeah, no, it's just Jordy Fernandez. I guess Ben Simmons, if you're into that.
We're not here for
I'm not in
Simmons.
No.
Yeah.
If this was the first time, you got me. Second time, you got me. Third time, even. Maybe you got me. 7th time, I'm out.
Yeah.
I'm out on the Ben Simmons thing. I may not even check the box score.
If
something crazy, if one of these teams scores 140, Maybe I'll tap in and see did someone do something ridiculous. But I'm not even checking the box score there.
All right.
Orlando at Miami is kind of interesting.
Oh, I'm in.
I'm second screening
this
this one.
This is big screen.
You're big screening this
Yeah,
one.
because
Okay.
Paolo, I think everyone's kind of waiting on Paolo this year. See if he's going to break
Mm.
out, have that year, like as a superstar and all that. And I like the Heat. They got to stay healthy, but I like the players they got there. They're going to be a good team.
I might big screen this one too.
Yeah, I'm looking at the other games,
Just-
and this might be the big screen game of the night. There's a couple other games.
I think you
would
can. I'm playing this as though like you can.
We
They're
have multiple TVs in
individually.
our house.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're Kenny. We live at Kenny's house. We have about
We're
a
in the
million
compound.
TVs. Yeah, we're good.
Yeah. So you can big screen multiple games.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's just the quality of the game that we're talking about. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
I think I explained that poorly. Yeah, I guess I'm just I don't have that much fun watching Miami play basketball, which is why I think I dropped him to a second screen initially.
Miami.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a big Eric Spoelstra guy, which is weird because he's a head coach. But Eric
No, it's
Spoelstra,
fine.
you throw out 12 guys out there, it's like this team somehow is going to work.
Yeah, but that's fine. I just don't find them that aesthetically pleasing to watch.
No, I agree, but I'm kind of here to see what Jaime Jaquez looks like in year 2, year 3.
Yeah. So I second screen it.
All right.
I feel good about a second screen on that one. I am high on Orlando though. I think Orlando's going to be really good.
Yeah, it's gonna be fun.
You have him top 4?
Yeah, I think so. I think I did yesterday.
Yeah, or we both have them at 5.
Oh, maybe we did.
I think
Yeah,
they're still like.
Yeah, I had Indiana at 4.
and I had Milwaukee at 4.
Yeah,
I
that's
think
right.
they're still playing, maybe 6th. One more year for Orlando, I think, and then.
Okay. I think Paolo's going to take a huge leap at some point, and I think it's going to be this year.
Like I said,
And he's just going to kind of be a monster. Milwaukee at Philly.
I will check highlights for this one. No Joel Embiid, no Paul George.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's highlights.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's highlights.
it's highlights because Maxey and Giannis and
Still get Dame
Dame.
and all that, but
I just don't need to have it on.
yeah.
I don't. Yeah.
No,
if
I'm
Embiid
with
and
you.
Paul George are playing, this is a big screen for me.
Honestly, if one of those two were playing, I'd
Yeah.
still big screen it.
It's a good point.
I think it's interesting too. Like you mentioned, Spoelstra. I'm kind of excited to see Dave Yeager assistant coaching against Bobby Jackson and Brian Gates assistant coaching for Philadelphia.
That's a deep cut.
Little Kings
There it is.
connection right there.
I
Kings
love the
connection.
idea.
Maybe
of-
big
I
screen
lo-
now.
I love the idea of going to a bar and being like, "Hey, can you get this Milwaukee and Philly game on?" And somebody's like, "We're in Sacramento," and James is like, "Oh, I know."
I know.
Have you seen the assistant coaches on this team?
Yeah, amazing.
Next up, Cleveland at Toronto.
This is a box score game.
Um,
Toronto's not carrying here. Cleveland's watchable, but Toronto's just not.
I might highlights this one.
Yeah, I'm Scotty Barnes is good. Maybe it
Scotty
is-
Barnes.
Maybe it is highlights.
I
Yeah.
might second screen this. I want to
Oh, wow.
see where Davion's at, and I think the Cavs are a better team than I think they're good. I don't think they're great, but I think they're good, and so I don't know. I'm gonna
Pick
look
one.
past the
Pick
fact
it.
it's second
Decide.
screen.
Oh, there we go.
I didn't
James.
text you. I'm sorry, Kenny. You're good today.
Oh, this is awkward.
Appreciate you. I meant to text you. That's my fault. We're good. Kenny Caraway coming up in 10 minutes. Yeah, it's
It's a complete crap.
kind of how I feel about Toronto.
Yeah.
And
Remember Pascal Siakam?
I'm down on
Kawhi Leonard?
Cleveland.
That was cool.
yeah, I'm box scoring this one. Box score for me.
All right.
And if there's something intriguing in the box score, maybe I'll adjust it to highlights. Box score with a chance of highlights.
I like Emmanuel
Does that make
quickly.
sense?
I like some of I
If the-
like Scotty Barnes.
The Raptors got players. So if their players are just hitting that day, then like it'll be a good game.
Sure.
But
All right.
it's also the Raptors.
Charlotte at Houston.
No.
I'm second screening this.
Yes, give me the second screen on this one as
Yeah.
well. I
Houston's
watch
gonna-
all the young teams with the young players developing and all that. Like
Houston might be must watch this year. You get
Yeah.
LaMelo back, Brandon Miller in year 2.
Charlotte's going to be healthy for this week, at least we know. So watch that while you
Ooh,
can.
You might need to get your LaMelo ball games in now.
Come on,
This is-
James.
This is gonna
Second
be
screen season. Second
a
screen. Come on.
blowout. This is a blowout, and I'm going to check the box score because I want to see
You
how
can
they
ask me and
distribute
Jesse
minutes.
about the
Yeah,
game.
we'll
then.
tell you
We'll let
tomorrow.
you know.
That's right. I want to see how they distribute minutes. That's about it.
Yeah, man. I'm fascinated by Houston. They
Oh,
have
yeah.
so many players that could just take leaps. And we talked about this so much yesterday. I want to see, and it maybe Charlotte doesn't suck. Like we kind of left them out of the East yesterday, but when you look at the back end of the play-in, if you told me Charlotte was better than Toronto,
Chicago.
Chicago,
Okay.
Brooklyn, Atlanta, I don't think any of that would shock me. They just got to stay healthy.
Yeah. Also, I don't want to watch Miles Bridges play basketball.
That's a good point.
I get that.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
Speaking of Chicago, they are at New Orleans. This is a box score game for me.
This is one of those games where I kind of just pretend it's not even there.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just care so little about New Orleans right now.
I will check in on Lonzo Ball, but that's as far as it'll go.
Yeah, that's cool.
I
That's a
might
cool story.
skim the box score, but that's it. Like, I'm not.
I'm not. There's not even. I'm
Taking
scrolling
a deep dive
past.
in it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not even.
I'll check the box score because I'm always open to being wrong, and maybe I'm wrong about New Orleans. Maybe they go in and they kick the hell out of Chicago, and DeJounte Murray looks great, and Brandon Ingram puts all the trade stuff behind him and looks great, and Zion looks like an MVP candidate. Okay.
You're not here for
But-
Herb Jones versus Nikola Vucevic?
Yeah, no, Herb Jones starting at the 5, it doesn't move me much.
Pelicans are going to take a step back this year.
I think so too. I had him missing the play-in in
Mm.
our
don't-
preseason predictions.
Missing the play?
Yeah.
I don't know if I go that far, but I'm
here's-
kind of on that same path.
The vibes are bad with BI.
Mhm.
I don't foresee a great season from him. And then you tell me Zion Williamson plays 35 games. Like
Oof.
that's
don't
kind
know.
of where
Yeah, I'm out.
if he plays a whole season, I hope he does. Like I said, I hope he proves me wrong. That'd be great. Getting a peak Zion would be awesome. But
We're still kind of waiting on him too. He just hasn't broken through that glass ceiling,
yeah,
which is I wonder if that just might be the case forever.
it might be.
Hmm.
Last couple here. Memphis at Utah.
Give
How
me
are we
the-
feeling about the Grizzlies?
Give me the highlights on that one. Yesterday we were playing more or less with the win totals and all that. I took more on the Grizzlies. I think they're going to be better than people are giving them credit for.
Okay.
I think this is weird. I want to second screen this game
I'm there too.
because I want to see what Zach Edey looks like, and I want to see what he looks like against Walker Kessler.
Mm-hmm.
And like that matchup right there is super intriguing to me. And then, like, do the Grizzlies have anything? Do they still have that edge to them,
Mhm.
or are they just like going through the motions?
And is Utah going to be serious, or is Utah looking at Cooper Flag?
I'm out on Utah till they make a move.
It's a good question. Are they gonna? Yeah, I don't know. That's intriguing. See, there's some intrigue to that game.
Yeah, that's I don't think Utah is going to be good.
Yeah.
I don't think they're going to threaten for a play-in spot. But it's just, are they going to try for that play-in spot, or is it really obvious from day one that they're not?
Yeah,
yeah. I don't
and
know.
Utah does have talent, and
Right. That's why I'm second screening this one, because maybe that talent comes together. Maybe Keontae George takes this huge leap, and
he looked really good.
and Lauri Markkanen's there, and now that he's locked in, he's going to be better. And Walker Kessler takes a leap, and John Collins, you mentioned, looked bigger when they played the Kings.
Yeah, he looked phenomenal.
So maybe Utah is just going to be awesome. But
Kind of here for the Brandon Clark versus John Collins matchup. I don't know.
yeah, that's kind of fun.
Yeah,
All
You
right.
guys might have talked me into a second screen here.
Yeah,
I was
nice.
not in on
dude.
Utah, but-
Nice.
Yeah, I'll second screen it.
All right, I love that for you. Last one, Phoenix at the Clippers.
This is a big screen.
yeah, it's true big screen.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so too.
No Kawhi, but James Harden's always good for watch. And then you got KD, Book, and Beal.
I also think can Harden carry all of the scoring load? Can he be a 30
Mhm.
point per game guy anymore?
Mhm.
I mean, he averaged like 16.6 last season.
He said during the offseason that he's still that guy. He just hasn't been the last couple of years because it's not what's been needed of him.
Oh, it has nothing to do with age or
Yeah.
fact that he's not in great shape.
Yeah.
James Harden's 35 years old.
Yeah.
I don't know, James. Might be just be time.
I remember I
We're
talked
going
to
to find out tonight.
Yeah.
Bogdan Bogdanovic told me that James Harden is the most difficult dude to defend in the league because he's sitting there and he's just dribbling and you're watching him dribble and he kind of lulls you to sleep. He will just lean a little bit one way. And the second he sees you go to make an adjustment, he explodes at that second while you're going one way. He goes the other way and he's past you. And you're like, he's not fast. He's not even particularly quick.
I'm sorry, who is this?
James Harden said,
Oh, yes.
yeah. Bogdan Bogdanovic said this about
Yeah.
James Harden. He said he keeps you off balance
Mhm.
the whole time. And so you think you've got him and you're okay. And then he's past you. And then as soon as you try to recover, bumps into you, gets a foul, throws it up, hits a shot. And you're just like, I can't believe that just happened to me.
He's also a lot bigger than he looks on television.
Yeah.
He's a legit like 6'7".
He's such a weird player
He's a big boy.
because he's probably top 5 ever at his position. I think.
I
Off
don't
the
know.
top of my
Shooting guard?
head.
Scorer for sure. And putting the ball in the hoop.
I think
Definitely.
because all he's missing is just the postseason success. I feel like was always really good, and I feel like the little fall off we've
All
seen
right,
is
so at
just
the
normal.
2, you've got MJ,
Yeah, it's MJ1. Yeah,
Kobe?
2 guard, 2 Kobe, Dwayne Wade.
Dwayne Wade.
Yeah,
There's some obvious ones we're missing.
All time at
All
the 2?
time.
yeah, all
Yeah.
time.
I mean, there's a ton of guys from the 60s,
Right,
70s.
right.
I mean, you get your Clyde Drexlers, you got
I'll take
like-
James over Clyde.
yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
No, I agree. Yeah.
I'm just trying to think of obvious ones from like recent eras.
Yeah, I'd have to
Like, it's
see like a
not-
deeper dive into it. I mean,
Yeah.
statistically speaking, for sure.
Yeah,
I
his
mean,
stats are just insane.
he's won an MVP. He's been in the top 3 in MVP like 4 or 5 other seasons.
His best chance was that year. It's CP3 messed up his hammy against the Warriors.
Yeah, they were gonna win that series.
Yeah,
Yeah. I'd also like look. I want to know where he sits all time assists, where he sits all time scoring. Like he's way up there all time.
Yeah, man.
assist-wise.
There haven't been that many better offensive players than him at his peak.
Yeah.
He was really, really good. And the volume was insane.
Mhm.
I'm sorry, I'm looking. It looked like I missed a break, but we didn't. We're good.
I was like, are we off air right now?
We're all set. No, we're all set. We're good to go. Jesse Tapia produces D'Lo and KC. D'Lo and KC are coming up next. Kings season opener tomorrow. We're going to be breaking that all down tomorrow. He's James. I'm Kyle. We're the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. And what do you guys got? I'm sorry. I meant to ask you what you guys got coming up.
Oh, we're going to talk obviously about yesterday's games. We get some Kings obviously tomorrow. I'll talk about the Timberwolves, that matchup, and just regular stuff. We got what's today?
Vibes.
Wednesday. We got James at 3.
Great.
It's all vibes. Just
Can't wait.
purely basketball, bro. Basketball's back. You know
Basketball's
how
so
it is
back.
on D'Lo and KC.
There we go.
Basketball has never been more back.
Yeah.
That's Jesse. He's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. We're the Insiders, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. Until tomorrow at 10 a.m., drink water. Be nice, people. Bye. See you, Chatty Gang. Appreciate y'all. Have a good night.
See you guys.
on.
Won't he
Mics
do
are
it?
When Jesus walks.
Yeah. We got him screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got him screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We your number one spot. We your number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top 2, but we ain't 2, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
Man, we up in here. Come on, man. What's good? One more time. Hey. Welcome in here to the Wednesday, October 23rd edition of D-Lo and KC. I'm Damian Barley.
ultimate needle mover in God mode himself.
He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir. Acknowledge me.
And we are live.
From the worst slums of Sacramento.
The very worst.
Yeah, NBA, yeah.
The NBA is back. So is Katie from the Wake Up Call. She'll be with us later on this hour. She wants to talk about a variety of things, including her Sac State experience, LeBron and Bronny,
Nice.
and No Name Movie Game is back with KC.
Oh, let's go.
We
Let's
just
go. I
stole
get
it
to
straight from the
guess,
Wake Up
right?
Call. You get to, Katie's.
I'm better as the guesser. I don't.
Katie's going to describe the movies to you,
Okay.
and you've got to figure out what movies
Let me
she's
check out my
describing.
capitals of America real quick. Make sure I don't make the same mistake.
There you go. Chris Biederman of the Sacramento Bee, and of course, the esteemed Candlestick Chronicles will be with us in the 1 o'clock hour as well. Week 7 power rankings. James Ham is off to practice. He'll be back to report everything that he sees coming up in the 3 o'clock hour. Of course, the news yesterday seems to be that Kevin Huerter may actually wind up as the starting 2 guard for the Sacramento Bee, as we speculated on, wondered. Mike Brown pretty much confirmed it. So we'll talk about all of that stuff throughout the day. Very excited to do it. Of course, basketball gets underway. I'll cede the floor to anyone who has opening statements. If anyone has anything they'd like to say to begin this show.
No, just one game or whatever. One team played championship basketball. The other team didn't see no championship basketball being played by the Knicks. So just move on, and maybe they will. But I didn't see no championship basketball yesterday.
There it is.
Look, they gonna shoot like that. I mean, just wrap.
They might.
Let's just wrap it up. Let's just wrap up the whole season, man. It's over. They gonna shoot like that. They have.
Oh, by the way, you talk about shooting like that. There's your MVP.
Oh yeah.
I mean, because I think because Anthony Davis looked great last night, but I think if you had to look at someone opening night that we didn't talk about, that's a different level of Jason Tatum.
His 3-point shot has been kind of broken the last 3 seasons or so, but if he talked about it a lot this offseason, he's working on his shot, trying to get that all fixed up, and if he was able to, and he's got that 3-point shot back, it's over.
That's my boy. That's the Brody. That's the Brody right there.
Where's he at on the jersey rankings?
He is behind Ant-Man, but he's on the list still. He's on the list.
Where is he ranked?
Is he behind Steph?
No, he's
What about
way
De'Aaron?
in front of Steph.
What about De'Aaron?
He's behind De'Aaron.
Okay.
It's because Monk is already off the list. So got Monk.
Yep.
Fox, Ant-Man.
So Fox is next. Another Kings jersey.
Yeah. Fox.
Okay.
I mean, and that doesn't even include Debo. Thank God, out of the hospital. Thank God.
You don't have a Fox jersey. It was Monk that you wore to the park when we was doing
that was Monk. So I'm gonna get Fox, probably the Sacramento purple joint. I mean, gonna get that, and then Ant-Man, and then Tatum. He right there. And Steph is not on the list. Don't do that. Steph is not on the list.
Okay.
He's not on the list.
All right. You're a big Kendrick Lamar fan too.
Well, I love
30
Kendrick Lamar. That's my guy. Come on, man. I didn't like that response. I'm not allowed to not like the response.
37 points last night for Jason Tatum. 14 of 18. 8 of 11 from 3.
These dudes was
Bro,
crazy.
what?
These dudes was crazy. It was the beautiful game, as they like to say when you talk about basketball, that Boston Celtics offense.
They
It was
just find
beautiful.
open shots too. It's not like they're just the Knicks are playing this incredible defense or whatever. Like Boston hit a lot of wide open shots yesterday.
It was the ball movement. I mean, they were just whipping the ball. They always made the right pass. It was beautiful.
Yeah.
You guys
They
remember
were
Andy Bailey?
The writer.
So he had a take yesterday. He said, "Hey, I don't know. I heard this earlier. Kind of interesting. Maybe instead of like we do 3 seconds in the key, maybe we do 3 seconds in the corner of the 3-point line.
Come on.
Just an idea."
I'm sick of these people trying to change the game, man. Stop.
What are they doing
Sick
to
of
the
this.
game we love?
I'm sick of this. 3 seconds in the corner.
Just give it a thought, baby.
Dude.
No, we're not thinking about it at all, Andy. Are you kidding? Come on, man.
Threes
All
are
right.
bad now, I guess.
3 seconds in the corner.
These dummies, man. These are credentialed media members.
This is ridiculous. This is ridiculous.
All right, man. Yeah, well, good luck to Andy on that take. Tatum was extraordinary last night. Anthony Davis was dominant, man. But I took a L on my first prize picks. God damn it.
They wouldn't take Anthony Davis out of the damn game. He's in there at the end of the third quarter with 11 rebounds. I said, get him out. He needs to rest here and needs to play probably 6 minutes into the fourth. No, just Iron Man and Anthony Davis, just all 48 minutes. Just let him play. What the hell?
Yeah, he was good. That man was good last night. And I think there's and of course, I mean, that Bronny LeBron moment was just terrific.
Fantastic.
Like that was so awesome. We'll discuss that more as kind of the day progresses. We kind of thought that the moment was going to happen. JJ's a smart guy. He knows we've got to give people this moment. They know there's a father-son duo there specifically for that moment, and they let Bronny came in and played like 3 minutes or so, 2 minutes, and there was it's not fair because there are plenty of young men in the league Bronny's age in stature. It absolutely looked like a son playing with his father last night. It was so amazing when he was on the floor. It was like, there's a kid out there.
Yeah.
There's a kid out there with the Los Angeles Lakers. Like, that's crazy. And that's not fair. He's a professional basketball player, just like other, young men his age are. But I loved every minute of that. I thought it was awesome.
That was amazing. That was amazing to watch, man.
The little mic'd up moment that they had was pretty cool.
Come on,
It was low key
great.
kind of surreal, just
For real.
being out there.
Yeah,
Like,
for
you
real.
could tell like it was a moment.
Yeah, that was. I don't know if it feels, any different, but I look at that as a father and having a son who loves basketball, and I love basketball and stuff like that. And I couldn't imagine.
Mm-hmm.
I couldn't imagine being on an NBA floor playing with Reese. You know what I mean? That would be. You could just take me at that point. Like that is the culmination of the athletic part of being a father, man. So that was unbelievable.
You imagine if he hit that three though?
Oh my God!
Imagine I thought it was going in too. I thought it was going in.
Yeah,
Had a good look. It looked good.
It was a good look. And the crypto, if that's what it's called,
Crypto.com.
they were ready for it.
They were.
They were ready
locked
for
in.
it.
They were locked in. So that was good to see. Bronny.
Only tough part of that game was that one. That was Stan Van, right?
Yeah.
And when Stan Van was trying to say, I think Rudy Gobert went to the line and he tried to give the tribute to Dikembe. We'll get to that. When he tried to give the tribute to Dikembe Mutombo, and who was it? Harlan? Was it Kevin Harlan and Candace?
No, it was Ian Eagle.
Oh, okay. Ian had to give the Kia read.
Oh.
He had to cut Stan
I
Van
didn't even
off
pay
because he had
attention,
to do the Kia read, and he did a good job of trying to pick right back up where Stan Van was.
Yeah.
And I think Ian knew this sucks. This is awful. But Stan Van's talking about, we lost Dikembe Mutombo. Head over to Kia.com, the NBA with Kia.
That's tough.
They're an official partner.
He had to do his job, man. That's tough.
Yeah,
That's
losing Dikembe was tough, coach. And then they, he's a pro. He got right back into it. But there was a 10-second stretch where it's like, oh God, oh, that's tough. But again, being a pro, I don't know why I thought it was Kevin Harlan immediately. cleans it up, gets moving,
Yeah.
and gets back to the tribute.
He had another funny moment last night when Stan Van goes, one thing that I really hate.
Good. Look at we got a new. No, it's good. New season, new impressions.
Low-key Avery Johnson
Terrific.
doing a stand man.
One thing that I really can't stand is when people say single digits. It's only one digit. It's single digit. And then Ian goes, do you argue with yourself about that? He said, because you just did just now.
That's tremendous.
Yeah, they were.
I didn't think Candace needed to be added to that. I don't want to. I don't think Candace needed to be added to that team. It's cool.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
Three-man. I don't really love three-man boosts. I think the developing synergy there is very, very difficult. Obviously, Doris, Mark, and Doris. It was Jeff. It was Jeff, Mark, and Mike Breen.
Mm-hmm.
They did a really good job doing it.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know. Three-man boosts are tough, and I don't know that's Candace's strong suit.
No, I didn't think it was needed, but it was. But it didn't take away from the game for me.
No, not at all. Not at all.
But that was the other thing I was going to say. JJ Redick just looks annoying. JJ was just pissing me off as I was watching him.
It's because of the way he looks.
He's like, run it, just run it. I was like, all right, shut the hell up. And then I don't know. He's just annoying.
You got Nick Sirianni vibes?
That is a great call. That's a great call because I was annoyed by JJ. He didn't do anything specifically, and he's probably a nice guy, but I was just annoyed by JJ. Just shut the hell up. Sit down. Stop calling plays. Like sit the hell down.
He's the coach. What do you want him to do? You just want him to sit there?
Stephen Brown throws
Man's the coach.
He was mad about the basketballs too.
Oh,
I'm gonna go talk to the league office.
Maybe that's what pissed me off. It was just so whiny. He was like, I don't know why we have to play with these new basketballs in game 1 of the season. I mean, gosh, shut the hell up.
I think JJ's gonna stick around. That JJ Redick impression.
The JJ Redick impression isn't even an impression. It's just like an irritated human being.
It's like Kyle Shanahan, though. It's the deep breathing that gets it.
Yeah, I guess.
JJ, I mean, the new basketball. I mean, gosh. I mean, jeez.
Did he? I don't think he said that, did he?
As far as I'm concerned, he just did.
Like, G. Willikers? Gadzooks?
He annoyed me last night.
Apparently.
He's going to bother me on Saturday. He's definitely going to bother me on Saturday.
RP called him JJ Karen. Come on, man. Stop it. Stop it.
It was. Nobody even worried about the new basketball out there. He complaining about it. Shut the hell up.
I'm sorry. The Minnesota Timberwolves did what before the game yesterday? We'll talk about it. We'll talk about it.
That was not a good look.
Plus the Timberwolves and the Knicks. By the way, the Sacramento Kings opponent tomorrow night, Minnesota Timberwolves and the Knicks. What do those two teams have in common that might have been on full display yesterday? We'll talk about that. We are happy that you're here with us on the eve of Sacramento Kings basketball returning. Here with D'Lo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino and Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
I don't know what happened. Mr. Tappy is probably more locked in than I was. I don't know what they do with the banner raising joint.
Oh no, they just cut the commercial when they were raising it.
Seems fine to me.
All right, man. Hey, that's gotta be tough being Bronny. Oh yeah, I get to go play with my dad right now. Hey, go guard Julius Randle.
Oh, Julius.
That wasn't very nice.
He put him in the torture camp.
Yeah, that wasn't very nice, Julius.
Did you see? I didn't see the video. I saw like a tweet, but like Ant-Man wasted no time.
Yeah, as soon as he's out there, he did the movie. P-Dub, the Celtics gifted the inside on NBA guys or whatever cigars and all that, but they had receipts of their takes of like why the Celtics were going to lose and this and that. I don't know why Chuck got swishers, but everyone else got normal cigars.
Yeah, I'm about to say I didn't. I saw the swisher. I was like, wait a minute. I'm not the biggest cigar smoker. Is that what they use? I don't think they use.
No.
I was like, yo, I don't. That sounds like something else. They gave him a Swisher.
Use the Swisher for what else you got?
Yeah. That's what I thought. I was like, oh, okay. That's what I thought, Drew Down. I'm not, that's not really my bag. So I don't know. I've just seen people. That's what they do with the Swisher. I've just seen it. If I did it, I mean, I would say there's nothing, but that's not I don't know nothing about that. That's not my bag. I am I'm a foreign person to that world. You're a casual. Okay.
How do you graduate from being a casual?
I don't know. I guess get league pass. Just watch all the games.
Because like I said, we all got our TVs from Costco.
I guess if you I don't know, maybe if you just watch your team, maybe that's the sign of a casual. And it's okay. It's okay. All right, you're a casual. For whatever reason, you're pissing me off. Hey, you're a casual, didn't even say anything. I didn't like that response.
My TV's from GameStop. You mean?
I didn't like that response. You're on thin ice.
Who's the new guy?
That response just rubbed me the wrong way. Pause. Did you guys see Cam and Jello?
Yeah, stop going at Cam and Mace. Stop. Stop.
Leave them boys alone.
Enough. Angela Bo, what are you doing going at Cam and Mace?
Leave them boys alone. He said, I don't know what did he say. Gino said something. I don't. What's his name? Gino. The funny part was he really didn't know his name. I believe Mace didn't know his name.
Who did Mace diss before that?
Oh man,
that was my favorite one out of all the disses.
Mace diss somebody.
Who did he get?
He got him good too. I don't remember who it was.
That's gonna bother me now.
I don't know why Austin Rivers' name is popping up in my head.
Oh my, no, because Austin went at the NBA player or the NFL player, the receiver. What is it, Greg Jennings or something like that? Somebody like that.
James Jones, I think.
James Jones, yeah. That's gonna bother me now.
Shakur, I think, right?
Oh, what?
Yeah,
Shakur.
Filthy McNasty just doing it in there.
No, it's Shakur, and they were asleep in the green room. They were laid out in the green room.
Sky River Casino and trainwithmap.fit/ESPN 1320. Take advantage of the free nutritionist consultation that is available to you. The free macro calculator help you decide how much of what types of foods you need to eat based on your goals. You can input all of that stuff right there over at trainwithmap.fit/ESPN 1320. Don't talk enough about the amazing training facilities that they have both in Granite Bay and Roseville. Lazy is going to be stepping out with me this weekend. We're going to be doing some things out there at MAP training on Saturday morning. Really excited for you guys to see the inside of that facility, man. Just an absolutely awesome space. Head to trainwithmap.fit/ESPN1320, a website specifically built for you. You can even click on the link to Maptrition and grab all of the supplements you need, from strength enhancers to fat burners, cravings crushers, protein shakes, sleep enhancers, all of that good stuff over at trainwithmap.fit/ESPN1320.
Looks like you're gonna see the new homie over at Train and Map.
Our guest?
Yeah. No, not our guest.
Who?
The new addition. You're gonna be training.
Oh. I've heard. Yeah.
That's what it looked like.
Yeah, I've heard. Well, I mean, Greg trains anybody, any and everybody. So just prior to the Lakers Timberwolves game, it was announced that the Minnesota Timberwolves gave a contract extension to Rudy Gobert. Now let's present this contract extension with full context.
Okay.
It's a 3-year, $110 million extension that maps out to about 36 and some change per year. He declined next year's $46 million option. So he loses 10 off the top next year, but has money guaranteed for the 2 years following. So Rudy Gobert and the Minnesota Timberwolves will be linked together for several more years.
So I can see where maybe they're saving some money next year on the cap, and that's
well, they're saving a lot of money. Yeah, they're definitely saving money next year for sure.
And that's one reason why you do that. But I just don't understand why that needed to be done.
I don't know. I wonder if after the idea and execution of trading Karl Anthony Towns, you felt like, well, we still need him. And I know you don't like him. I know virtually everyone hates him.
Not like him is strong. That's not how I feel about him or what he brings to the table. I think the price that you have at a Rudy Gobert is way too much. There are advantages that he has out there on the court. He's a big body. He's a good defender at the rim. They were talking about it last night. Good screen setter. I'm not even joking when I say that matters. You know, he plays his role to a certain degree. But when you're talking about, you know, paying $40-30 million a year for this guy, that is entirely too much, in my opinion.
Let's again just trying to present this in full context. The last 3 years of his current deal, going back to 2022-2023, is 38.1, 41. This year is 43.8. So again, he was due to make 46.6 next year. They scratched that. It was a player option. He's completely out of that and signed for the numbers estimated here from Spot Track are about 33.9 next year. So $13 million savings for the Minnesota Timberwolves right there. And then 36 the following year and 39 the following year. Sean Cunningham, I'm sorry, I apologize. Sean Cunningham just tweeted Kevin Huerter will be available to play Thursday. I say that because what Mike Brown said yesterday, if Kevin Huerter is available play, he's going to start. So I think we know the Sacramento Kings starting lineup for opening night for the first time. It's going to be De'Aaron Fox, based on this tweet from Sean Cunningham, Kevin Huerter, and DeMar DeRozan and Keegan Murray.
All right.
There it is. Obviously, we'll talk a lot more about that if we have the if Mike's talking, if anyone's talking, we'll bring the sound to you. But I'm putting Sean's tweet together with what Mike told us yesterday. If Kevin is available to play Thursday, he's going to start. Sean just tweeted Kevin Huerter is available to play.
James Ham coming on at 3:00. He's down at practice, so we might get some footage from him before he even comes on. So we'll be tapped in.
We'll keep you updated on everything going on at Kings practice. I think another thing to watch closely is going to be Trey Lyles. We had heard that there's a good chance that Trey is going to play. We had heard that over the weekend. We also found out yesterday that Trey Lyles was a full participant at practice. much like Kevin was, it feels like Trey is tracking to playing in Thursday's game. Obviously, his role is going to be different than Kevin's, again, based on what Mike Brown told us yesterday. But it looks like the two guys who didn't see a second of preseason are going to be available to play for the first game of the season.
I'm all for that. I'm excited to see that. Once again, like we've talked about a number of different times, it just balances out that roster.
Yeah.
No disrespect to these guys, but you don't have to see, the Mason Jones is out there and playing big minutes. And you don't have to necessarily play the Fox, Sabonis, those guys 42 minutes if you don't want to. Like you've got some guys to give them a breather, and they're going to need to get into game shape themselves. I mean, Kevin Huerter, he hasn't played in what was about a month and a half before the season ended.
Since what, April?
Yeah,
maybe March. Yeah.
So it's been a while. He's going to have to get a feel for it, but I think it's great to have those guys potentially, it sounds like, ready to go opening night.
Yeah, I mean, again, Kevin available to play. We'll find out about Trey Lyles, I assume, today. Again, we'll continue to bring you updates through practice here that the Sacramento Kings are at. But sorry,
I was going to ask you about Rudy though. The last year so the whole contract is guaranteed. There's no player team options or anything like that.
Player
option wouldn't matter.
Correct.
Pick it up.
That's correct. 33, 36, 39 in the 27-28 season. He will be an unrestricted free agent in the 28-29 season when he is a 36-year-old. Can I suggest one other thing?
Sure.
If you're Minnesota and you're saving, what did we say? Was it 13 million? You're saving 13 million next year. You got him under contract for 36.6 the following season. You start to enter a sweet spot to where you can trade him if you needed or wanted to. Maybe that spot isn't as sweet next February, but the following February or that following off season, it very much is.
Once again,
it doesn't help that Rudy Gobert was on the receiving end of some low lights yesterday.
Yesterday, I tweeted it out, and after I tweeted it, he started to do a couple better things. But halfway through the third quarter, he looks awful. He looked awful yesterday for the majority of that game. Then, and when the Timberwolves started to make their run, he started to do some good things out there. But for the majority of that game, he looked awful. That's not who he is. He's not an awful player. But I wonder if they had to do that. Like, do you believe that somebody was going to give Rudy $35 million a year? Maybe there would have been a team.
Maybe
or two,
someone would have. Yeah,
I don't think the market would have been like that. Like I think you could have got away with it. Now you still would have had to pay 46 next year, which may be something that they're trying to get away from. You know what I mean?
Well, clearly they're trying to navigate their salary cap because I do think, regardless of the idea of fit, like trade of it, part of why Karl Anthony Towns isn't there anymore is his contract, and the fact that Julius expires. So you got a year to figure this out if this works, and because you'll have a decision to make on Julius, and Julius will have a decision to make on you. If I change it, would a team have offered? Would another team have offered Rudy $33 million to start?
I don't think so, but all you need is one, right? You know what I mean? It could have been one team that felt where Rudy Gobert.
What about $30 million? One team.
I'm trying to think of what that team would look like. Who might it be? Like, would it be a New Orleans? Maybe.
So let's try this question then. Is Rudy completely useless for Minnesota?
No, he's my issue with Rudy is not necessarily him as a basketball player. It's the price tag. That is a lot of money for, like, he plays, and his production is that of a $15 million a year player, and you're paying $30 to $40 million a year.
15, really?
He's a good rebounder. He's not a dominant rebounder, but he's a good rebounder. He's a good rim protector. He's not very good on the offensive end.
But he knows his limits on the offensive end, no?
Yeah, I think you could get somebody that knows their limits for cheaper than $35 to $40 million. They could give you something like I'm thinking of I gotta pull it, and I'm not saying this guy is necessarily as good as Rudy Gobert, but I'm thinking of my man on the Hornets, who I'm gonna get his name real quick. Who, like, say you had him in Minnesota? What's my name? Nick Richards. Like, you can go get Nick Richards for the cheap. He knows his role. He's gonna play whatever.
And he can contribute what Rudy contributes. I'm asking. Like, I'm being serious.
Not far off. Not far off. I look at they talking about Nick Claxton. He got $100 million.
Isaiah Hartenstein got 100, 90, when he signed, didn't he?
Got
90 to 100. He got money. I mean, Rudy got what was it, 110?
I would not, me personally, I would not pay Rudy Gobert that type of money. People may think it's crazy and may disagree. That's fine. I'd try to use that money elsewhere.
I think it's easier to use the money when it's your guy, though. It's not like they went out and signed Rudy Gobert for 3 years, $110 million. Like, it's easier for them to sign him because he has a Timberwolves jersey versus trying to go sign. Like, they wouldn't have been able to sign Isaiah Hartenstein for even for that dollar. If Isaiah was 90, and I can't remember what it was, but if he was 90 and Rudy's 110, I don't think you could have done it.
No, I just wouldn't have signed him. Like, I would have let it play out. Zam in the chat says Valanciunas.
I think that $13 million was a big deal. I think that $13 million next year was a big reason why they did it.
Could be.
And the ability to move him afterwards if they chose to.
I would take Valanciunas' yearly $15 million every year over Rudy Gobert.
I think that changed this year.
Didn't he get 10?
I think it was. Yeah, we were flabbergasted by the fact he finally didn't make $15 million.
Yeah.
Okay.
And securing and this is, we can go securing the Bagley. He just anchored the number 1 or 2 defense last year, and I always go back to it. I don't want to sound like a broken record, but they feel that they cannot play him when it's time to win. That's what they have shown. That's what they've shown you. That's what every team that he's played on has showed you. When it's time to win, we can't play this guy.
Well, it's not like France thought the same thing.
What?
That you can't play Rudy Gobert if you're trying to win a game.
Right. That's the whole damn country said we can't play this guy. That's just what it is. I mean, I've seen it on 3 different occasions. France, the Timberwolves, the Jazz. When it's time to win, we can't play him. That just speaks loudly to me.
Well, the Kings will face the Minnesota Timberwolves tomorrow night at the Golden One Center.
I'm gonna be like Metu when he hits a turnaround jump shot tomorrow. Be like, oh, there we go.
This was Matt George's worst nightmare. For those that saw yesterday's edition of the Locked On Kings podcast, available wherever you get podcasts from, Matt said to me, is it wrong that I really want the Timberwolves to beat the Lakers because I don't want them to come in with like a chip on their shoulder? And I told Matt, like, yeah, you're probably overthinking this a little bit, but I do get the idea. You got a team coming in here who maybe needs to make some adjustments. And that was, I think, one thing that kind of stood out in the 2 games yesterday is I don't think there's any question that New York is a good team. I don't like Minnesota the way other teams do, but they're far from a bad team. I don't think there's any question that they're a good team. But they did have major changes. Those 2 teams are linked together.
Yeah.
They had major changes. New York had, massive overhaul. Basically, we were talking about being flabbergasted watching Mikal Bridges yesterday.
He ended up getting buckets.
And finally he figured it out. But watching them and then watching Minnesota with Julie and some of the new pieces that they added, it's like, yeah, there might be something to these squads. Like, we'll see the Bucks and Philly tonight. I wonder if Philly's going to look exactly like those 2 teams. Like, you've got to it's just not cut and dry. Like, it's going to take time for this all to come together for these teams that made major changes with major players.
Yeah.
And I think that was at least part of what was on display yesterday.
For sure, man.
29 threes certainly helped in the Knicks game, but
yeah, I thought it was really evident in the Timberwolves game. They really look like, and the Knicks were too. I think they were too, but I just really saw it in Minnesota, trying to figure out the spacing, trying to figure out where the ball is going to go, the rhythm of the offense. Julius trying to find his role, because I don't think Julius might have played one preseason game.
He played one or two,
maybe two max.
I can't. Yeah, they had two left.
Uh-huh.
I don't know if he played the last one,
but
he definitely played one of them.
He didn't play against the Knicks, obviously, because he was in street clothes, and I think he might have just played one. So that was the second time he'd been out there with those guys.
Mm-hmm.
So he's trying to get a feel. They're trying to get a feel for him. Dante, he's trying to find his way in everything, and it's also a team that I'm interested to see this for Minnesota, for OKC, and you could probably throw the Knicks in there too. He had a great season last year, and we talked about it with the Kings and all this other stuff 2 years ago. I do think there's some validity to it. It was something that worried me. He had a great season last year. All right, now you're expected to play at a certain level.
Mm-hmm.
You're expected to be one of those top teams, and we'll just see how it happens. It doesn't mean like you can't reach that level, you can't, get to that, but it's different than ho hum. We're here and we're having fun.
Yeah.
Now there's a certain level of expectation every time you step out there on the floor, whether that's your own expectations, the fans, the way your opponent looks at you, and prepares for you. It's just different. You're in a different level, and now it's time to see if you can elevate your game to that consistently. And that's something we'll only find out over time. We're not going to find out on Thursday for the Timberwolves. We're not going to find out, I think, tonight or Friday for the Knicks or whatever. It's gonna take some time to see.
Philly is tonight.
Yeah.
And the Bucks, and there's a whole slate of games tonight. But Philly and Milwaukee is one of the marquee ones.
Mm-hmm.
And Philly's another team that I'd have my eye on if we're talking about early season struggles. That's another team that I would watch.
Yeah.
Does that give you? Is there? It feels different, Cat. That's whether it's one or two. I mean, I think everybody understands that's the number two guy.
Mm-hmm.
Some could make the argument he's 1.5 in Minnesota. That's not the case here in Sacramento. Like, De'Aaron is here, Domas is here, but you talk about implementing a new important piece of your roster, like that's DeMar DeRozan.
Yeah.
And while I don't think the Kings will face those same struggles, because I think their additions, that's a singular addition. That's a vet who's coming in to, have a role on this team, rather than, a guy like Karl Anthony Towns who's adjusting to a new environment. Julius Randle was the guy in New York 2 years ago. Until Jalen Brunson stepped on the court, like, he was the guy in New York. He was the one. DeMar, I guess, was the one last year for Chicago. He's been the one everywhere he's been. Chicago, Toronto, San Antonio. He's been the one. It's fair to wonder if there's going to be a little bit of an adjustment tomorrow night.
Absolutely. I mean,
especially after what happened yesterday.
As high as I am on this Kings team and what they can do offensively and where I think they can go, I've always thought, and I think you felt the same way, and we've echoed that sentiment, that it's going to give them about 12, 15 games to like really feel good and feel comfortable playing on the court. And
win 11 of those.
Yeah, find a way to
win 11 to 12 of those. But yeah.
JTW.
Oh, for goodness sake.
JWTDG. Those games.
Just win the damn games. Those games. Come on, man. Damn it.
Just find a way to win. But true cohesion and continuity, that's gonna take a month or so. I believe. We'll see them get better as time goes along.
Shams just tweeted, the NBA is likely to commence an investigation into the Philadelphia 76ers surrounding the player participation of All-NBA center Joel Embiid. I'm assuming this pertains to him not playing in tonight's game. That's a fascinating investigation for the NBA to launch.
Yeah, I don't know what the
if the guy's missing the first day of the season, it's really tough to say that that's rest.
Yeah, but they also talked about it beforehand, though. It's not like it just popped up day of the game. They talked about 2 days ago.
Well, they ruled him out 2 days ago, no?
Yeah. Yeah, but I don't know. I didn't think that was much of an issue because we don't know. I guess maybe because they didn't disclose specifically why he was out. I haven't seen that
Sure.
at least. Maybe that's the reason why, but he could have hurt himself in practice and like, oh no, you're not gonna play for a week. Maybe it's the process. No,
Could be
pun
that.
intended.
No, yeah, no. It definitely could be that. Let the Sacramento Kings be like the Kansas City Chiefs. No one thinks the Kansas City Chiefs look great, but
we're gonna pick up somebody else at the trade deadline.
no.
So-
Well, maybe,
Is that what's
maybe,
gonna happen? But
maybe.
no, your point is well taken.
Find ways to win
like-
games when you're not looking your best.
as you figure it out.
And maybe the Kings, again, I don't think the Kings are like Minnesota. I think the acquisitions are different. I don't think the Kings are like New York or Philadelphia, for that matter, who we haven't seen. Won't be fair to them, but I don't think that it's the same. But you talk about ones and Julius, you talk about ones and Karl Anthony Towns. DeMar was a one. He was the guy on multiple franchises. So
One of the differences to me, slight difference, and no disrespect to Harrison Barnes, but Minnesota and the Knicks were both taking away from what they did last year while they added. You know what I mean? So there's an adjustment there. Minnesota, they took away the Karl Anthony Towns piece, which was a major piece. And now you're also putting somebody else in there, and you got to learn how to play without Karl Anthony Towns while learning to play with Julius Randle. The Knicks, same thing kind of with Dante DiVincenzo. He ended up being a guy that was integral in what they were doing. So they were taking away that, cohesion while trying to add Karl Anthony Towns. Harrison Barnes played his role here, but it wasn't a major part in what the Kings were doing, in my opinion. So they're not taking away a major part. They're really just adding in that situation. Maybe that's unfair to Harrison a little bit. I'm not trying to be, but I don't think Harrison's role was as integral as Karl Anthony Towns' role in Minnesota. So you're kind of just adding as opposed to trying to figure out how to play without somebody and adding.
Okay. We'll continue to bring you any notes that come from practice as soon as sound is available. We'll bring it to you. Sean Cunningham tweeted just a little bit ago. Kevin Huerter is available to play on Thursday.
There we go.
We go back and we remember Mike Brown's remarks. Mike Brown was very, very clear in his press conference. If Kevin Huerter is available to play, he's going to start. We know Kevin Huerter is available to play. Put that together with Mike Brown said yesterday. He's going to start. As soon as Mike Brown speaks today, we will bring that to you. Until then, we'll continue to look back at last night, the historic moment with LeBron and Bronny. Katie from the Wake Up Call has some thoughts on that. Wants to tell you about her first experience at Sac State football and the No Name movie game.
Yes.
With KC Returns.
Let's go.
With a twist that no one knows about.
Oh.
I'll explain. We're dealing with KC Return here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Madam. Hey. Katie from the Wake Up Call. That damn chat, bro. I tell you, that damn chat. Love you guys, but that damn chat.
There you go. Fix your hair in the,
I know.
in the camera.
I put my headphones in. How's the show been?
It has been a spectacular 45 minutes.
Great.
Spectacular.
I got my Whole Foods. I got my Amazon returns.
And for those that don't know, those are often traumatic experiences for Katie.
I can't stand running an errand. It's just it never goes right. And this one didn't go right either.
So what's considered an errand? Like returning something or going to the store? Or...
I don't go to the store.
Oh, okay. Well, sorry, Coles.
If it gets delivered.
I mean, I don't go to the grocery store. Like,
you imagine?
Well, Instacart existed.
I miss going to the grocery store.
Can I tell you guys something funny that happened at Whole Foods, though?
Sure. Well, Whole Foods. I go to Food Max, but
well, I was only going.
These two go to Whole
She was going
I
to
was
return
going to
Amazon
return something,
packages.
not to buy something. What am I, a millionaire? So this guy was backing out. I was walking to my car, and he was trying to holler at me through his window, and he backed into another car.
Oh, snap! She's causing accidents. Okay,
still got it,
She's
guys.
Causing accidents
Still
out
got
here.
it.
Okay, Katie in the building. She's causing accidents. Let's go.
What can you do?
That's what the little fuck boy get. That's what you're just backing up. Back your bitch ass up right into a car.
Oh, fun.
And that Whole Foods parking lot isn't fun. Is that where it happened?
Yes.
Yeah,
and
that
let
Whole
me tell
Foods
you,
parking lot can be dicey.
some big ass truck was parked behind me. In a spot,
imagine that.
in a spot that, like,
imagine big ass trucks
but I mean, like,
backing into stuff.
Are you referring to me?
No. Katie, no.
One time I hit a Vespa in the parking lot, and suddenly
I remember hearing that story. Yeah, well, it did happen.
I had to go in reverse like 9 times to get out of my parking spot because this other
She was
truck.
like Austin Powers.
Yeah, it was very much like that.
Why don't you just park like 4 spaces down so you avoid the?
No, I parked in a regular place, and then big truck parked after me.
Oh,
so
I was still thinking about the Vespa. Sorry. Okay, so the big truck parked next to you.
This parking lot is too small.
Understood.
And that's why I hit the Vespa.
Of course.
Sadly, the only piece of paper I had in my car at the time was a parking ticket. So I had to write my phone number on that.
Was it a paid parking ticket? Okay. It's fine.
I forgot.
Good.
Well,
no, it's fine. We're not on the air yet, so this is fine.
I will pay it. Obviously, I'll pay it.
Like at some point.
I have to find it, but I'll pay it.
You were probably on like the 89th day of 90 days to return those packages today, weren't you?
I had to contact customer service
Yeah.
and say, "Can you change the date? I didn't make it."
Man. Jesus.
Listen, I'm busy.
You are busy.
Right. I got a lot of kids.
You do have a lot of kids.
Yeah.
Have
a
either one of you
sorority.
guys tried the Amazon grocery store?
No, it seems like you have to go there and work. You have to go there
I
and
went
like
one time. It was cool.
Really?
It was okay.
Didn't you have to don't you have to like scan all your own stuff?
You
Like
do
it's-
have to scan it, but I mean, at the same time, you could just leave.
Do you hear yourself?
What?
Like you have to scan your own
No,
stuff?
no, but you have to
Oh,
like, wait. No,
God.
you have to like.
Okay,
push-
hang on.
Mm.
Okay. This is the most elite group of individuals I've ever
I'm
seen.
with individuals. It ain't me. It ain't me.
Well, you don't grocery shop either.
No, man.
You literally just used the phrase, I miss grocery shopping.
Yeah, well, I'm not in
You miss
control
it.
of the grocery shop.
Understood.
So, the boss said, this is how we're getting our groceries. That's what it is. But I would go, I'd be like, hey, write the list down. I'll make a list. I'm going to Safeway. I'll be back. Get my AirPods, podcast, just go up the aisles, have a good old time. Don't
Okay.
happen no more, though.
I mean, I used to live that life. It wasn't for me. Ever since Instant Cart, oh man.
It's a life changer. That's what the pandemic did. Just reminded
Yeah.
you do not have to contact other individuals
Nope.
ever. Just have them drop it off at your door.
Yeah, that's what I do.
Katie from the Wake Up Call is with us. 106.5 The End. It is an amazing show where you can hear everything from blackface to.
Oh my
Well,
God.
we were saying it's a bad thing.
No, I didn't suggest otherwise.
Okay, well, I'm
I'm just saying there was
be part of the
no,
conversation.
no. I was just telling there was a
Okay,
discussion
there was
about blackface and
Yes.
boobs on the show today.
That is true.
Separate conversations,
Right.
but blackface and boobs were discussed this morning on the show.
Yes.
You guys get a lot of risky conversations in before 6 a.m. I noticed that. D'Lo and KC were a big part of the 5:30 a.m.
And
conversation.
so is Jesse.
Jesse was
Jesse
as well.
was the star.
What the hell was going on? More cats?
No more cats. The studio smelled like perfume. And so we were sussing out how that could be possible. And the conclusion was this did not come from me. Gavin said, you guys probably wear fancy perfume. And perhaps you had gifted it to Jesse or inspired him to wear perfume as well. And so when he comes in our studio, that's what we're smelling, which I would be fine with.
Well, we are cologne.
Jesse, do you have any thoughts on this?
I always smell nice. I always like pride myself. I actually ran out of cologne like last week, so it's not me.
So
Well,
in
I've
fact,
got some perfume for you.
I really think you were onto something when you said it might have been the cleaning ladies, because Jesse is not going into the in studio and adjusting the thermostat to heat.
Oh,
yeah,
yeah.
that was the
There's
other thing.
no chance
That was
he's
the other
doing
thing.
that.
It was really warm when everybody got in. So they assumed.
There's
It's
absolutely,
always warm in there, I feel.
yeah,
I know.
it is
Are-
a little warmer in your studio.
Katie,
than
are
ours.
you a it's cold outside, we blast in the heat, or are you layer up type person?
I would rather layer up.
Yeah. That's what
Yeah.
I'm talking
Start a fire, put a blanket on.
about. I don't even need.
I want to be cold and then I want to make myself warm.
Well, you just stopped sweating the day before last.
Okay.
Oh.
That was COVID related. And I was for several weeks relatively sweaty, but I am a dry person now. So everybody
good.
can rest assured.
Jeff, did you see all of the LeBron clips last night?
I did. I would have liked for them to have been a little warmer with each other on the court.
Well, what do you want them to do? They're playing a game.
Well, but before the game started, like, hey, I'm really proud of you.
Well, you saw the mic'd up clip, right? Where he's like,
Tell me again what he said.
he's like, hey, you ready? He's sitting next to him and he's like, are you ready? Just
Yeah.
remember, you see the pace of the game. Just stay loose. Don't worry about making mistakes.
Hmm.
That wasn't enough.
What,
No,
What were you looking for?
Maybe like a rub on the back. I'm like, I'm so proud to be doing this with you. We're gonna do this together, father and son, high five hug.
Well, it might have happened.
Yeah, I guess it probably did happen, but
Yeah.
I didn't get to experience
It
it.
happened in the locker room or in the tunnel. Just hey man, come here, man. I want to give you a hug. This is done.
God, if I saw that, I would just start weeping.
Just the thought of it.
The thought of it makes me so emotional.
You wanted the emotional moment on the court. You wanted a reason to cry at the clip.
I don't want a reason to cry, but it would be a reason to cry. I would just like to have been a part of it.
Okay.
Okay, you know what I
Understood.
mean?
No, I got it.
So what is
You've
Bronny-
I mean, you've earned that. You've earned the
I
right
have
to be a
been
part of their.
committed
Yes.
basketball fan for 48 hours.
It's been you watched it was a little bit longer than
Okay,
that. It's
that's
been a
true.
solid 2
I
weeks.
committed to an entire series.
You did.
Okay,
You did.
I don't know how they're going to do without me now.
You know these guys now.
God, I know them. Okay, speaking of knowing them, I do have a question.
Mhm.
What does the back of Bronny's jersey say? Does
James
it say
Jr.
Oh, it says
It
James
says
Jr.
James Jr. His name is LeBron James. It's
No,
LeBron James.
I understand that. I just
Oh,
didn't know.
Sorry.
I didn't know if it was going to be James and James.
No, he went with James Jr.
Okay.
That's what it says. Yeah.
Okay.
You can have two guys with the same last name though.
The
That's not.
Sacramento Kings. Bunch
Yeah.
of Joneses.
Okay.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
okay.
Okay. I mean, considering how cold LeBron is to his son on the court, I could feel like maybe he wouldn't want to share a last name.
That would
wow.
No, him doing what you would like for him to do
Yeah.
would cause a lot more problems for Bronny.
Okay, tell me why.
Because he'd be looked like he's not gonna be
Like,
looked at as one of the
oh,
guys.
like
Like
he'd
we
be
all
like-
know it's his son, but if
Yeah.
you out here, oh, it's okay, little dude, like you ain't doing that
Okay, I
to
didn't say you have
D'Angelo
to do that.
Russell.
I say it's supposed to be a pep talk. Like
You treat him like everybody
Okay.
else. You treat him
Okay.
like everybody else.
So does Bronny play very much?
He probably won't. So
He
that was
probably
the
won't.
first game of the regular season. He only played, it was like 3 minutes. I think they put him in at the 4-minute mark and he
Mm-hmm.
came out at like the 1-minute mark. I think that's all he played.
That's so sad.
Well, it's
well,
not
No,
because
no,
that's
but I mean, like to pull him out when you got 1 minute left.
yeah. I don't know why JJ did
Yeah,
that.
that
I don't think he needed to do that.
Dang.
But-
JJ was we had to get the punch in, punch,
Right.
run punch.
He's
All right.
also on a
What are
time
you doing?
restriction, just like his dad.
Well,
This is
apparently,
true.
well, he might have been, and I think that's what it was. Like he might not play for a while.
Do you think he got put on the team for like PR purposes?
There's a possibility that I don't think it's unfair to think he was on the main roster opening night to have the moment that they had last night.
Okay.
And there's a possibility that he goes down to their G League affiliate to play more basketball. So he continues to play while the Lakers are playing regular season games. Like that's not outrageous to think that at all.
Because it's a great story.
I was going to say it's a great PR moment. Like it's okay that it happened.
Right. Yeah. I loved it.
And the other thing, I was having a conversation last night with one of the homies was I just hate the idea that people think Bronny is only here because of his dad. Like
do people think that?
Yeah.
I don't think you get to the
basketball.
Lakers because your dad is good.
You're right. You're 100% right. Like he can play. Like is he LeBron James? No. You know what I mean? Is he a first round pick? No, he's not that. But he's a good basketball player. He is a professional basketball player. If he didn't play in the NBA, he'd probably be overseas somewhere, maybe G League or whatever. He's a solid basketball. He's a really good basketball player.
Do you think they ran it past LeBron before they put his son on the team?
Yeah.
You think?
Yeah, no, for sure. I think there was, he was drafted, what was it, like 58, 50 something. Like he was drafted really late.
Okay.
So I'm sure there was
And
a
how
discussion.
How many people are there?
60.
He might have been.
Oh.
Yeah, like that's the caliber of player he is right now in
Okay.
his life and his career. So there was I think everybody felt like if he gets to the Lakers will take him because, you can roll the dice on anyone you want to, but if you have the chance to have this moment with LeBron,
right,
not knowing how many years LeBron has left in his career, yeah, you give it to him. Like he's earned that.
Do you think that there was ever a time when LeBron was like, I don't think this is a good idea?
No, absolutely not.
Okay, why?
Because he's openly talked about it for years that he wants to play with his son.
Oh.
He's gone the other way. If you want to cry, we'll get tissue.
Okay.
He's talked openly about wanting to play with his son for years. And as it got closer to like reality, he backed away from it because I think he thought it's going to hurt him more than it's going to help him. He talked about playing on the same team with him.
Yeah.
So he kind of was like, no, whoever drafts him, like I just want him to have a chance to play in the NBA and live his dream and all of that. And then it kind of, as we got closer to the draft, it was like, as people started projecting and things started, getting leaked to the media, it became clear that the Lakers were probably going to have a really good shot to draft him.
I can see the fact that he got drafted so late that people might think that it was because of his dad.
Of course.
Like,
and LeBron is very polarizing. Like he is not universally loved. He is very, very polarizing.
Why?
Because he's great. And greatness is always hated on.
But not because of his attitude.
It's not his attitude. It's not. I don't think he's necessarily hated because he's great. There are aspects of LeBron that seem orchestrated a lot of the times.
Okay, tell me like what.
That.
Well, he's very calculated in his public profile.
Oh.
He was a lot like pre-Thanksgiving Tiger Woods. Not like
I'm gonna need you to fill me in on what that means.
So it's just like LeBron, since being in the public eye at 15, 16, he has not had a single misstep, not a scandal, not a nothing has ever negatively been associated.
Just wasn't doing anything to be scandalous?
Well,
possible.
Absolutely 100%. But then comes like, he's very careful about when he speaks about certain things. It's very sometimes his passionate takes come across as calculated public moves.
Okay.
Rather than an impassioned plea.
Okay.
I've never agreed with it. Like I do not. I think the world of LeBron James. He does some things that make us laugh every once in a while. Like you sometimes wonder if he's telling the truth. But they're all innocent. Like it's nothing like, oh, LeBron is a liar. They're all like innocent little things.
How odd.
No, it's odd. It's weird. It's one of LeBron's weird quirks.
Okay.
Yeah, it's one of LeBron's weird quirks.
And the other thing, and I'm with you. I love LeBron James. I think he's great.
I do too. We're my friend, LeBron James.
It's little stuff like
he often says he loves guys that he hates. So don't.
No. That's not
Okay.
true. I love LeBron James, but it's little stuff like if you asked him about Bronny being on the team, he'd be like, I didn't have nothing to do with that. That's all Pelinka. I had nothing to do with it. Don't come up. yes, you did.
Okay,
Like, yes, you did.
But he can't say I had something to do with it, because then that takes away from his son. And I think it makes them both look bad, right?
I agree with you. I agree with, like, there's things that you can't say, but we know the truth.
Right.
And he does that a lot, right? Like, so people get
And I also want to be clear, he's never said that.
No, I'm just using an
Okay.
example.
Okay.
People get traded from his team.
Or everybody gets traded from his team.
It's clear as day. Like, LeBron will stop high-fiving you and be like, oh, that guy about to go. And then the guy gets traded.
Story. That's a true story.
Then the guy gets traded, and LeBron, but man, that's all Pelinka. I don't know nothing about that. Okay, all right.
That's all Kobe. Kobe Altman traded him. I didn't.
So are basketball players making calls, like, if you're like really good on a team and you're the star, do you get to
Very few.
like make a call
Very
on
few.
who's going to come and who's going to go?
LeBron, there aren't many. LeBron is one.
I would say,
and I don't. LeBron might actually not do it. His agent, Rich Paul, might do it. You might know Rich, Adele's husband or fiance.
Fiance.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
I apologize.
Yeah.
Steph could. Like, there's guys that could do it.
I would say there's 32 teams in the league, or 30?
30
teams
for
in the
now.
league. I would say 20 to 25 guys.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, because when you think about it, not
Just
every best player.
Give me like 4 more.
Luka, Giannis.
Well, Luka,
Jokic.
yeah, Luka. You're right. Luka changed the whole structure of everything.
Yeah. I think Kawhi had that type of
Okay.
authority. Like,
Okay.
it's not every
Well, Kawhi
best
got
player
Paul
on
George,
the
so
team.
sure.
It's not every best player on the team, but it's because there's like ain't nobody in Washington. Kyle Kuzma's not saying it's
Right.
but it's the
Yeah, you're right.
majority
Yeah,
of them.
there's probably a good number.
Do you think that kind of makes sense, though?
It
like,
does.
if you're going to be working with somebody that's going to
It
have
does.
a huge impact on your career.
Yeah, it does, but it's a risky proposition. Like, when players get involved in the stuff, and we often talk about it with coaches, like, there are players that don't, like you mentioned Darvin Ham last year. Last week. It was pretty clear LeBron James was not a fan of Darvin Ham, and everybody kind of figured that out. So he gets fired, and it becomes, is LeBron James going to be a part of the next coaching search? And you can't acknowledge that stuff publicly.
Right. But
you really, in my mind, you don't want to be a part of that stuff. Because
Really?
yeah, because if
like
I'm
publicly or at all?
because if I'm a player,
Yeah.
and I say, hey, give me, I go, you need to go get Kenny Caraway. You need to go get Kenny. But Kenny's coming off a bad ACL, and he gets to the team, and he's just not as good as he was. And I'm mad because my team's not good. The general manager looks at me and goes, we did what you asked.
Yeah.
We went. Kenny's a max player. We went and gave up all of this money to get this max player for you. And now you're mad because it's not working. We did what you asked us to do. That's why you want to have conversations, but you also want to let the people who are there to do a job do their job.
I guess there are people there that their job is to figure that out.
And
that
part
is
of that
not your job.
is to communicate with star players.
Yeah.
Right.
And I've always believed, in LeBron's case specifically, this is maybe where he's a one of one in this situation, is if I'm LeBron James, they're going to blame me regardless. So why not do what I want to do? Like, why not get my thoughts out? Because if I stay away, they're going to blame me.
Like,
you know what I mean? So why not? I want this guy here. I might as well have some control.
If you are that good, though, don't you think that these guys have the confidence to make these calls, though, to think that they are right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
absolutely. 100%. I mean, we heard it to a different degree here with the Domas stuff, where Domas heard about, DeMar DeRozan potentially being here. And, Domas was frustrated thinking, wow, this is going to be another one we miss out on. Because the Kings have tried to go get guys, and they've just kind of fallen through at the last minute. And, players get frustrated when that doesn't happen. Hey, we need to get better. We need to do something.
We never talked about that. Maybe later. That was kind of a wild statement.
The Domas one? Yeah. The whole breakdown was kind of like, oh, wow, I wonder, it made me think, did he find out from me? did he find out from D-Lo and KC?
That was a wild statement. Oh, here we go, missing out on another one.
Well, we might be. Well, some would say how many stations are we programming at this point?
Stations, NBA teams, whatever.
You think people are out there ripping the wake-up call off? Jesus Christ. One station didn't have no black people there. Woke up and said, "Let's put 2 black people on in the middle of the day. See what happens."
And how's it going?
Those are our brothers.
It's
man.
all yeah.
Those are our brothers.
It's all relative.
Yeah, those are our brothers. Right
How's
there.
it going? It's all relative. It's all relative, you know.
Oh man. Katie from the Wake Up Call with us Monday through Friday, 5:30 a.m. to 10 a.m. Really catch the 5:30 part if you can. It's just it's spectacular.
We call it dress rehearsal because we do not know what we're going to talk about. And
it's the only time of the day where you guys go for like 20 straight minutes.
Yeah.
It's
and we just kind of get it out of our system.
Yeah.
And whatever comes up, comes up.
Well, a lot happens.
And a lot happens.
A lot happens in that stretch. You had your first Sac State experience this past week.
I did.
That's surprising to hear since you were the valedictorian.
Yep.
You know, that's surprising to hear, but you were so busy in the books. You didn't get a chance to go to the football.
Oh gosh, what a brain. Big sexy brain. Like I am trying to start a rumor that I not only went to Sac State as a person who did not go to college, by the way, but I also was the valedictorian.
Oh, good.
So
both.
please
yes.
keep this going.
Yes, we can do that. We're good at starting.
Okay,
rumors.
like I want to be on their billboard.
Oh,
okay.
You know,
I don't know that we're that good, but we can certainly.
I believe in you
I
guys.
feel like
Katie
someone in
from the
the.
wake-up call.
I feel like someone in the records office would find out. You know, this is really weird that we have that billboard up. But
Ryan Coogler followed by Katie from the Wake Up.
That's the goal, guys. You said
All
you
right.
could make dreams happen.
We'll work on it.
Okay.
We'll work on it. Did you have a good time? It was homecoming. I know you were excited about
I'm
that.
very excited about that. I loved it. Loved being so close in the Sky River tent.
Mhm.
There was an incident
Wow.
that
I wasn't gonna bring that up, but we're here.
so they give you some
Matter
adult
of
bed.
fact, let me just I'm getting over here right now. You never know what
Okay. There were some adult bevies at the
Yep.
what do they call it? The Sky River
The Sky River touchdown zone.
touchdown zone. Okay. And I'm a Chardonnay girly.
You are.
So okay. Damien loves his red wine.
Mhm.
I did spill the red wine on your shoes. And which shoes were those?
Oof. Tell them the shoes. Tell them the shoes, dog. Tell them the shoes.
They were off-white Air Maxes.
Oh man.
Yeah. This was not my fault, and I would like to.
Can you elaborate
yes,
a little
I'd
bit
love
further
to.
on how this was in fact
I'm going
not
to
your
give
fault?
many exhibits.
Okay, good.
Your Honor.
Yep.
There are.
And I just want to be clear for those. This was red wine.
Red wine. Yeah. it
She
wasn't red
managed. She managed to spill my wine
wine. On him.
on me.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. There are 3 absolute truths in life.
Mhm.
Okay. Death, taxes, and Katie's going to spill something.
Oh
Mhm.
man.
Okay. This has not been a secret. As we know, what did you see on my shirt a couple weeks ago when you were walking in and I was walking out?
You had a good
I
amount of
spilled on-
miso
okay,
soup on your.
I
And the reason is you drink miso soup every single morning as
Right.
a healthy way to start your day.
it's warm
Okay.
and salty, and I
Yes.
like it in the morning.
And apparently you like it on
you
your
know what? I'd like to
shirts.
say that a different way.
Okay.
Just-
Wow.
Everything
Yep.
everything about what just happened needs to be said
Okay. It's just my thing.
on this show.
Okay. And so I had dribbled some of it on my shirt as I am wanted
Yeah.
to do.
That's
So you're walking in, I'm walking out, and you said in a snarky tone, by the way,
Oh,
hey, we'll get you a clean shirt
oh,
next time.
that was kind of you
Right.
didn't have to say that. You-
Right. And I looked down and I said, it's my miso. Okay. So you know I'm a spiller. Oh, at the upfronts, I spilled wine on you too.
This is becoming a theme.
yes, you did. You
I
absolutely spilled wine.
I live a
all
life-
over me.
am just steps away from being a rabid raccoon. Okay. In all of my actions.
Yeah.
And this has never been a secret.
You remember that episode of Martin when he met Gina's parents and he spilled
Oh,
something
yeah,
on
and he
Gina's
said-
mom? Do you want to explain what you did
Let me get that
when you
off.
spilled wine?
Okay. So I spilled wine on what kind of shirt was it?
Oh, it doesn't matter.
I think it was Gucci. I think I remember that.
I
Day.
think it was.
That was, yeah, it
Um,
might have been- it was
And
Gucci, it was Gucci.
obviously horrified, right? I immediately he's shocked. shocked. Okay. Big eyes. Oh my God, I've just spilled on you. I spilled it. We were sitting on a couch. I spilled it on his stomach. And so I just start trying to pat it like that's going to fix it. He goes, you cannot touch me like that. I was like, you know what? I have boundary
You have to
issues.
stop doing that.
I have personal space problems.
Yeah.
Okay. So my point in all of this and why this was your fault.
Of course. That's
was-
right. Thank you.
Okay. Nothing about this is a secret. I wear it not as a badge of honor, but I literally wear it on my clothes because I'm spilling all the time. So you knew that going into it. And I also told you I get excited when I'm watching sports, even if I don't know what's going on. If people start cheering, I get excited. So what happened was they scored a touchdown or something. I can't remember. And I grabbed him out of excitement, knocking the wine onto the shoes. So how are the shoes?
No, that was tough. That was tough. And they're done.
Are they?
It's red wine.
You have more shoes.
It took a good 30 to 35 minutes.
Okay.
But we got it.
Oh, we got it.
Oh, we got it.
Okay, here we go.
Yeah.
Here we go.
This is good.
Oh, that's good.
This is good.
Yeah, no, apparently I saved myself from myself the way you just told this story. So the rule is Katie's going to get excited. Don't drink when you're out in the touchdown zone with her.
Or
Yep.
drink a clearer beverage.
So when Katie pulls up to Sky River, keep all your beverages centered on
Or put a
vodka.
lid on them and drink it with a straw. or
or,
something.
water.
sippy cup.
Water's
Yeah.
okay too.
Full on
Yeah.
sippy cup.
Yeah. So
Sippy
I am sorry. After it happened, I just kept going, Tide stick?
Yes, you kept saying Tide stick repeatedly
I didn't know
as
what
if
to
I was
say.
going to put that on my shoe.
Oh, that's not what you do.
No,
Oh.
it's not.
Oh.
It's not.
Okay.
It definitely
Your
is
business.
not. Yeah. All right. Thank you. This has been the most penalized game in history.
That was man, boy.
Did
Flags all
we
over
win
the
that game?
We
Yes,
did.
Oh, good.
We did. We did.
Good.
We won.
Good. I'm thrilled to hear it.
We did. We won. We did tell the story of how humbling it was to be at a Kings game and to walk to the restaurant with you and everyone ignore me and recognize you.
That's not true.
Okay, our we had a couple of friends who noticed us.
Yes, you
but that
did.
was it. Yeah.
Okay. And at the Sac State game, there are people wearing your sweatshirts.
Oh, that was Manny. Yeah.
Okay.
Shout out, Manny.
Well,
Yeah.
nobody's
Shout out
wearing
after-
wake up call
after
stuff.
party.
Well, we're gonna fix that. We
Right.
just went over that.
Yeah.
Those things gonna be going off the shelves. Crazy.
Well, they've never existed. So,
So when they're about to be in.
Okay, that's
and they're about to
exciting.
go crazy.
well, I'll gift you guys something.
Thank you.
Oh, that's exciting.
Yeah.
That's exciting.
Yeah.
Hey, so No Name movie game went really, really well last week.
Oh God.
It was a blast. You've got some
Except for
paper.
one answer.
You've got some papers in front of you, some little papers. Don't touch them. Do not touch them
Okay.
yet, because we're gonna play the No Name movie game.
Okay.
Again, No Name movie game is a staple on the Wake Up Call
Yeah.
on 106.5 The End every Friday.
Yep.
You guys do this. I'm the reigning defending champion.
Okay.
For the record,
Well, we haven't played again,
I am.
but-
But
Well, no, the
what does that mean? It
Okay.
means I'm the reigning defending champion.
Okay.
Um.
I think it's going to be a short reign.
Oh. Okay. Well,
All right.
if I don't play again, I continue to win.
Oh,
So
okay,
that's just kind of how it works. So just like last week,
Okay.
you will describe the movies for KC.
Yep.
And KC's got to figure out the movies.
Okay.
There's one slight twist to this, though.
Okay.
Just a slight one. It's no longer the No Name movie game.
Okay.
It's the Black No Name movie game.
Let's go. Let's go. 100% here from your boy. I'm breaking records.
Well, I'm very anxious to see
I'm anxious too.
the Black No Name movie game.
The music's hilarious.
Okay. I'll I'll explain the rules.
Do you know the music that's playing right
Shaft.
now? Oh, okay, don't say it like that.
Well-
don't say it like that. Okay.
Oh, don't
Right.
All right, you
play with her.
surprised me a little bit.
Don't
That's
play with
fine.
her. Don't play with
That's
her.
fine. That's fine.
Okay.
You want to explain the rules?
Yes. We're going to describe the title of a movie to you. We can't use any of the words of the title of the movie, any of the actors or actresses in the movie, or any of the characters from the movie.
Got it.
Okay.
You ready? You can
Oh,
start
wait. Hold on. Okay. So I'm.
describing to him.
I'm
Okay.
always the guesser.
Oh, okay. Okay.
You start on the music. Ready?
Okay, yeah.
All right.
That one's okay.
Hey.
This is something that you drink in the morning. It's not milk, it's not coffee. Orange, apple, cranberry.
Soda.
No. It's
Juice?
Yes.
Oh, juice.
Okay,
Movie
okay.
juice.
Okay. It's okay. It's not you, it's not me. It's
us.
No, okay. Who put "I'm gonna get you, sucker" in here?
That's a movie.
I know that, but
It's
how?
a movie.
How am I gonna?
Wow. You're running out of time,
Okay,
ma'am. You've got
okay.
8 seconds.
Okay, okay. It's an animal. It's an animal. It's an animal. It's red and it has a tail. You know you're a little
Fox.
Yes.
Foxy Brown.
Yes. Okay. Okay.
You know the music. Stop.
Play it again.
Okay. All right. No, this is fantastic.
Okay. Shakespeare wrote what? Shakespeare. No. Okay. Okay. So like a story that rhymes is what?
Story that.
Or a
rhymes.
haiku is what?
Poem.
Yes. Okay. And then the DOJ is the Department of.
Oh, poetic justice.
Yes. Okay. Okay. These are really hard.
Yeah, those are the most famous black movies in the world.
I've not seen them.
Okay.
Okay.
Running out of time.
If you have a bill and then you just cover the whole amount, it is
Paid in full.
It was good.
Was it good?
I mean, it wasn't great,
Paid in
but
Full
it
is one of my favorite movies of all time.
Imagine if I came in.
No, just 1 second.
Okay.
Sir, the amount of time it took you to get juice was rather ridiculous.
Well, because I'm thinking orange soda. I'm thinking, did you say grape?
No.
No, I
Jesse
didn't say
almost
grape.
quit.
Bro, that legit. I almost threw my headphones at the glass. That made me mad
Well,
that you
look,
didn't get that.
You're
at first.
getting booed.
Yeah, that was horrible.
But when you're talking about juice,
Right.
I'm not thinking of juice, if that makes sense.
I said it's in
Like
the morning.
movie, the movie Juice, does it have anything to do
You
with,
knew that they were black movies.
Yeah, but I'm not thinking of juice. Like, it's hard to explain. When I think of the movie Juice, I'm not thinking of
A beverage.
Well, okay, that's
nothing
fine.
at
No,
all.
it's good. What are you thinking of?
You could have said, well, she didn't.
Yeah,
see the
that's
movie.
exactly
Right.
that.
She didn't
Exactly.
see the movie. It was
Exactly.
saying, couldn't say Bishop.
Do you know who debuted in Juice?
I do not.
Tupac. It was
Poetic
Tupac.
Justice also, right?
Look at you.
Yeah.
That wasn't his acting debut, but it was.
Okay.
Tupac was the star,
Juice-
and he starred opposite.
She was real pretty. Halle Berry.
No.
Oh, we're talking
Nope.
about Poetic Justice.
Yeah,
Oh, no, I don't know.
Janet Jackson.
Yes, it was her.
It was Janet Jackson, and I can tell you, you are a significantly better actress than Janet Jackson.
Really?
Oh yeah.
Well, thank you.
Significantly.
Does it seem like I'm having a good time playing this game? Because that was acting.
Yeah. No, you did good. You were really confident last week. I don't know what got your confidence this
I
week.
want to do this again, but we're doing only rom-coms. And let's
Oh,
see
that
how
might,
well
KC might be the wrong guy for that. He might know them
Really?
all.
Okay, well then I play with you.
I know like two. I
I'll
don't
do
know
it.
that. I don't know that. I
I'll
don't
do
know
it.
that many at all.
Okay.
The Clueless is a rom-com, huh?
Yeah. Although she gets with her stepbrother at the end and everybody seems
Yeah,
fine
they're
with
just-
that. So
even back then, that seemed a little weird.
So did you know there's like two Cluelesses? Two Cluelesses?
Clueless Eye.
What you mean?
No.
Like movies?
So Clueless is based off a book called Emma
Oh, you're right.
And there's a movie
it's a repurposing
called
and like,
Emma.
yes.
And there's a big name. It's not Scarlett. There's a big name.
Alicia Silverstone?
No, she was Clueless.
Oh, yeah. We were talking about Emma?
Yeah, Emma. The actress in Emma is a big name.
I should tell you, I don't watch movies. Neither do I. Give me a long series that I can just snuggle up with.
Give me a game.
Maybe it's not called
I mean
Emma.
that, but I
That's all
mean
watch
like
is sports.
Ozarks, Breaking Bad, like that's my wheelhouse. I want some like mild violence, a little bit of nudity, and a story.
Wow.
Does that not describe a series?
I think you would like Power.
I watched
I think
Power.
you love some of those early seasons
Yeah,
of Power.
I liked them very much. And hooey. Whoo. I don't even remember what that show was about, but I remember a lot of things about it.
Go ask a good question. Have you seen The Wire?
No, and I keep trying to find it again, and I can't figure out where I can.
Max. It's an HBO series.
I don't think it hasn't been on there for a really long time.
Oh, it's on.
It might be back
it's
now, but it
definitely
wasn't
there.
for a while.
They would never take that off.
Yeah,
That's
that Max might exist for The Wire and The Sopranos and those shows.
Huh.
Yeah. It's I bet it's
Maybe I just was looking in the wrong place.
yeah, it's got to definitely be on Max.
Okay,
Wire's up there.
I'll watch it
You've seen Breaking Bad all the way through?
all the way through twice.
Oh, okay.
I think you should watch Paid in Full.
Okay,
I want to. I don't even know where you would find Paid in Full, but I want you to
Yeah,
watch
you
that.
might
And
not
I want to know your thoughts about Paid in Full.
Oh, really? Who's in that?
Well,
Paid
Mekhi
in
Phifer. You know who that is?
Who?
Mekhi Phifer.
Oh, yes.
Mekhi Phifer and Wood Harris.
Woody Harrison?
What? No.
Nope.
Wood,
That's- Nope. Nope.
Guys,
Wood Harris.
I am so white, okay?
Well, Wood
like
Harris.
I'm practicing. If I go outside, I burst into flames. You have to teach
We
me.
got
Have
you.
you seen-
We're working
Okay.
on
Have
it.
you seen Remember the Titans?
No.
Well, no, you wouldn't know who Wood Harris.
Paid in Full is on Paramount Plus.
Okay.
Okay, let's go. I might watch that this
Okay.
weekend.
Paid in Full is on Paramount Plus. It should be stated though, of all of the movie, Paid in Full is more of what we call a hood classic. So it's not necessarily the best
This is
cinematic movie.
So is this what I want to dip my toe in with?
Well,
think
see,
you
I
would
don't
really
know
like
that
this
that's
movie.
I don't know that that's the one that you start
Okay.
So
Well, yeah, you wouldn't.
have you
start.
seen Boys in the Hood?
I might have.
I don't think you have.
Who was in that?
Ice Cube. It was Ice Cube's first movie.
No. I saw Friday.
Oh, you know what?
Yeah, you
She
saw
would really,
Friday?
she would like New Jack City.
New Jack City. Have you seen New Jack City?
No, stop
Okay.
asking me this.
See, I'm just assuming
Wesley-
you haven't seen it. I think you should see New Jack.
Wesley
Okay.
Snipes.
Okay, I know he went to
Okay.
prison.
He did.
Yeah.
Great. You know where Wesley Snipes' acting debut was?
Was it that movie?
It wasn't.
Okay.
Anybody? His true acting debut,
No.
like in
no.
front of like a major amount of people,
Mm-mm.
it was the Bad video.
Oh, that was his
Really?
first time.
hmm
Huh. What did he do in it?
He was
He
the
the ops.
street.
Michael
Yeah,
Jackson.
no,
Okay.
like no, he was part of Mike's crew, but he kept challenging him. He kept challenging Mike because he got back from the private school with all the yuppity folks.
right. That's right.
As
That's
Wesley
right.
said.
I
And
thought you were
then-
going to say that.
And
at
then
me.
Michael changed outfits somehow, and the whole screen went color, and he just danced in front of them, and they hugged at the end.
Oh, that sounds wonderful.
That's the most ridiculous part of it. Like, what does this have to do with anything? Yeah. And then they dance around the subway in New York. It's directed by Martin Scorsese.
Is that true?
Bad is directed by Martin Scorsese.
God, guys,
When you-
I am learning so much.
Have you watched a Martin Scorsese movie?
Tell me one. Which one? Goodfellas?
I don't know if I've seen one. Is that,
Goodfellas? Is that
that
Martin
one? I don't know.
Scorsese? I don't think that's Martin Scorsese.
No.
that's one movie.
I think
like
The Departed is Martin Scorsese, but that's not shot like a
The
a
Departed is the
traditional.
Boston joint, right?
Yeah. If you watch a Martin Scorsese movie and then you watch Bad, like you'll see it. Oh, so
Okay.
Goodfellas is a Martin Scorsese movie.
Oh, well, here we
saw
go.
Goodfellas. That's a great movie. I really enjoyed Goodfellas. Just saw it for the first time.
We'll find the right
Okay.
movie to start you with.
Okay.
Paid in Full, it's fine. It's just it's
Throwing
kind
her-
of a deep
I'm throwing
cut.
her into the
Yeah, a
deep
little
end.
bit.
Throwing her
A
into
little bit.
And where
Yeah.
can I find that again?
Paramount
Paramount
Plus.
Plus. Okay.
Yeah.
I have every streaming service.
Oh, you're like Kenny. It's
Oh,
good.
do you have
I
every?
too.
Do you have cable or like YouTube TV?
I have YouTube TV and then every streaming service.
Okay.
And if you want my password, I'll give it to you.
Okay.
Don't say
Because
that over
I-
the air.
I'm not gonna do this
Don't
here,
say
but
that over the-
but-
you could text us that. You didn't have to tell us that over the air.
don't steal them from anybody. Pay for them myself. I'm doing that well.
Look at you.
Yep.
That's amazing. That is absolutely amazing. Next up, Y'all recommending state property. Stop it. She is not watching state property.
Come on.
We'll get you on Menace to Society first.
Okay.
What else? Oh, you're gonna get out to a Kings game with us this year.
Yeah. Oh God, that would make me so happy. I have to tell you.
If I can get you with Kenny, it'll be better than me.
Okay, why is that?
I sit with. I'm like
this guy talking.
I'm in the media area.
Okay.
I am
media
too.
members because that's what I am. He's normally courtside.
No, I'm not.
So
really?
No, she believes you. No,
I
do.
do.
Not listen
I
to this
see
man.
everybody in the
No,
Kyle's.
don't listen to
nodding
any
his
of
head.
these guys.
I didn't know. Wow. Okay.
Yeah. It's tough. You have to like go
I've been
with
being
him.
best friends with D'Lo, but I've been making the wrong decisions.
You would just be standing around watching if you were with me. There's no.
Oh
court
no!
side.
Everybody's
Don't
saying
listen to
no.
this
Thumbs
guy.
down. Kyle says you're a liar.
What are these guys talking about? Don't believe these guys.
It says my mic is muted. Is that true?
You did this last week. It's perfectly okay. Your mic has not been muted for the last 45 minutes.
I have
It's
to tell you
fine.
something. I do not understand your guys' show at all.
Our-
I don't know how you
What
do
is-
any
so
of
much
this
about it.
magic. I don't know how you.
About it.
I don't know how. I don't know.
What is confusing the most? Would it make you feel better if we talked about boobs?
Absolutely.
Because you had a. I don't want like you guys discuss things that even we don't talk about.
like privately or
No,
on
on your
show?
show.
Oh, you should hear what we talk about privately.
Well, I'm
Yikes.
sure.
What's wrong with talking about boobs?
Well, there's nothing talking. I don't have a problem talking about boobs.
Yeah.
When it ships to other part of the anatomy, it gets a little weird. Like again, even we don't do that.
Maybe you should start.
No.
We talked about boobs earlier today because, like, statistically, the most women in America wear a 34 double D. That was the statistic that we were talking about.
Yeah, and that's fine. That's a stat. It was Kevin's reaction to that. That was a little odd.
What was the reaction?
I don't know that I'm allowed to say it here.
We're the same company.
Okay. His reaction was that
I believe, to be fair to Kevin, I believe the question from Gavin was, what do you like about boobs? And
yes.
Kevin answered.
I like to put my face in them.
That was said on the radio.
Yeah.
Well, okay. I mean, it's
not technically an FCC violation.
no,
so,
it's not. It's just
yeah. And then he said
He continued to go on and
then he
talk.
talked about it, and then it started to seem a little less like he's ever touched them. So, but you know, it's fine.
I love Kevin, man. I
That's my
love
guy.
Kevin.
Isn't he a dream?
He's the best.
Yeah.
He is absolutely
I told
hilarious. He
Damien-
says things that are very funny that he doesn't even know are very
Oh,
funny.
absolutely. I told Damien, I'm like, I'm so glad Kevin's back. I've never wanted to be called bitch more than when he was gone. Because that's how he just
Yeah.
he goes, ugh, bitch, come here.
So great. So
that's
great.
my guy right there.
Yeah.
Katie from the Wake Up Call, Monday through Friday, 5:30 a.m. to 10 a.m. 106.5 The End. The regular version of No Name Movie Game will return on Friday.
There we go.
Over there on
Zach
106.
State's very own.
Zach State's very own.
Zach State's own. I love you guys. Thank you, boys.
Katie from the Wake Up Call. We'll be back with more here. We'll get back to Kevin Herter. He was talk of practice yesterday. He's going to be available to play Thursday. We'll talk about that here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Katie.
You guys
Awesome.
are so funny.
Awesome.
They're going to be like, that white girl's back. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. This is so fun.
Seriously.
Okay, I'll talk to you later.
Okay.
Oh, Lord.
Oh, here. I'm going to get you, sucker. It's hilarious. The fake Kevin Hart was in here earlier. That's awesome. That's awesome. Yeah, we got more Katie content coming up. She's going to do stuff with us, and Her and I are going to be doing a lot of stuff together on social media. Barrett, glad you like that. Glad you like that. Glad you like that. She will be. She will be. She will be. Oh, my God. This is one pause moment after another. Yeah, kind of. Kind of, Marcus. Oh, man. 106.5 the end. 106.5 the end. Amazing. Black Dynamite. I think I wrote that, Spencer. I think that's one of the movies that she didn't pull out. Oh, I think the answer would be none. I think the answer would be absolutely none. Yeah, I know. I know. She's been here a while, man, because we had a meeting that we had to be at. So she gets here at like 5, did the show till 10. She ran out for a little bit, came back for a meeting we had at 11:30. Ran out, came back. So she's been here on and off since like 5:30. We do. Yeah. Yeah.
John Bull James would go crazy in that movie. Well, he'd do better than Katie. I don't know if he'd go crazy.
Yeah, James has seen movies. Coach, the 106.5 is more like pop, like Billie Eilish. What's my man name? Teddy Swims, stuff like that. And I mean, old school hip hop. Always a lot of fun when Katie comes to hang out with us. No sound coming from practice yet. James Ham will be back with us in the 3:00 hour. Sean Cunningham tweeted not too long ago that Kevin Huerter would be available for Thursday's season opener at the Golden One Center against the 0-1 Minnesota Timberwolves. I missed this while we were talking to Katie. I apologize. Trey Lyles will also be available to play tomorrow night. That also, according to Sean Cunningham.
There we go. There we go. I'm loving that.
Does having Huerter and Lyles back maybe ease your mind a bit of what we saw in the preseason?
A lot. Yeah, a lot. I know. I feel like with Trey's role, I feel like Trey can walk on the floor and be fine. Like I do.
What's the role that you're thinking of where he can just do that?
I mean, he's probably in for Keegan at the 4. Maybe he moves over to the 5 for Domas a little bit. I feel like tomorrow's and you're better at this than me. I feel like tomorrow's an Alex Lynn game.
Yeah.
With Nas Reed, Rudy.
The Timberwolves looking kind of small out there yesterday.
Did they look small against the Lakers? Because the Lakers are big, no?
But outside of Rudy, they don't have nobody. They don't even have a 7-footer on that team outside of Rudy.
Yeah. Well, how big is Nas Reed?
He's like 6'10", maybe 6'9".
Okay.
So it might be a Trey Lyles game because when Rudy's not in there,
a Trey Lyles. Well, I think Trey's going to play every game, but like a Trey at the 5 game.
Trey Sean McDermott type, game where Sean McDermott is the backup 4, Trey's the backup 5 when Rudy's not out there.
You mean Doug McDermott?
Who'd I say?
You said Sean McDermott. I think I did the same thing. I think I did the same
Sean
thing last week.
Doug McDermott.
I was waiting to see how you were going to tie the Buffalo Bills into all of this, but Doug McDermott.
Definitely not Sean McDermott. It might be
Dougie Buckets.
Dougie Buckets type game.
Okay.
It might be. I don't know, because
Mhm.
that's one of the takeaways I had yesterday with watching Minnesota is, they don't have a lot of bigs outside of Rudy, and they got beat up by the Lakers on the boards in that game. So I don't know. Maybe Trey Lyles is a stretch 5 tomorrow.
Okay.
But I wanted to hear like what your thought was of why you thought it was, and I agree. Like his role is, it's not, you're not asking a ton from him, and it's not.
I think he's probably a 12 to 15-minute guy tomorrow. Maybe he's a 12 to 15-minute guy, period. I could see that number going up as the season goes along, but I think you can get a lot out of him tomorrow in short spurts. And if you need him to kind of help Domas out, like with the way that you just presented it with, maybe Doug McDermott stalling out Keegan or DeMar, however they wind up working that. Yeah, I could absolutely see that. I don't think his role is going to be as it's unfair, not trying to minimize it, but I don't think his role is going to be as taxing as what Kevin's might be.
Agreed.
And I have no idea what Mike plans to do with Kevin Huerter past believing he's going to start him. But you're in there with the big boys. So you're in there with the starters. So you're going to be moving at a bit of a different pace. You're going to be setting the tone of the game, where Trey is more likely to come in where the tone has been set and he's got to maintain it. At least that's what you hope. You don't want them starting slow and the second guys have to come in and pick things up. Ideally, the starters kind of set the tone for everything. And then, the second unit starts to filter in and just continue that same pace, that same run, that same tone.
That's right. Yeah, I'm with that. I'm anxious to see him out there.
Now the question is, what's Keon's role in all of this? How does Keon factor into a game? I think we got some sound from Keon. I'm gonna head over to Matt George's Twitter account, steal some content from Matt and ABC 10 here real quick, and we'll hear directly from Keon Ellis. And I want you to keep that question in the back of your head. What is Keon's role now that, at least we believe, Kevin Huerter is back in the starting lineup? Here's Keon Ellis today at practice.
I think the game will still be played the same way, regardless as to who I'm out there with. Most of the time, either Domas or Fox will probably be out there. So, those guys will do a lot of the initiating and the playmaking or whatever. But, I always play off for other guys anyway. So, I don't think there will be too much of a shift, honestly. And I'm ready for whatever I'll have to do anyway. So I think I'll be fine.
Yeah, I know it's over. Preseason is over.
Oh.
How do you feel like you played?
Me personally, I think I just tried to go out there and do what was needed of me. And kind of, obviously we have some new pieces, so trying to kind of figure out our new offense and how things are going to flow. So kind of just didn't try to go out there and do too much. Just kind of whatever the game gave me, try to just take it. So, but now that the real games are here, so I know it'll be more game plan oriented as far as from other teams. Like they're probably going to really try to emphasize, limiting the amount of touches that our main guys get. So I'll probably have more, or they're going to try to force me to beat them in a sense, or, our role player guys. So just kind of got to be ready for probably more looks and, being ready to do more, I guess.
You've made a career to this point out of being flexible and staying ready and whatever changes you've dealt with it. How much confidence does that give you with whatever the season might bring thrown at you going forward?
I think it gives me all the confidence just because I'm never walking into anything expecting something. So, whatever gets thrown at me, it's like, okay, this is what it is. Just got to go out and do it. So I think that mindset definitely helps me in any situation.
I'm going to hit pause right there, and we'll continue to hear from Keon. I want to bring a couple of other things, courtesy of Matt George, is we're about a minute and a half into this. There's about a minute and a half left. Keon Ellis didn't directly confirm he's coming off the bench. He wasn't asked, but he spoke and answered questions like that's the plan. Again, not directly confirmed, but it's pretty clear he's been told he's coming off the bench with the second unit. Here's more from Keon Ellis.
What would you say, or can you speak on how interchangeable this group is? Different guys playing with each other. I know you're going to get looks with all these different guards that you're playing with. So how comfortable is this entire group in just playing with different lineups?
Well, kind of like I said earlier, I think with the team that we have, so many guys can do the things that we do. Like you don't necessarily need Fox to bring it up the court. Our two can trying to get Keegan to bring it up more. Malik will. DeMar can handle it as well. Domas even too. So I think we can, give teams different looks with how we approach. So I think that's a unique thing to have as well.
What's like the biggest difference, just like preparing for a game, like coming off the bench versus starting? Like, now that you've done both.
That is a great question. Honestly, man, I just roll out there and I don't know, kind of just figure out who I'm guarding and kind of just play the game. But I think, I don't know, if you're starting, I think it's more so like you're kind of setting the tone for the team. There's nights where the starting group starts off great for us, and then there's some nights where the bench has to come in, kind of get us back on track and whatnot. So I think that starter role is just more so like trying to give our team the best first punch. So I think with the bench, and then we go out there and try to maintain that. So I think that's really the two different things when either starting or coming off the bench. I think the game
right there. That man addresses the media like he's been in the league for 15 years.
Well, he had a lot of practice when they were sending him up to the ball. When they were sending him up
This is why we don't get invited to stuff, is this right here. This is why we're constantly in trouble. This stuff right here, pal.
He got his reps in when he was sitting up there.
That's a shoot, though. He most definitely did. I don't think he was asked any tough questions. I thought that question from Deuce at the end was really good, though. It doesn't sound like anything has been confirmed by anybody as to what the plan is. There is a video of Mike. The only video I got of Mike right now, Sean posted, is coach trying to get that kid from Folsom High to go to his alma mater, the University of San Diego.
Oh, the quarterback.
Yeah.
Sorry, Mike. That's not going to happen. This guy's going to Texas.
They don't have that. They don't have that type of money, Coach. Sorry about that.
He's going to Texas to drive a Lamborghini.
Mike, there's a good chance that kid's going to make more money than you next year.
I'll tell you during the break. It's crazy.
Well, I just want to mention Kevin Huerter did speak. Sean Cunningham did post it. We'll play that sound. I don't want to play it now. It's about 6 minutes, and I know we went long with Katie, so we are going to switch it up, and we'll have that Kevin Huerter sound in just a heartbeat. I thought Keon addressed that perfectly. He'll be ready to play. Again, he wasn't asked directly if he's coming off the bench or if he's starting. Matt also tweeted, this is the Jersey Watch continues. Keon had the bench jersey on. I forgot what color it was.
Blue,
while Kevin had the starter's jersey on. Yeah. So, again, all signs are pointing to Kevin Huerter starting tomorrow night's game.
And Keon Ellis, you talk about, you like how he handled it. I mean, he's a professional. Not saying anything about anybody else. This is just talking about Keon. He's a team player.
Mm-hmm.
He's just about doing whatever he has to do for the team. And if that's starting, he's ready for that. If that's coming off the bench, he's ready for that. And that's valuable. That's valuable on a team. And that's something that you need if you're going to be a winning team. A guy that's willing to do anything at all times to be effective and help you guys win. And Keon is one of those guys. Keon Ellis is one of the guys that you need if you're going to be a conference finals team.
Yeah.
You need a Keon Ellis.
Chris Biederman in the Sacramento Bee. He's going to join us. We'll get his thoughts on the Kings, Kevin Huerter's return, Trey Lyles' return, what he thinks about the starting lineup. We'll also talk with the co-host of Candlestick Chronicles about the San Francisco 49ers, what it looks like headed into the Dallas Cowboys game this weekend. And Chris has been reporting on the developments with the A's in Sacramento. We've got all of that coming up. Plus, you'll hear from Kevin Huerter, and James Ham will return from practice to give us an update on the Kings here with D'Lo and KC, Sacramento sports leader, ESPN 1320. Oh boy, Chris Biederman in here. What's up, Chris?
What's up, guys? How are you?
Good, man. How are you?
What's up, Chris?
Hanging in. Ready for this basketball season to start.
One more day.
Yes, sir. Take it you guys will be in the building.
We will. Yeah, we'll be there right before the tip, but we'll be there.
You guys got plans?
No, we're here. I mean, we're at work
Oh,
we're at work till 6. We're on the air till 6 and record our last hour at KSFM and then head over there.
Got it.
Were you at the Chiefs game?
I was not.
Oh,
I was not. I had a bachelor party over the not my bachelor party, but a buddy's bachelor party over the weekend.
nice.
Are you having a bachelor party?
Already had it.
Hey,
We did San Diego in August.
Nice. When are you guys getting married?
April 5th.
Okay. Very good.
Yeah.
Very, very good.
Right in the heat of it.
that's a good time though. That's a good time. It's before the playoffs. I guess it's final weekend, but that's not really a big deal. That's a good time. It's a lot better.
Well, Chris is going to be in big trouble if Sac State's in the Final Four.
That's a good point.
I think we'll make it work regardless of Sac State's status.
April's a good time. The September, October weddings are a little crazy. It's a little crazy. I'll never forget. I've told this story before. My cousin, my dear cousin, love her to death. She got married. I think it was September 12th. And it was Johnny Manziel against Alabama, Floyd versus Canelo, and there was like one other crazy game on. And I was
give me the wedding video or whatever. I'll see you guys some other day.
I was in the damn wedding. And this was before YouTube TV, so I couldn't just have my little. I would have been good. Oh man! And it was like
when we got engaged, we were thinking about an October wedding, and then we were trying to plan it, but it was well before the NFL schedule came out, and I got friends who are in the football world, and I just couldn't do that to them, like schedule a wedding, and so we decided to go with the spring, give us a little bit more time anyway, but should be nice. I've looked at average temperature April 5th is like 74.
There you go.
So we're gonna be grooving.
Moral of the story: sports rules all.
Absolutely.
Sports
I avoided Masters weekend too. Don't tell my fiance that, but that was my push for April 5th and not the following weekend.
Hey, babe, we should do our honeymoon in Augusta, Georgia.
It's beautiful this time of year.
We're coming back, Chris. Hang on. Happy to be back here with our man Chris Biederman of the Sacramento Bee. So much we want to talk with our guy Chris about. Man, Chris, welcome. Always fun talking to you. King season is back tomorrow. It sure sounds like Kevin Huerter is going to be the starting two guard for the Sacramento Kings when they take the floor tomorrow night, and Keon Ellis will be coming off the bench. What do you think about these latest developments?
Yeah, it's going to be interesting because there were points last year before Kevin Huerter got hurt where the feeling was that Mike Brown seemed to be wanting more from Kevin defensively, and I think that was the reason for some of the quick hooks in those games, and Huerter not playing in crunch time. I remember doing a game in Denver where Huerter didn't really play at all in the fourth quarter in the second half, and mentioned it after the game. He wanted to be out there. And it was kind of a thing for the next few weeks was that, and then Keon Ellis came in and of course had his emergence. He shot at a really high level on top of the defense he was playing. And it was pretty clear that, that Keon Ellis would take over that role. So this feels like a pivot towards, sort of the discussion that was happening last year with the Kings was like, do you really prioritize offense or do you prioritize getting better on defense, improving defensively? And to me, this is a nod towards, what gives the offense the best chance at looking like it was, 2 years ago when the Kings had the best offense in the league, creating all that space. And when you have DeMar DeRozan, I think DeRozan's going to fit fine. Like, I don't think that's going to be a problem. But I think what you get with Kevin Huerter is a lot more movement, a lot more spacing to complement what you have with DeRozan. So on that end, I think it makes sense. I'm curious to see defensively how it's going to work. And I think one of the things that is going to happen throughout the season. I mean, this is going to be an evolving situation, right? The Kings have a lot of guards, and maybe not. They might have needs elsewhere on the wing as the season goes on. So maybe this is an opportunity to showcase Kevin Huerter to potentially move him at the deadline too. So I think it seems like an offensive first move, and it's interesting given the context of what happened last year with Huerter before the injury regarding Mike Brown wanting more defensively out of him.
This kind of reminds me a little bit, Chris, you probably heard this a lot, like in football nowadays, I think they say don't spend a whole lot on a cornerback or whatever, because the way the game is played, the rules and all this other stuff, you're not going to hold teams to 12 points a game. Like, they're going to get their points and stuff like that. So, work around the whole cornerback situation or whatever. It's almost like this with the Kings and starting Kevin Huerter and going that way. Yeah, Keon Ellis is a better defender. He's not going to turn you into a top 5 defensive team. So why not lean into what could possibly make you a top 5 offensive team and at least try that out first and see if that can get you back to where you were 2 years ago. I was a proponent of Keon starting, but I have no problem with Kevin Huerter starting. I completely understand the benefits of him potentially starting at the 2 guard spot.
Yeah, and I think we'll probably see Keon start at some point, right? Like, if it doesn't work, Mike Brown has shown that he's willing to make changes in the starting lineup. So I think it's really gonna depend on how Huerter shoots. You remember 2 years ago, there were stretches where he would go like 6 weeks shooting 50% from 3, and then the next 6 weeks he would be at like 20%, just like super streaky, right? But when he was shooting really well, the Kings were almost impossible to beat. The offense was just too good. So with DeMar DeRozan now taking up more space in the mid-range game, and to have Huerter in the corners or coming off screens or doing the DHO game with Sabonis, I think does make a lot of sense from an offensive perspective. But it'll be interesting because first up for the Kings tomorrow night is Anthony Edwards, and I'm guessing it'll be Keegan Murray on Ant, but I'm sure Keon Ellis will get some looks on him as well as the game goes on. But defensively, it'll be interesting to see. But this move to me says the Kings are like, all right, we're just going to try to score 125 a night and see if anybody can beat us that way.
I'm actually perfectly fine with that. Did anything that you saw in the preseason bother you, or is that just preseason nonsense, sweeping under the rug, keep it moving?
I don't think it's necessarily nonsense. Like, you'd love to win a game and not have to go into the season without that feeling of, yeah, we won a couple games here. We got a couple wins under our belt. But I don't know that there's really anything to be too concerned about. This is a team, particularly last year, that kind of backed its way into the play-in tournament, right? Malik Monk got hurt. I think they lost, I forget exactly what the number was, but they lost a number of significant games down the stretch run, leading to them falling into the play-in. And I think this team is, loaded with veterans and understands that it needs to play its best ball in March and April and not necessarily, early October. So not super concerned about that, but if they get off to a slow start, then it'll certainly be a bullet point worth revisiting, I think.
Were there positives that you took away from that preseason? I mean, it was an ugly preseason. But were there some things that you were able to watch when you were watching the Kings and be like, oh, I'm interested to see them expound on that, or this player expound on this part of his game that he showed during the preseason?
I'm real interested in the DeMar DeRozan fit. The thing that stood out to me about his press conference, the main quote was, I'm like water. I go wherever I'm needed or I can adapt. I think he gives the offense a different club in the bag from the standpoint of, somebody else who can go get a bucket, whether, at all 3 levels, really, particularly in the mid-range and obviously attacking the basket. I'm just curious and we didn't really see this so much in the preseason, but what's the push and pull like in clutch moments between him and De'Aaron? And is that awkward and clunky at all? Or do these guys are these guys, do they have chemistry? Are they playing off of each other? Is there any, I got it, you take it type thing going on in clutch moments? Because these are 2 guys who typically have the ball in their hands in the biggest moments. and two guys who have been at the top of the league in clutch scoring the last couple of years. So I think obviously that's a good thing to have two guys like that, but I'm just curious to see how it works. And that's the biggest thing I'm curious about. And, what we didn't really see that in the preseason. So I kind of skirted around your question, but I think that also speaks to my overall feeling on the preseason and that it's easy to overreact. And I think once we have a couple games that'll be far more valid to react to.
We'll hear what Kevin Huerter had to say following practice coming up here in just about 10-15 minutes or so. Chris Biederman of the Sacramento Bee with us here, and the co-host of Candlestick Chronicles, of course, with Kyle Madsen, available wherever you get podcasts from. 49ers and Cowboys this week. 49ers coming off their latest loss, Chris, to the Kansas City Chiefs. What are they, 3-4 now? Level of concern for the San Francisco 49ers, Chris Biederman, is what?
It's pretty high. I mean, this is a team that is very injured, right? It's coming off a game where it was missing its top three receivers. Its fourth receiver is a rookie who got shot in late August, who was making his debut. You're missing one of your highest paid defensive players in Javon Hargrave. You don't have Dre Greenlaw, and you don't have Talanoa Hufanga. And offensively, it seems like they're kind of in an identity crisis because they don't have Christian McCaffrey. They're passing the ball a lot more. They're relying on play action a lot less. Brock Purdy's holding on to the ball a lot longer. And it's not the offense that we've come to know from Kyle Shanahan from the standpoint of the ball's coming out quickly, right? There's a lot of designer plays that gets guys open in space. They're not a yards after the catch team anymore, which is what we've become so used to. Right. So there are all these just characteristics of this offense that are just lacking from what we're used to. And it's kind of hard to parse. That being said, this team was 2021 was 3-5. In 2022, they were 3-4, same record. And they ended up going to the NFC Championship games both seasons. So, I don't think the season is over by any means. I think the NFC West is still super winnable. I haven't seen the injury updates from Kyle Shanahan as of, I believe he's spoken to the media as of Wednesday afternoon. I haven't seen anything yet in terms of the injured guy's status. But, I mean, losing Brandon Ayuk, Christian McCaffrey not playing this week and being uncertain to come back after the bye, it feels like when the 49ers lost Elijah Mitchell in the preseason and they rolled in with JP Mason. Mason's a great player who was also on our podcast last night, by the way. People should check that out. But
your podcast
Mason's
is
been
star-studded, by the way. Don't think that's flying under the radar. You guys got big stars on that pod.
Yeah, shout out to our guy Kyle Madsen, man, doing some excellent producing. But they went into the season with Mason really as their only established running back, and this is a team that has been among the most run heavy in the league in the last few years. And while Mason is among the league leaders in rushing attempts, Kyle Shanahan is still passing more than he ever has. I think because he doesn't love his running back options. And so, I wonder if at the trade deadline, they're going to add a running back so they could get back to their identity of being a run first offense, put Brock Purdy in better situations, utilize play action a lot more. And then when Christian McCaffrey comes back, you can hit the ground running instead of trying to be this offense that they haven't been in the last few years. It's been kind of weird to see.
To your earlier question, today at practice, no Debo, no Juwan Jennings, no Kittle, no Trent Williams. Trent Williams was rest. The other ones were dealing with injuries. Chris Conley was limited. Nick Bosa was limited. Jordan Mason was limited. And then obviously the injured reserve, Brandon Ayuk. And I want to ask you a question about him. Just a devastating injury for him, the ACL and the MCL. And I'm worried about him moving forward. I think in this day and age with the medicine and the advancements we've made, people hear ACL and like, oh, that sucks. He's out for the season. But he'll be back. I don't think we'll ever see Brandon Ayuk the way that we saw him last year or coming into. I think he's going to be a different receiver. He relied a lot on cuts and, quick cuts and things of that nature. And I don't know if he can get that back with the ACL. And I think, man, I don't know what the future holds for him. I saw a couple of things where some people have compared like the recovery times, and they said it's 12, maybe 13 months of recovery gets him back late next year. But just your thoughts on Brandon Ayuk and what this means for his future, because I just feel like people kind of dismiss the injury a little bit, and that's a major deal, especially with a wide receiver trying to come back from an ACL and an MCL tear.
Yeah, I bet that's the key. It's an ACL, MCL, and the report said there was other damage too. So we don't know what that other damage was specifically, but the fact that there is other damage, sometimes you hear guys tear their ACL and then they come out of it. It was a clean tear, just the ACL, 8 months, he'll be back to doing football things. Doesn't sound like that's the case. And that's tough. And it's really tough for Brandon Ayuk. I think fortunately for him, he did get his contract, right? Because this is exactly why you get your contract. A year before you are technically a free agent, you get this, so you get a little bit of security. So good on him for getting his deal. But yeah, I don't think it is any guarantee that he's going to be back at full speed next season. And you're probably looking at, 2026 when it comes to approximating the all-pro level that Brandon Ayuk was at. And that's a long time, man. Like Nick Bosa talked about it when he tore his ACL, just the mental grinds that you go through to get back. It's just you can go to a dark place mentally. And so, given that, Brandon Ayuk had the contract stuff, he didn't get off to a great start to the season. It seemed like fans came down on him pretty hard. He's a guy who's definitely online. Like, you worry about his mental health and you worry about how he's going to handle it and how he's going to bounce back. And hopefully, hopefully the recovery goes well for him. Hopefully he finds a way to pull himself out of it and become the best version of himself he can be afterwards. But that's the first thing that my mind goes to. And from a 49ers perspective, like, this is why you draft Ricky Pearsall, right? Like, we thought they were taking Pearsall because Deebo Samuel might not be with the team beyond 2025. Well, sometimes in the NFL, things change, right? If you followed the 49ers the last few years, one thing you know for certain is that things can change rapidly, whether it's Jimmy Garoppolo's on the trading block to all of a sudden Jimmy Garoppolo is a starting quarterback, right? So you draft Ricky Pearsall, maybe thinking, oh, they're not going to pay Deebo Samuel beyond 2025. Turns out he might be your insurance for Brandon Ayuk because, he suffers an injury and now you have a real need at receiver. So Ricky Pearsall fills that void, at least for now. And we'll see if Pearsall can be that guy to step up and fill in, because those are big shoes to fill. I know Ayuk wasn't having the best year, but this is a guy who was an all-pro last year who just got a top of the market contract. So there are gonna be a lot of eyeballs on Ricky Pearsall, and I think he's a good player, but we'll have to see. We'll have to see what it looks like.
I got a quick question for both of you guys, kind of following up about that. And I'm happy that Brandon Ayuk got paid and got his money and everything, but everybody's like, oh, yeah, that's why you hold out and that's, you get paid and all this other stuff. But I'm trying to do the math with the timeline that me and Chris just kind of broke down. Doesn't he start to get into, like, by the time we think he's back or feeling good, doesn't he get into the time where they could cut him? Like 26, like maybe he plays 26, but like, isn't that where, like, it's kind of like where we're at with Deebo, right? They're like, all right, this is the last year of Deebo and they're going to cut him in the offseason. We talking because they tore up the last year, and this is the start of the contract this year. Next year, is a regular year. 26, wouldn't that be the start of? They could start to cut him. I don't think they would cut him at 26, but you're starting to enter that territory, huh?
Well, just on math, isn't he coming back? Sorry, Chris, go ahead.
No, you're good. 26, they have an out after 26. I just pulled up the contract right now. So it's essentially a 3-year, $76 million deal. And there are other years after that. He has a $42 million cap hit in 27 and a $44 million cap hit in 28. So they have an out after 26. If Brandon Ayuk doesn't play, very much next year and is not quite all the way back in 26, it's hard to imagine him, being on the books for $42 million against the cap in 27. So yeah, I think I haven't thought about this, and that's a good point, but I think after 26 it becomes questionable, and this is why, if you're Brandon Ayuk, you're fighting tooth and nail for every guaranteed dollar you can get, because this is exactly what you need insurance for in case something like this happens. And so it's tough, man, but at least he got his money.
And unfortunately for him, he's got to come back and produce like almost immediately. Yeah. And I timeline, it's not my ACL, but I feel like he could be back next year.
Yeah,
I always give it a year.
I mean, we're in week 7.
Yeah, so week 7 or 8 next year.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like in a year,
Yeah.
I think a year is being really generous with ACLs today. But it's also
We'll see.
getting thrown to the fire. Like it's like, all right, you're back. It's week 7. It's week 8. It's whatever. Go. And that's
I mean, Nick Bosa had it happen to him in 2020. Still came back and won Defensive Player of the Year a couple years later. So, guys recover, but I think every case is different. So we'll have to see.
Chris, if we hit the point where it's just like one injury too many, like how many times can we ask this team to overcome different things that have happened this year? If we gotten to the point where it's just like, look, man, we're gonna go out there, we're gonna try. What do you want us to do? This ain't it.
Yeah, that was what 2020 was all about. It was just like there are just too many injuries. And, fortunately, not fortunately, but like the Niners, of all the injuries they have, only Ayuk and Hargrave are season ending. They're still hoping to get Greenlaw back. They're still hoping to get McCaffrey back. Obviously, with Samuel dealing with pneumonia, if it's not this week, it seems like likely he would be back after the bye in Tampa. So you still have between all your guys who are not on IR, season ending IR, you still have a pretty good roster. So, and we talked about this on the pod a lot, like this is kind of what happens, this overall lack of depth when you trade away so many draft assets to get guys. And when those guys aren't available for you, like Christian McCaffrey, or, just essentially lighting 3 first-round picks on fire for Trey Lance, like this is where it's really tough to overcome injuries when you just don't have that depth. And I'm not faulting them for making those deals because, at the time, I still think the Trey Lance trade was smart, given just the thinking behind it. And Christian McCaffrey obviously has proven to be a great addition for them. But this is the other side of it. When you deal with injuries and you don't have, 3 first-round picks and the second and third or whatever it was that you traded to Carolina for McCaffrey, those are guys who could be starting for you right now. And, maybe your special teams are better because your overall depth is better. So that's the risk in investing all these draft picks and making these trades. It's paid off in previous years for the Niners, but so far this year it hasn't. And so we'll see if these guys get healthy. I still think if they're healthy, they can win the NFC West. I still believe that.
And that's my focus shifted a couple weeks ago to your path to the rest of this season. It wasn't anymore about first seed, second seed. I thought that was after the Cardinals game where I was thinking this. It was like, all right, that's kind of out the window, especially with how Detroit and Minnesota are playing. But my thought shifted to, all right, you got the division. You know what I mean? And this was before the Seattle game. But I was like, hey, kind of tailgate Seattle. You stay around, try to get healthy, win the division. You get the wild card game at home, and then you go on the road and see what you can do. You've done it in the past. Let's see if you can do it again. But that's where the focus is. And luckily, they're not in the NFC North where, people can just run away with that division. They're in a division where they're one game out of first place right now. So that might be their saving grace.
And everybody in the NFC is like either 1 or 2 games over or 1 or 2 games under, right? It's not there's a big meaty section of the NFC right in the middle where the Niners currently find themselves. And, if they beat Dallas, which they've done plenty of times in the last few years, and they go to Tampa and win, then all of a sudden, you're 5-4. You're probably in a decent spot to win the division, and like you said, host a home game. So, it swings week to week, right? Like it went from Niners were feeling great after winning in Seattle, being atop the division, and things are finally going to piece together. They lose to the Chiefs. They lose a bunch of guys to injuries. Man, season's over. This sucks. You remember a couple of years ago, they got killed by the Chiefs at home also in Christian McCaffrey's first game. And then they won 11 in a row. So I'm not saying that's going to happen, but the NFL is definitely a week to week league. Not to speak in a cliche, but it's definitely a week to week league, and things can change quickly. And if they get their guys back and put it on Dallas Sunday, then they'll have a week to rest up and get ready for the second half for the post bye stretch.
You can't lose games and win in the NFL.
I've heard that before. I've heard that. It's a great line from Trent Dilfer, and he has never been more right. Chris, it's not often we just kind of jump from topic to topic to topic with Chris, but you've been reporting on some developments with the A's coming to Sacramento. What have you found out in recent days about that move?
Yeah, they're gonna have grass after all. It was initially, when they were planning in June, the players talking with the A's and the Major League Baseball, they were gonna have artificial turf, and that was, I obviously didn't was not a positive development, I don't think, from a perception standpoint on the A's coming. And then since then, Major League Baseball and the A's and the Players Association had an outside expert determine that there is a type of grass that they can use that would be durable enough to handle 156 home games and everything that comes with that, with the River Cats and A's sharing that stadium. So it is going to be natural grass, much to Scott Boris's delight. And it's going to be, it would have been really tough to, with how hot it is in Sacramento, to have Major League Baseball players standing out on, 120-degree turf outfields. That's just tough sledding. And so I think it's a really positive development. And talking to some of the guys on the A's during that last series against Texas, they made it pretty clear that they much preferred grass. And that, the stadium had a long way to go. And I think the playing surface was a big point of contention there, but they came to an agreement that it's going to be grass. And I think the players are going to be much better off for it.
Yeah. We would have fun on the show about people talking about how just Lawrence Butler would just melt into the turf.
Well, how are they going to keep the grass green? It's Sacramento, for God's sake.
Right. We would have fun with that, and people kind of going overboard with it. But this is the better option. Like if you can find a way, and it seems like it's 2024, give them an unlimited ability to use water. I know we have the little water blackout days here in Sacramento in the summer, but let Sutter Health Field have unlimited days. It seems like you could keep.
Oh, Kenny. Wow. Kenny hates the environment. Oh, the little baseball team can just have all of the water. Real nice, Kenny.
They can have
cancel Caraway.
They can have my Thursday, which is I have Tuesday and Thursdays. They can have the Thursday.
No, you have artificial
water the grass anyway, but they can have that, and they can do what they got to do to keep it fresh. But this does seem like this. It doesn't seem like this is the better option to have natural grass.
Yeah, for sure. And I'm curious to see. Like, my big question is, like, what's it going to be like for a River Cats employee, right? Because I've interned for the River Cats in the past, full disclosure, and it's working in sports and working in baseball where you have a game every day is hard enough, but I couldn't imagine staffing, 2 teams. Yeah. So that's one thing. Like, I feel for those people. And a lot of them are Kings employees too. A lot of the business people are Kings employees too. So now they're taking up, 3 teams essentially. So I'm feeling for those people, but in terms of, what it means for Sacramento, obviously it's going to be really fun. It's going to be cool for the big games, and hopefully the A's are competitive enough to where they remain interesting as a team. So where it's not like, come watch the Yankees or the Cubs or the Red Sox beat down a quadruple A team. Let's see if the A's can put together a winning product and make it compelling in front of those fans who go to Sacramento.
Great catching up with you, Chris. We appreciate you as always, my friend. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you guys for having me.
It's our guy, Chris Biederman, right there. Make sure you follow him, all of his great stuff over for the Sacramento Bee. And then, of course, his podcast with Kyle Madsen covering the San Francisco 49ers, Candlestick Chronicles. It's second to none if you're a San Francisco 49ers fan. We will come back. You'll hear from Kevin Herter, and you'll hear from Mike Brown.
And people talk crazy about ESPN. We've talked about it before. They hate ESPN. And we talk crazy about some of the things on ESPN. Looks like they got something right. Finally got something
That was
right.
aggressive, and you pointed at me when you said that. I don't know what to.
Well, you work for ESPN.
Well, my colleagues, boy, I tell you. We'll come back. Steelo and KC here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. I'm going to cut that Katie segment every week for YouTube, and I'll try to figure out how to do something.
Nah, Ramsey, you know what? I just thought about that. I'm not prepared. I don't want to just throw anything out there. I see me. Yeah, yeah, yeah. The funny thing is, I didn't hear nothing from none of the people that would usually be saying. I hear nothing because that was the first thing they'd always thought. They'd always go to that, and they couldn't wait to tweet that kind of stuff. But then this happened. Now I checked too. I was looking. I went to the timelines. I didn't see nothing. What a coinky dink.
Adrian.
Yeah, that's a good point. I was looking. I was like, oh, let me see what they got to say, because they covering all things this situation. Let me see what they got to Nah, nothing. Not a damn thing. Oh, okay. I'll see what time it is.
What you wanted.
I gotta see what time it is. All right. All right, bet. I just be watching, man. I just be watching people. That's all I really do in life. I just contrary to what my job is, I don't say a whole lot. I just be watching. I see things and make mental notes. I'm like, oh, okay. That's what we're doing. All right. I'm a people watcher. That's one of my favorite things to do in Las Vegas. That's one of my favorite things to do in downtown Sacramento is just sit there and watch people. Because people are hilarious. People are entertaining, even when they're not trying to be. Tomorrow, Katrina. Tomorrow. Thursdays are kicking it with KC. Yeah, that was perfect. That was perfect. It's the best campaign out right now. And then I think I retweeted it. Shout out Nike basketball. I see you. Did you happen to see that tweet last night from Nike basketball?
I don't think I did.
I think they had it might have just been the words, but maybe they had a picture of LeBron and Ant, and it said still the king, no lies detected.
Very good. You got to cover for me, bro.
Oh no, I got you. Well, look, this is what we're gonna do.
This protein bar is nasty.
No, this is what we're gonna do. I got you. Don't worry about it. I'm gonna tell everybody about Prize Picks. Prize Picks is the only real money daily fantasy platform with an injury insurance policy so that your lineup stay in play, even if one of your players gets injured. If your player leaves in the first half and doesn't return, Prize Picks keeps your lineup alive. I had that same thing happen to me this past Sunday with Jaden Daniels. I still was able to collect a little bit, man. So NBA season's here. I'm getting these lineups in. And look, it's the first week of the NBA season, so I'm getting one every day. Today I got one. I got my lineup set. It's all buckets.
Okay.
It's all buckets today, baby. We ain't worried about the rebounds, assists, none of that. It's all buckets. I got Andrew Nembhard.
Okay.
They got him at 10.5 points. I got him going over that.
Okay.
They got Cam Johnson, 14.5 points. I'm going over for that.
Mm-hmm.
Bam Adebayo, 16.5 points.
Saw that.
I'm going over for that.
I see you.
Giannis, y'all gonna stop disrespecting my boy Giannis. He's gonna make sure that tonight on national television, 28.5 points. I'm going over. This is a 30-piece tonight for Giannis.
Okay.
And then my boy, I feel like I'm a one-man wolf back here. He's gonna start his third season off with a bang. Paolo Banchero, more than 22.5 points tonight. That's my lineup right now. I did a flex pick too, so I only got to get 3 of those picks right. and I get some cash, man. So shout out Prize Picks. Download the app today. Use the code KIFM to get $50 instantly after you play your first $5 lineup. That code KIFM gets you $50 instantly after that $5 lineup.
It does, and I needed it because I lost last night because I didn't think Anthony Davis was going to do what he did.
I didn't either. He stepped his game up.
I'll give you my 3 picks here real quick. I went with Steph, 4.5 made threes.
I saw that one too.
I went over.
Yeah.
I went over.
I was thinking the same thing.
Scoop.
Oh, you're getting ambitious.
20
now.
points, rebounds, and assists. I went over.
That's a good pick, though. That's a good play.
This is the one that I'm not sure
It's
about.
only 20?
Yeah, that's what I thought. I was
That's a good play. That's a good play.
And then your boy against Detroit, Tyrese Halliburton. I went 10 plus assists.
Those are good plays. You might.
Well, we'll find out.
Lineup might pay off
it's not
tonight. Lineup might pay off tonight.
Yeah, I got some dollars here. Like my biggest thing is like, what if I win? I'm gonna get addicted. Kind of like that music I was listening to yesterday. You just get addicted to it. Come on, man. Let's cook. Prize Picks, baby.
Run your game.
Prize
Must be present
Picks.
in certain states. Visit prizepicks.com for more details.
Let's hear from your head coach.
What, I guess looking at the games kicking off last night and your opponent played, and what did you see from the Timberwolves that with a new look with without Karl-Anthony Towns, a new look with Julius Randle?
They're still big. It's really, really big team. It would take a little bit of time to get used to playing with one another. You could tell, but as bad as they think they might have played, they still had a chance to win it, and so they're a very, very formidable opponent. And it starts with their size. Also starts with Anthony Edwards and then Julius Randle, and then even the big fella Rudy Gobert. So good team. We're going to have to figure out a way to keep them off the glass. We're going to have to figure out a way to protect the paint while getting the shooters too.
When you have obviously Kevin's cleared to go. As a coach, do you have to look at him any different when he's coming back in that first game? I mean, I don't know if there's a minutes restriction at all, but you kind of have to watch out for him a little.
No minutes restriction. But obviously you want to be able to make sure that you have a feel for how the players are playing out there. He hadn't played in a while, and he could be out of rhythm a little bit. Who knows? But there are no restrictions there for him to be on the floor.
Mike, having an asset like Keon, though, who I know he got your attention by how he played at the end of the blowout in Houston, but staying ready, and you can plug him in if anything happens over the course of the season. How valuable is that from a coach?
Extremely valuable. He's different than what we have in terms of his skill set, and you like the fact that you can throw him into the game and he can guard multiple guys on the perimeter, different types of players, especially guys that thrive in the pick and roll situation, while also being able to knock down an open catch and shoot three. His deflection rate is off the charts. And then for a guy his size, he's a pretty good rebounder too. So there are a lot of good things that we see from a young guy in Keon, and you love his readiness because every time we called his number and threw him in the game, he seemed to have an impact in some way, shape, or form.
Building off that too, we know you like to stagger your rotations, to stagger your lineup. So how valuable and how well do you think prepared these guys are to play with anybody at any given time with the different looks they'll get?
We're getting there, and one of the things I reminded our guys that it's a process, it's a journey, and to try to think about the outcome every single time we step on the floor isn't realistic, where I don't want our guys to do that. Part of it is because we had a lot of guys injured, and we have some guys coming back now, and guys that are coming back are probably going to play, and so that means that there are going to be lineups that we throw out on the floor that haven't played together at all, and you talk about when you're watching the Timberwolves, they were making a little bit of a deal of, hey, this lineup only played once together, really, we haven't played with Kevin in 6 months in the lineup. We haven't played with that lineup at all because DeMar wasn't with us last year, So we're going to have some newness to us, and I just don't want our players, whether we're doing bad, to get frustrated, and if we're doing good, I don't want us to be here neither. We got to try to stay even keeled and understand that we keep embracing the process, the details, and the outcome's going to take care of itself eventually the right way, in my opinion.
You mentioned
I'm gonna hit pause right there before it sounded like Sean Cunningham continues to talk right there. A couple of things from Mike standing out. One, I feel like that's the most I've ever heard him glow about Keon, which obviously that's awesome. The other thing being reverting back to a conversation we had to start the show. We saw a new version of the Minnesota Timberwolves debut. We saw a very new version of the New York Knicks debut. Both obviously went against the Lakers. The Lakers hit on all cylinders. They got an MVP performance from Anthony Davis. We saw an entirely new level from Jason Tatum. We saw the Boston Celtics pick up where they left off in terms of the amount of threes that they take and the amount of threes that they hit. Tied the record, I think, with like 8 minutes left to go. Couldn't break it along the way, but they played really. They played against basketball teams that played really well. But it's hard to dismiss the newness factor of that of Minnesota and New York. And did I downplay a little bit? Because I truthfully didn't think of it. I thought DeMar. How much of an adjustment is it for everybody here in a regular season basketball game? DeMar DeRozan, big role for the Sacramento Kings, coming off a massive role for Chicago, San Antonio, Toronto, so on. And I didn't even factor in the fact that none of those, Trey Lyles, Kevin Huerter, they haven't played with DeMar. Yeah. And Keon hasn't been the super impactful Keon Ellis that he became consistently with Kevin and Malik, and certainly not with DeMar around. Maybe there's a little bit more newness than I gave it credit for originally.
I mean, I thought you laid it out perfectly earlier, and we told people about this. We said, look, this may be something that takes 10 to 15 games to get comfortable. Their job is to find a way to win while figuring out, while getting comfortable and creating some cohesion on the offensive end. We'll find out. We'll find out if they're able to do it. But there are elements to this offense in particular that they're just going to have to get comfortable with over time and playing with each other and being on the floor and going through different situations and read and react and all this other stuff and understanding the style of play that everybody likes to play. And that only takes time and reps and real game time reps. So there is going to be an adjustment period. Even with as sloppy as it didn't happen for the Knicks yesterday, but as sloppy as the Timberwolves looked yesterday, there was a point in the fourth quarter where they were down 4. They were in that game. They had an opportunity to come away with the win. And that's what the Kings are going to have to do while they're trying to like get used to each other. When you have opportunities to win, cash it out, win the ball game.
Let's hear more from Mike Brown here following practice today.
One of those guys, how's Trey looking? You kind of expect him to be possibly cleared to go as well?
Yeah, Trey will be cleared to play. He looks good, but again, it's similar to Kev. He hadn't played the whole preseason, so you don't really know what you're going to get, but he'll be available.
How much can you imagine playing a team with that length without him? And obviously Orlando's not around, and I mean, just how much will he be utilized in that way coming back from his injury? During the minute sheets, because I just got word that he completed his last test just now to be cleared to play. But during the minute sheets prior to this, like I did a minute sheet last night, and looked a little thin in terms of not in terms of how deep the team is. I like my team, but trying to say, okay, Kev, you may have to match up with Julius Randle for these 2 minutes here, or Keon, you may have to match up with Naz Reid for these.
Now, with Trey back, we don't necessarily have to do that because Trey can fill the void as a bigger body.
You have to see how that second unit's going to work right now. Getting all the pieces back, coming off the bench. It's also about getting them all together.
No, and that's part of it. I was talking to somebody a little earlier. This is probably the least amount of feel that I have for my group going into regular season, and it's due to the injuries, and then the addition of DeMar too, and trying to figure out the rotations and how we're going to use everybody. But I'm excited about it. The guys, we scrimmaged yesterday, and so we got a little bit better feel of it. But we'll have to kind of wait and see as time goes on, because we may do some things tomorrow that we may not do in game 5 or 6.
Is there fear or anxiety?
Is it what?
Is there any fear or anxiety over that?
No, I mean, there's butterflies.
I hit pause right there. I want to hear from Kevin Huerter also. A couple of things that stood out there in the second part of Mike Brown. I've never heard the term minute sheet before. Clearly, he was trying to figure out how to match guys up, or the coaching staff, trying to figure out how to match guys up. You say he looked a little thin here, and I think I think he was referencing by the examples that he used the size of those guys, and asking the idea of Keon guarding Naz Reid is just spectacular. Like I love that, but learning. As he noted, excuse me, that Trey Lyles will be available. That's going to help them quite a bit.
No, it is, man. He balances out that rotation coming off the bench, because you did have a little bit of a gaping hole in that scenario.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe you ask Doug McDermott to play a little power forward or something like that, and you have Alex Lynn always there as your backup 5. But even Doug McDermott's more of a small forward. What you gonna ask him to guard Naz Reid or Julius Randle? So Trey Lyles being back into that rotation balances a lot of stuff out and helps put people back into their proper place.
Let's switch from Mike to Kevin Huerter. Kevin Huerter also spoke after practice today. Again, thanks to Sean Cunningham for these videos. Thanks to Matt George. We used some of his stuff earlier. Here's Kevin Huerter following practice. He's back. Mic check.
Ready for World Series?
Yeah. We'll be in town too.
World Series question. All right.
How locked into that can you be?
God damn it, Sean.
If we're not playing, then I'll be about as locked in as you can be. So excited for it, for sure.
What would a World Series victory for the Yankees mean for you?
15 years of waiting for the last one,
15 years. Boo-hoo, Kevin.
I was a young buck. Forget how old I was, but follow them every year. So this will be exciting for sure.
Kevin, you play Thursday?
I'll be in tomorrow, yeah. I'll be in tomorrow.
Look forward to that, after many months of not playing.
Of course. Sat around a while. A lot of rehab, a lot of time spent in the weight room. This is now the fun part.
It would have been amazing if he was like, not really. Tone said, are you looking forward to that? It would have been great if Kevin was like, no, not really, man.
This is what I got to do.
I got to get a paycheck, bro. What you think this is? You enjoy clocking in? That's all I'm doing. I'm punching the clock here, dog.
Part of getting on the court and getting to play.
How you feeling?
I feel good. I got a lot of good practice days in for the past couple weeks. Really good treatment by our medical staff. Obviously, the whole time, just keeping the surgeon in the loop, and front office has been great. And so, we all kind of feel like we're in a good spot. And next step in my progression is continuing to play on it.
Is there anything you haven't experienced yet that you've been able to simulate? Obviously, there's nothing like gameplay, but is there anything you haven't been able to simulate yet that could come along in a game?
Yeah, no, I mean, I've played 5-on-5 now a couple times in practice, and felt really comfortable, felt good in the 3-on-3s. And, I'm sure there's some plays that I haven't done yet. I'm not sure what those are. I'll know when they happen. But again, this is kind of the next step in the progression of, this fully getting all the way back it's healthy. Surgeon feels good that it's in a really good spot, and I feel comfortable enough on it, and I'm ready to play.
A lot of attention obviously comes with him back in that starting lineup, but a lineup outside of DeMar that you're obviously familiar with. Can you just talk about maybe just that fit for you and how that might be best for you and the team?
Yeah, I mean, you guys have seen that for the last 2 years. So, nothing else really kind of changes. It's been a lot of minutes of 4 of us, I guess, on the court together. DeMar's fitting into that. So for me, it's nothing new.
Okay, I'm going to hit pause because Kevin seems sick of everybody's crap. Now, granted, that's the way Kevin asks. That's the way Kevin talks all of the time. Like I got that. I thought Sean asked a really good question about like the introduction to DeMar, and he kind of no-sold it in just more that. Yeah, I've been on the floor with those other guys all of the time. Yes, that's true. And again, we don't know, right? We have no idea. When Kevin got hurt last year, though, one thing we did mention, or I'll say I mentioned, I don't want to put it on you. One thing that was said was Mike's not going to have to make a difficult decision here. We wondered if Keon was taking that job from him. And the way Keon had been playing up until that point, if there was a situation where Keon becomes the starter and Kevin becomes the reserve. Kevin had not shaken out of those shooting struggles at all. And Keon had come in, and while he wasn't shooting the lights out, he was playing efficiently enough on the offensive end and very, very clearly adding something to the defensive end. And I remember it was a discussion, is Mike going to make a switch? And it's terrible. No one wanted Kevin to get hurt, but we did wonder, did this keep Mike from having to make a difficult decision? And I'm hoping that Mike Brown has learned his lesson from last year and he doesn't dangle the starting position in front of anybody. Now, he can watch with a very watchful eye. I'm fine with that. Keep that to yourself and your coaching staff. But I'm hoping it's like, Kevin, got this spot back. You need to get out there and be that guy we saw the first year. Whatever was wrong last year, this got to be over. And you don't get a grace period with your shoulder. They say you back, you back. You got to get out there and work. And I'm hoping Mike gives him that opportunity uninterrupted.
I agree. And I think he will. I think they had an opportunity to just reset all of this.
Yep.
And just say, hey, we liked what Keon did last year. We're going to go with him as a starter. Kevin, we got you a whole new role as Kings forward, Kevin Huerter.
Well, that's what the press release said.
They could reset it all. And they looked at it and they said, for whatever reasons, they said, no, we're not going to reset anything. We're going to get Kevin back in there. And I think making that decision and going about it that way tells me that they're not going to dangle the starting role in front. They're going to, no, this is your job. This is your job. Go out there, be the best Kevin Huerter you can. Don't look over your shoulder. Just go out there, play hard, make your shots. That's what we're looking for. And I think that's how it's going to play out. At least, unless a catastrophe happens record-wise or his gameplay wise. I think he's going to have all the opportunity in the world to keep that spot and continue to excel.
Let's hear a little bit more from Kevin Huerter today following practice, just a little bit.
You talked about looking forward to getting more set shots versus shooting off the curl and shooting off the fade. Have you noticed already getting more of those looks with this unit?
Yeah, a little bit through practice. The thing about a lot of what I do for this team is that gravity in my movement as I'm moving around through our offense, getting other guys open looks, and so movement shooting is always going to be a part of my game. I just hope it's not the whole game. Games that I'm trying to get going and having to take tougher shots to get going to do that. Having now 3 guys on the team for the most part that can draw double teams and can all be 1A in a scouting report in terms of who teams are trying to stop. That obviously helps, and teams are going to have to pick the poison for sure.
Have you gotten back to a point where you can fully focus on basketball and less on the shoulder, or is it still kind of a balance of the two?
It'll still be a balance. It will be, I think, all year. Just now there's a lot more time spent out here. I was doing all the non-contact stuff for a little while and having to watch the scrimmages and watch everything go live. And during that time, I was doing my own conditioning or in the weight room. And after 6-7 months, it just mental fatigue starts to kick in. So it's good to get your reps on the court with everybody else.
when watching preseason, what stood out to you as anything new that was kind of being implemented in these practices, and what kind of needs to be cleaned up still?
Well, the obvious, DeMar being new to our team and continuing to find his strengths and work around everybody else's strengths and figure out how all that pieces together. And coaching staff continue to figure out how all of our pieces continue to fit together. I think we have a lot of guys with a lot of different skill sets on this team, and everybody will be ready when the number is called. And we can obviously play a lot better than we played in the preseason. I think everyone's excited to continue to prove that, and we'll be ready to go tomorrow night.
When you got traded here, you talked about how you
I will end that there. That's Kevin Herter today at practice. He's returned to basketball. He's returned to the starting lineup. Trey Lyles is back. The Sacramento Kings will have a full roster of at least what we believe to be their key players for the first time in training camp, for the first time in preseason, tomorrow when the regular season starts. As you heard,
the Kings.
Well, Kings regular season starts. Yes, of course. That's always what I'm referencing when I reference tomorrow. But you heard Mike mention it, and I think you just heard Kevin mention it there a second ago. He's been running 5-on-5. I'm not sure Trey has. I don't know if Trey's been running 5-on-5. I think his first, at least that was made public to us, his first clear practice, full contact practice was, I think, yesterday.
Yeah, that's the impression I got.
Yeah, so that's a little bit of a little bit of a different run. But yeah, this is we knew, and we talked about this. I talked about this Friday, that Friday sucked. You're coming off that another, not just a loss to Los Angeles. You're just coming off another bad performance, and it was gonna stick with you on Friday. And then by Saturday, we was going to be at the mall with Malik Monk. And then by Sunday, you're going to be at Fan Fest. And then Monday, the excitement for the season was really going to kick in. And then Tuesday, basketball was going to be back. Now we've got news from about Kevin Herter. Kevin Herter returning to the lineup. We got news about Trey Lyles. Trey Lyles returning to play on Thursday. And now we're a day before the game, and that preseason feels like a distant memory. Maybe, as someone asked, I think it was Sean, Mike, is there a little angst, a little nervousness about throwing some guys out there in a meaningful game for the very first time? He was like, yeah, there's butterflies. I wouldn't call it angst or anything like that, but there's certainly butterflies with this. And Kings fans, we use a lot of everything I just laid out as a way to wash all of that stuff away.
Yeah.
Mason Jones, with all due respect. Isaac Jones, Isaiah Crawford, those guys are going to be out there this week. These guys are going to be playing at a different level. De'Aaron's got something on the line. DeMar, they all got to make this work for DeMar. Domas is consistent as they come. Keegan, actually, I thought for the most part, other than hitting the three, I thought he looked pretty good this preseason. And Kevin does have something to prove.
Absolutely.
So there's a lot of guys. There's stakes, if you will, to start this season.
Absolutely. And to your original point, we were out there on Saturday, and I don't know if you did, but I know I asked probably everybody I came across, all the fans that were there, and I'd get introduced to them, and I'd be like, man, you worried about the preseason? No, Kings are going to be like everybody was.
Yeah.
By Saturday, they had already, no, we're fine. It's good. Let's cook. We had the Sac State game. Nah, man, I'm excited for the season. This is dope. So, and what we do, and like talking about everything up to the minute, and talking, and everybody's working through their emotions almost in real time between Twitter and the show and the chatty house and stuff. It feels a little more dire than, like you mentioned, you get a couple of days away from it, and it's like, no, I'm excited. We're going.
And you get a little good news, right?
Yeah.
Kevin Herter is good news.
Yeah.
Trey Lyles is good news, and you start to rationalize, well, they're not being there is a big reason why we saw what we saw. We'll come back. James is going to join us at the top of the 3:00 hour, and we have one. Well, there actually is a pretty major NFL story we should discuss for a second. We could tie that into our Week 7 power rankings.
Power ranks, and I want to give somebody some love.
You mentioned that. We'll do that first. We're dealing with KC return here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320. Drew Down, you know what's funny about this woman? Her name was definitely not Carol, but she's a basketball like junkie. She stopped me this morning and was talking about Anthony Davis and Jason Tatum, and she was locked into the games last night. Her team can go to hell, but still. She said she wanted to watch Dallas so she could see her boy Clay. I see you, Drew. I see you, boy. Yeah, understandable. Why are y'all talking about Leezy? Where's Leezy? What's he doing? What Leezy do to y'all? I keep seeing Leezy's name pop up in here, but I don't feel like I've seen him. Cole, did you do the Harrison Barnes pick? Because I saw it. Did you do this one? Because I saw it. I was like, nah, I'm good. I'm good. What y'all got going on this weekend? Anything? I say this weekend. We asked about the weekend for. It's Wednesday. Never mind. Never mind. How should Ballmer feel about this team? Yeah, not good. Not good. It's a dangerous thing to try to catch up on the chat. Dangerous, dangerous, dangerous. Oh, there you go. Shout out to everybody going to the Do Some Mo show. Oh, Shannon, that's what's up. Shannon, we got to see you tomorrow. That's crazy. That is crazy. Oh, right on, Drew Down. Right on, my brother.
Well, looks like we're at the end of days there. Yeah, do something. We only have a vending machine. What
We need
gonna
to
do? It's looking bleak, and I ain't talking Memphis.
R.I.P. to Kim Snack Shack. Guess it's over.
It's looking bleak, man. It's looking bleak.
I guess no one's noticed. Maybe they feel like if we just put the black curtain over it, no one will know.
Jesse should go open the black curtain right now.
Whose job is this?
Oh man, it's rough. It's rough. It's rough.
Not good.
Hey, I said I wanted to show a little love. ESPN finally got something right, at least in some people's eyes.
Okay.
Finally.
Mm-hmm.
They were ranking the arenas in the NBA, and the number one arena, according to ESPN, is the Golden One Center. It checks out. I'm in all of them, but I can't imagine one being better.
So I got to give them
than the Golden
credit
One
for
Center.
getting the obvious right. Like, all right, it's fine. They get the obvious wrong a lot.
Yeah,
so I'll
this is
give it to
true.
them.
And I think that's the first time they've ever. I mean, the Golden Ones that have been here since 20. 16 or so. I think this is the first time it's got number 1 status. So they're a little late to the party, but
It's
yeah,
okay.
number 1.
It's going to be the only year they're number 1.
They've just enjoy it. just enjoy it.
I'm pretty sure that little spot in LA is going to take over here.
Well, once
though
they-
it seems to be pissing
yeah,
fans off
yeah.
left and right.
if they can ever figure out how to steal people's identity like they're trying to, then yeah, it'll be number 1. It'll be filled up. But I watched the 60 Minutes special on Steve Ballmer last night, and he seems like a really good guy. I've never really like paid attention to Steve Ballmer.
He's just a regular thigh grabbing,
No,
good time guy.
Yeah, they talked about like how he lives, and obviously he's rich or whatever, but he doesn't.
Yeah, that man is not rich. He is wealthy beyond dreams.
They're like, yeah, and he's regularly in the top 10 billionaires in the country. Oh, okay.
It's a hell of a list to be on.
But he just listening to him
top
talk,
10 players. I'm a top 10 billionaire.
Listening to him talk, he seemed like an all right dude. I don't know much of his story outside of that, but seemed like a regular, nice guy, well-intentioned, all this other stuff. So that was good to see. But with that number 1 ranking, I did want to give a shout out, and maybe I do this a lot because I just don't like how people always like nitpick and go after dude, right? Gotta give a shout out to Uncle V, man. Come on, man. This dude brought the best arena in the NBA to this city. He did it. He did it. Salute to Uncle V, man. And I don't think he gets the credit for being the owner that he is, because the team hasn't always won. Like I get that. That's part of the game. That's the nature of the beast. But he's done everything outside of literally probably the hardest thing you can do is get the winning aspect down, right? Because that's almost completely out of your control. But as far as fan experience, as far as building the culture back up in the city, you talk about the Golden One Center, all the things around the Golden Doco. That's him and his team, doing things and having a vision. And yeah, man, salute to him, man. Salute to Uncle V for getting the number 1 arena in the game.
Well, Uncle V got the number 1 arena in basketball. Who got the number 1?
Hey.
In our player rankings, power rankings.
I just come from the poet's part.
So we're probably the only show in America that didn't acknowledge there was a relatively big trade made today. The Kansas City Chiefs.
There was. We don't know.
Yeah, we don't.
We don't know. He might be washed.
The Kansas. Oh, don't do that. Kansas City Chiefs. Oh, that's not nice.
He's a great player, probably a Hall of Famer. I'm just saying. Like if they signed Flipper Anderson today, he was a great receiver too.
What Flipper do to you? Man, KC and his Flipper hate.
He's not capable of playing at a high level right now. We'll see if that's the case with DeAndre.
DeAndre Hopkins. He is headed to the Kansas City Chiefs in a trade with the Tennessee Titans. That is, I think, a 5th round pick that can go to a 4th. I think I got that right. But again, I think whether that is truly effective is in question. But the Chiefs felt like they needed to do something at that position. They went off and did it. They've been beat up quite a bit by injuries as well. Let's get into these power rankings. You kind of hinted at some big changes. Here's what you had last week. Kansas City at number 1, Minnesota at number 2, Baltimore, the Ravens at number 3, the Texans at number 4, the Bucks at number 5, the Lions were your first out. Where are you here?
Well, we'll start backwards here. And my first team out, quote unquote, because I couldn't choose. It was a dead heat. First teams out are the Commanders, aka the football team, and the Steelers. We didn't
I forgot to bring up the football team question with Katie.
Oh, with Katie.
Just how perplexed she was at the thought of a franchise being called. I really wanted to break the news to her about the Utah Hockey Club. That's me.
She'll be back.
I've only put.
She won't be paying attention until then.
No, that's true.
So yeah, it's
It
evergreen.
was me. That was me, but that would have been golden. That was part of the Sac State experience this week.
So I got the football team and the Steelers first teams out. Steelers, we didn't really get a chance to talk about this, but I think Russell Wilson might be enough to elevate that team.
I almost thought you were going to say something nice about Russell Wilson, and you sort of did.
Yeah, no, he's an upgrade.
You basically just said he doesn't suck.
No, he's an upgrade. He's an upgrade over Justin Fields. And I know, I was watching shows and people were like, "Oh, how could you take Justin Fields out or whatever?" Look, I like Justin Fields. I don't think his career is by any means done, but there were too many missed opportunities out there for a team that has a championship level defense, and all they needed was somebody to deliver the bacon when it was there. And I think Rush can do that. And the Steelers are on my radar. They're on my radar, but they're not my top 5. Number 5, I've got the Texans. Took a loss to Green Bay in Green Bay. That was a good win for Green Bay. They probably would be like the second team out as well. They're in that cluster. But I still got the Texans in the top 5. I got the Vikings still in the top 5. They're number 4.
Sure.
I got the Lions now ahead of the Vikings. They go from first team out to number 3 after
Rightfully
beating the
so.
Vikings on the road. And then number 2, I got the Kansas City Chiefs, who did nothing wrong. But I got them at number 2, and I think the best team in football is the Baltimore Ravens.
Okay. I like that. Last week I had the Chiefs at number 1, the Vikings at number 2, Ravens, Texans, Lions. I had the football team as the first team out. I still have the football team as the first team out. I hear you with the Steelers. I got my eye on them. Not quite there yet, but I'm buying it. I'm buying it. Texans at number 5. I'm with you. Take the loss. Keep it moving. Vikings at number 4. Lions at number 3. And I kept the Ravens at number 2.
Understandable.
I'm not sure if they're the best team in football right now. I think they might be playing the best in football right now. And it was tough. I really wanted to have identical power rankings to yours and put the Ravens first. But in the end, the Chiefs did beat the San Francisco 49ers. I know the chat is having a discussion about whether the 49ers are even good. I still believe that's a good football team. I still believe that's the team that's going to win the division. I still believe that team is going to win playoff games. That was a big win for Kansas City. Whether they played good or played awful, it was a good win for Kansas City. Whether they've played good or played awful the entire season, they are undefeated. They're not the Eagles because we've seen a finished product. They're not the Steelers of years past because we've seen a finished product with Kansas City. We've questioned Kansas City throughout regular seasons before, and they've continuously wound up in the Super Bowl. So I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt. If 5 becomes 6 and 6 becomes 7, I'm probably going to change my mind unless Kansas City's offense starts to look differently. Right now, today, there might not be a team playing better football than the Baltimore Ravens, but I kept them at 2, and I put Kansas City at number 1.
Yeah, perfectly fair. Perfectly fair, man.
I at some point, and I realized this as I said it, at some point, I'm going to have to start thinking about the Packers.
Yeah, for sure. I think for me, when I couldn't decide between the football team and the Steelers, the Packers probably could have been in that sentence. They're in that cluster for me. They're right on the cusp of being a top 5 team for me. They're in that group.
I really like Washington, particularly Jaden. I know some updates came through on him earlier that we didn't really get to dive into here during the show. But this is, as we take a quick peek, Vikings at the Rams tomorrow. Yeah, sorry guys, I don't know that's going to get a lot of run.
Kings game is on.
Yeah, I don't know that's going to get a lot of run, guys. Even here in the studio, Ravens and Browns, you're probably not going to get a ton from that one. You got Titans and Lions, not really a needle mover. Colts and Texans, low key, really interesting. That's a conversation about the division.
Played a good
right
game
there.
week 1. It is. I don't take the Colts seriously.
I don't either, but a win from the Colts makes that division look a little bit different. And it's the Packers at Jaguars, not what I was hoping for as I'm looking to find out if I'm a
pick the Jags to win that game.
We got the Bears. We got the Bears in Washington this week.
The Bears may be
Bills and
a win
Seahawks, I
away.
think, is another interesting one.
The Bears might be a win away from knocking on the door of.
So
first team out.
looking at this right now, like, I mean, the Packers got the Jaguars. They can move to 6-2, but if the Bears beat the Commanders, they might jump the pack. They might jump the pack.
Might. That'll put them at what, 5-2, right?
That'll put them at 5-2. Yeah, they'd be at in this scenario. The Packers would be at 6-2. The Bears would be at 5-2. And I mean, it's a Thursday night game. Who knows? But the Vikings are at the 2-4 Rams, who are publicly trying to blow up their team, I guess.
Yeah.
This is an interesting thing from Adam L. right here, just because we mentioned them real quick, and we're going to get back to the Kings in 2 seconds. You still holding on to that Anthony Richardson stock?
Hilarious Avi, by the way. I don't know.
That is terrific.
That avatar.
Yeah, that's well done.
It's John Morant flopping
next
to De'Aaron Fox for whatever reason.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm holding on to the Anthony Richardson stock. I don't know where it's going, but I don't want to not be there if it takes off. That makes so
I got you.
He is the epitome of, one play he looks like he's Warren Moon, and the next play he looks like Jamarcus Russell.
Oh.
So yeah, I don't know, but I'm just gonna hold on to it for a little while.
Okay.
Yeah.
I am too. Yeah, there's no reason to give up on that. No sir. Listening to D-Lo and KC on KIFM, West Sacramento, KRXQ, HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Make sure you head over to trainwithmap.fit/ESPN 1320. Book your free nutritionist consultation. Check out the free macro calculator. It'll help you set up what types of foods you need to eat throughout the day to be in the best shape possible, to have your fitness in the best place as possible. And you can even click on the link to maptrition.com. That'll help you get your supplements, your protein shakes, your BCAAs, which are great to sip on throughout the day, your fat burner, strength enhancers, all that good stuff. I know a lot of people are looking to set New Year's resolutions and January 1st, all of that stuff. Start now, start today, get cooking, be in great shape for the holidays, be in better health for the new year, and just continue it going keeping it going through 2025. Trainwithmap.fit/ESPN 1320.
Securing the bag. This is real side note while we wait for James to pull up on us here. I mentioned Jamarcus Russell. And Securing the Bagley says Anthony Richardson can throw far like Jamarcus Russell. Did either one of you guys happen to see the video of what's the Ohio State quarterback
Cardale Jones.
Cardale Jones and JT Barrett like having a throw off? Did you see that?
From college?
Yeah, so it was probably like alumni day or whatever at Ohio.
Oh, it's current.
Yes.
Oh,
so,
Cardale Jones is the worst football quarterback of all time.
Oh no,
I didn't see it, but
so RJ Barrett, I'll pull it up and we can watch it during the break.
JT Barrett.
But they're like, yeah, who can throw the ball farthest or whatever. So they're on the goal line, and I think JT Barrett is like, he's in some workout gear, I think, for whatever reason, and he's like, all right, he just sizes up, takes 3 like little hop steps, lets it go, throws it far, and then Cardale Jones just kind of walks up to the goal line, leans back, lets it go, and just completely door straight.
Cardale Jones is a monster, bro.
It was hilarious because JT just put his whole life into that throw.
What up? So I'm gonna hit mute.
Cardale just let it go.
Is this the video you're talking about?
That's the video. Yeah. It was like Saturday or something like that.
So I'm gonna leave it on. I'm gonna leave it on
Look,
mute.
somehow he's in practice gear.
Yep.
Look.
Oh. Okay. All right.
Well, it barely got past the 50.
Look at Cardale. Look at Cardale just standing there.
Oh, goodness gracious. Oh, man, you can't even go back. He's like, oh, wait, what the hell? Oh, he is flustered. He is flustered. Oh, that's crazy.
RJ put his whole life into that throw.
No.
Cardale Jones could really throw football over the mountains.
Oh,
he
man.
really could. He
yeah,
was
so
legit.
Securin says
Cardell,
it's from 2016. Okay, that makes more sense while they're in that in their gear. That makes more sense. That's funny though. That's still funny.
you and Twitter is one of the most dangerous things to happen to this show. It's just dangerous.
He believes everything on the internet.
Every freaking thing.
Everything on the
What is there
internet.
not to believe? It's a damn video.
I saw you said it was from Saturday.
I said I don't know when it was from. It might have been from Saturday. I don't know.
The video I just showed was dated like a week ago. So I was like, oh, okay. It's like, this is really weird. That makes way more sense. Way more sense.
Oh, man.
What's up, Hammer?
What's going on, guys?
Your twin is back, and that is certainly the talk of conversation. You did a great job. I thought you opened yesterday's scrum with Mike Brown beautifully. You didn't give him a chance to really ease into thing. It's like, Kevin's back. Is he starting? What's the deal? And he said if Kevin was available, he was going to start. We found out today through your partner on the Kings Beat, Sean Cunningham, was first to report that Kevin Huerter is in fact available to play tomorrow, as is Trey Lyles. And Kevin Huerter back in the starting lineup. Hammer, surprised?
Yeah, I think everyone is probably surprised just because, Kevin's been gone for 7 months, hasn't been able to play basketball at all. And he only returned to play about 10 days ago or was cleared to play. And this is a bit surprising. Although, I don't know, I think a lot of us grew up in the the Joe Montana era, right? Where Joe Montana trashes his back and Steve Young steps in and becomes like the next big thing. And then we keep hearing this saying that you don't lose your job because you got injured. And that's kind of what Mike Brown said yesterday. And it's kind of what, from my conversations around the team, that you don't lose your job because you're injured. And if you do, it's because you lost your job to somebody who's taken it. And I think we're all excited about sort of the trajectory of Keon Ellis. But I think we also have to be realistic that the Kings finished the season on a really low note, that they weren't very good. And they finished 4-7 in their last 11 games. And, it's not fair to put that on Keon at all, because what he did defensively totally changed the arc of that team. But on the offensive side of the ball, I'd also add that Malik Monk missed time during that stretch as well. So, maybe the numbers are a little skewed. But, I think Kevin is the more seasoned veteran player that probably understands the role a little bit better at this point. Although I think all of us can have our own opinion on what we think about, who should start and who should come off the bench.
Do you think what we saw in the preseason, not the record or anything else like that, but the fact that Damian laid it out, on Friday perfectly, like that Keon didn't really stand out, didn't really do anything to take the spot, had a little bit more to do with it? Because if he would have looked different, I don't care how that starting spot got to where it's at. Like, if he's better for the team, and that's what we're doing, you got to figure out how to be great in a new role, Kevin Huerter. But the fact that Keon, like I said, didn't really take the reins of that starting spot, that made it easier to go back to Kevin Huerter.
I definitely think so. Yeah, I think if Keon made it a no-brain decision for Mike Brown, he would be the starter right now. But it just didn't happen. And that's not to call out Keon, because I don't think anyone particularly had a great preseason outside of maybe Domas. Besides that, I think there was a lot of lackluster play. But we have to remember how Keon got the job, and he got the job by going out there in a blowout loss to the Houston Rockets, and showed that he was going to fight all the way to the end, right? And then he got another opportunity in a very similar situation, did the same exact thing. Just look at me, look at how good I am. And we're all flabbergasted, hey, this is a blowout, but that kid went out there and played hard. And I'm not saying he didn't do that in preseason, but I certainly know he didn't stand out like he did in those games. And the NBA is always about opportunity. And when opportunity knocks, you better be able to answer the door. And I think does come down to a little bit that he didn't put it away. He didn't put the job away. And so that's just kind of the harsh reality of it. Again, the decision could have been a lot more difficult here for Mike Brown. And at the end of the day, Mike's got to do what's best for all, 18 players, 17 players that are on the roster now, not just for one guy. And, we always say that about Kevin. It feels like it was always like when we made that statement, we're kind of singling out, hey, Kevin, you got to figure out how to play whatever role you're going to play moving forward. But I think it goes for everyone, including Keon Ellis. And, if he would have just, been a no doubt starter, then he'd have the job right now. And so hopefully this is one of those, it's like a learning moment for everybody that, like, look, when you got an opportunity like this, step out there and put your best foot forward. And now we're going to have to see how he fights his way into the rotation and fights his way onto the court and what he looks like every time he gets a job. And if he does what he did last year, maybe we do have a competition midway through the season.
Hammer, I was pretty critical of Mike last year for the way he handled the Kevin Huerter situation in preseason with Chris Duarte and so on. And it felt like he was really anxious to yank that starting job away from him. Do you think Mike has learned from that? Do you think that might be the case again this year? Do you think he might be looking at Keon or someone else in that starting position and he's just going with Kevin to start this? Or do you think Kevin in Mike Brown's mind is the starting quarterback is the starting two guard for the Sacramento Kings?
Yeah, I think it's a little bit more complicated than that because Mike has said repeatedly that there are 4 starters for sure. And that's De'Aaron Fox, it's Domantas Sabonis, it's Keegan Murray, and it's DeMar DeRozan. Those are your 4 starters.
Mm-hmm.
That 5th starter spot can change from one night to the next, from one week to the next. So you need to perform. So I think that there is a possibility that if this thing goes a little weird, goes a little wonky early in the season, that maybe they do try some different things. Maybe they do see if, Trey Lyles starts at the 4, Keegan at the 3, DeMar at the 2, and you kind of go big, right? I think that they could give other players like Keon a look. They could give a player like Doug McDermott a look. Like, why not? As a guy who knows how to play the role that they're looking for. He might not be a shooting guard, and of course your defense is going to struggle again. Like it has with part of the time with Kevin Huerter. But at the same time, I think that they're open to trying new things at that other position. And it's now contingent upon Kevin Huerter. Like if he walks out there and is Kevin Huerter from 2 years ago, then Kevin Huerter is going to be the starter your entire season. But if he's not, we start seeing the same stuff we saw last year, if the team starts struggling, if their defense is just horrific, then, we could easily see a change. And I'd point out too, some of the conversations that I've had, it's like, look, Keon Ellis has shown a lot defensively in the limited time that he's been on the court. But what he's shown is an ability to stay in front of his man, to fight through screens, to play individual defense at an extremely high level. And there's a possibility that Kevin Huerter's like team defense is equal to or better than Keon Ellis's team defense. It just because he has so much more experience, because he was asked to do so much when he was in Atlanta, playing alongside Trae Young. It's not like Kevin Huerter's always been just this sieve on defense and the Kings went out and traded for a bad defensive player. Kevin Huerter was always league average, maybe a little bit better when he got here. But NBA teams know how to pick on somebody. And what happened, like against the Warriors, is they kept switching on Kevin Huerter onto, Steph Curry, and then using Steph Curry to just tear him apart. I mean, but look, we saw it in the finals, right? Like all they did was go out Luka Doncic the entire game. And teams are really good at sort of circling an individual player, isolating them onto a great one-on-one player, and then scoring against them. And it depends on a team to back that up. So in that situation, is Keon Ellis a better defender? Of course he is. But in normal everyday defense, rotations and everything else, like Kevin Huerter's a smart basketball player and he's played on winning teams. And so I think that they're going with a little bit of experience over, some of the unknown with Keon.
Yeah, and we talked about it earlier in the week, or maybe Monday, or last week. Just watching that team against Utah, which was like the closest game that we saw to a regular season type game. It just felt like, oh man, maybe they could use Kevin and what he brings offensively a lot more than we maybe gave it credit for. And that, once again, isn't to shade Keon Ellis, because I believe him and what I've seen, and De'Aaron Fox when they say he can shoot the ball, but it's different. It's different with Kevin when he's moving and he's coming off the DHO and he's got the ball in his hands and he's able to hit the mid range, and it's just a different way of stretching the floor. And that was the first time it came to my mind that maybe that's the move to make. And I look at it and I think I'm not that it needs my approval, but I'm okay with it. I'm good with Kevin Huerter being the starter at the 2 guard.
Yeah, I mean, look, Kevin is and I don't even want to say a better offensive player. He's a different, he is a better offensive player, but he's also a very different offensive player. And we always talk about this weird gravitational pull. And one of them, shot 41% last season. The other one shot 36%. But defenses still defend the 36% guy more than they do the 41% guy. And that's just a reality. The way that Kevin moves off screens, the way that he's always in motion, is something that can change an offense completely. But it changes the opposition's defense, and it fully, opens things up for other players. And Keon Ellis can get to that point by just upping his volume of 3-point shots. But overall, Kevin Huerter is still going to have a lot of the advantage there, just because he's proven it. He's a guy who's averaged double figures in his entire career. And, the Kings offense with DeMar DeRozan, with Domantas Sabonis on the court, they need as much floor spacing as possible. And I think we all believe that Keon can do that by just being a catch and shoot guy, moving around the perimeter and kind of finding open spots. But there's a big difference between a guy who's just kind of moving around and staying open all the time, and a guy who is diving into the key, flying around the outside, coming back around through the middle, and just kind of moving all the pieces on the board. And that's what Kevin does really, really well. And, I think a lot of people, he puts on a lot of mileage. And a lot of that is it changes and opens things up for his teammates, even if he's not playing well. So look, I would still, in my opinion, again, I think you're looking at 2 diametrically opposed players. One of them is a great defensive player who is a very, very good set, shooting 3-point shooter. And the other one is a very good offensive player. But and I'm also going to point out that Kevin's also a better rebounder. He's also a better passer and a shot creator than Keon Ellis. So I don't want to just say hey, it's 2 3-point shooters and one of them plays defense better than the other one. They're very, very different players in how they play the game overall. And again, I'm not going to ever say that Kevin Huerter is a better defender than Keon Ellis, especially in the half court, especially in a one-on-one setting. And Keon Ellis is a far superior defensive player. But there are some advantages to having a guy who's been in the league 5, 6, 7 years and has seen every look that every team throws at him, and is a strong team defender, or at least a competent team defender. And so I don't know, we're going to have to see how it plays out.
That's the return of Kevin Huerter. What about the return of Trey Lyles? Mike acknowledged in his conversation with you guys that he was going through what he called his minute sheet last night and felt like they were a little thin against this lineup. And of course, that was before he found out that Trey Lyles was going to be fully available for him on Thursday. What impact will Trey have come this Timberwolves game tomorrow night?
Yeah, so I mean, I think it's really interesting. I did not make it to practice today because they opened the doors earlier than I could get there, leaving the show. But from everything I've heard and read from today, Trey's not going to be on a minutes restriction. That
Mhm.
doesn't mean that he's set to play like 42 minutes. They don't have to put Trey Lyles on a minutes restriction because Trey Lyles, his position, his spot in the rotation has a minutes restriction on its own, right? But I
Built
do
in.
know what's that.
It's built in. He's got a built-in minutes restriction.
He does, and for that matter, so does Kevin Huerter. Kevin Huerter played 24 minutes a game last year, maybe a little bit more than that. And Keon Ellis is a guy who's pushing for minutes, and when he gets on the court, he typically does good stuff. I think having Trey Lyles back on game one is huge. I don't know how to I don't want to overstate the value of a guy who averages 6-7 points a game, 7-8 points a game, but Trey Lyles is the guy that, he's first of all incredibly intelligent as a basketball player. His ability to shoot the three at the four is huge because it spaces the floor. His ability to play the four and the five, especially when you're going up against a team that has Rudy Gobert. So if you have foul trouble from Domantas Sabonis and maybe Alex Len isn't effective on Gobert, you can put Trey Lyles out there at the five and just drag Gobert away from the basket. And there's nothing he can, he can't play defense at all on the perimeter. So you really open the spacing back up. But I think the other thing that I think we're all concerned with is going into this first game. I'm pretty sure, I have it on good authority that we're going to see Keegan Murray begin the game defending Anthony Edwards.
Mm-hmm.
And that's because that's your best defensive player. He's long, he's athletic, he can move really well, and he's going to go up against a guy who's just a juggernaut scoring. And the problem that I see is that who defends, Julius Randle? And that's a problem because the Kings, that means that either Kevin Huerter or DeMar DeRozan starts on Julius Randle, or you can put Domantas Sabonis, and now somebody's got to defend Rudy Gobert. When you look at Trey Lyles, he's the guy. He's the guy that you're going to have. He can't defend Randle for 30 minutes, but he can come in and give you 8 minutes a half early on here and really help you maybe slow down Julius Randle a little bit. He's not going to get bodied by Randle like the other players will. And so having him not only for this game, but then again, looking at the next game where you're looking at Anthony Davis, you're looking at LeBron James, and who's going to stop those guys? No one's going to stop them, but having a guy like Trey Lyles, it's versatile enough to defend both of those guys and to at least, give some resistance is a good thing. And again, his ability to space the floor should help this team a lot.
Yeah, and you kind of alluded to it a little bit, Ham, and we talked about it earlier. It gives Mike Brown the flexibility to have quote unquote Alex Len games and not have Alex Len games, right? Like you can dictate, how much Trey Lyles is going to play or where he's going to play based on the matchup. And, I look at like Minnesota and you got Rudy Gobert, but after watching him last night outside of Gobert, they're a little thin. Like they're not very tall at all. So when you talk about the bench and bench for bench, maybe you have the option of tomorrow being a Trey Lyles as a stretch five type thing, and now you're putting Doug McDermott as the four. But the whether you do or not doesn't really matter. But the whole point of it is it gives you a certain level of versatility that you didn't have without Trey Lyles there.
Yeah, I mean that's the key with a lot of the players that the Kings have. They have all these multi-positional players. The fact that Keegan can play the 2, the 3, the 4, Domas can play the 4 and the 5. Against a big team, maybe we do see the Twin Towers look with Sabonis and Len. But the versatility of the players on this roster, again, I think DeMar DeRozan could start at the 2, the 3, and the 4 for this team. And I think he's gonna play a ton of 4. People don't believe me when I say that, but that's what he did in Chicago a lot. He played the power forward spot a ton. And look at the matchups against a team like Minnesota. I think that Kevin Huerter can play a Jaden McDaniels on the perimeter. McDaniels has an ability to get hot from the perimeter, but he really doesn't have a lot more to his game, at least not yet. On occasion, he can go off for sure. But then, you're going to have a DeRozan go guard up. But at the same time, if he's guarding up, then Julius Randle's probably going to have to defend, either Kevin Huerter or he's going to have to defend, DeMar DeRozan, and that's not a good matchup for them on the other end either. A quicker, better scoring player, and so I don't know. It's going to be a game of matchups, but I certainly think that getting all of your players healthy at the last minute here, it may mean that the Kings get off to a bit of a clunky start. And, we heard Mike talk about he hasn't been able to put his arms around this team and really figure out what he has. And that's just because no one's been healthy. He had 4 players missing that would have been rotational players missing the entire preseason, or at least most of the preseason. And now right at the last second, you're trying to put it all together. And, the fact is Trey Lyles has never played with DeMar DeRozan. He's never played with Doug McDermott. At least I don't think, throughout their careers. And, they haven't played with Kevin Huerter. So there is this element of trying to piece all these things together. And it's exactly what we saw from the Minnesota Timberwolves last night when they lost to the Lakers. They don't look right yet. And they're not going to look right for 10, 15 games, maybe 20 games. And you're just hoping that it doesn't take too long for this team to gel and figure themselves out, and sort of fall back in the standings before they do. And then every once in a while, you get a team that just figures it out on day one, walks out on the court, and they look like they played together for 2 years, 3 years. So we're gonna have to see how it all kind of pieces together.
You could probably say the same thing about the Knicks as well. That was a team that made a ton of acquisitions this year, and it was a way that we started the show. Like the two teams with big changes, they saw some struggles. I mean, their opponents helped them, but they certainly saw some struggles kind of fitting in together. And hearing Mike talk about, not being able to wrap his arms around this team yet. He did say that today helped. They had a 5-on-5 and up and down. He said that helped a little bit, but of course, the game's tomorrow. So Mike's going to have to be comfortable with the squad like right now.
Well, I mean, it's okay for him to be uncomfortable with the squad, and he's going to tinker, and that's what you have to do. You have to keep mixing and matching until you find the right formula, and it might not be anything that we see right now. A guy like Isaac Jones could become indispensable for this team throughout a long season. We don't know what it's going to look like now, but again, if you're already down a couple of players going into the opener, most of their two ways, I think, are going to be active for game one. And, strangely as it might be, a guy who was undrafted this year in Isaac Jones, he might end up being a player that, hey, look, we have no way to defend Naz Reid. Get on out there, Isaac Jones. Let's see what you got. So we might see these lineups that are strange, or these players that are on the court that you don't expect. But I also, coaches like Mike Brown, they tend to, not do what Thibodeau does, where he only trusts like 5 guys that are on the court, and that's it. And they all play like 40 minutes. But Mike does trust in his starters for long, long minutes. And anybody who is trying to break into the rotation, they have very small windows to do it. And they have very concise jobs that they're supposed to do when they go out on the court. And if they don't live up to that, then he tries something new in the next half or the next game. And so I'm kind of intrigued to see how he deals with this whole learning his team on the fly too.
We'll come back. We'll talk more with our insider from the Insiders, James Ham. The Sacramento Kings take the floor tomorrow against the Minnesota Timberwolves. We'll get you ready for that. Stealing with KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino and Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Good stuff, Hammer.
What's going on, guys? Good to see Mark Jones today. We have Mark Jones on.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Nice. The one food that I don't eat that like I legitimately miss and the commercials always get me is pizza.
Oh man, I don't think I could live without pizza.
Still love me some pizza.
Like real pizza, like that, not the stuff that the little pizza shop makes for people like me, but like pizza where the cheese is getting stretched across the screen.
That's funny. You don't do carbs, right? A lot of carbs. Any
No,
carb?
I don't do dairy.
Oh, all right. And that's a
That
choice, or is it a
that pretty much
medical?
rules out pizza. No, it's a choice.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's a choice.
See, I could not live without dairy.
Yeah, most people think that they can't.
Yeah.
You can. You just don't
Well,
want to, which is completely understandable.
yeah. Yep.
Completely.
Frank Anwar, I would like the Kings are going to be open to looking at players like this all season long. Nasir Little got cut. Lonnie Walker got cut. So I think they're going to continuously look, but I also think what you don't want to do is have have sort of a chili simmering on the pot in a pot and trying to figure out what the flavors are and what's gonna, letting it blend together and then try to take something that is totally different and throw it in there. Right. It's like sometimes you got to see what you have before you start going out there and looking for something new.
And then you take the chili and then you try to walk across and spill it. Yeah.
You understand this reference now. Yeah. It's all about undercooking the onions.
I haven't seen the episode.
He does not understand this reference. He is pandering.
It's one of the great episodes. Yeah.
That's a cold open, isn't it?
Yes. Yes, it
Yeah.
is. Yeah. I know we were in Maui on vacation. We were watching The Office with my boys. And my youngest was probably like 12. And we were watching the like emergency prepared episode.
Mm-hmm.
And like Kenny, you haven't seen it, but like Dwight Schrute puts like a heating element on a door handle so it gets hot. Like he throws like smoke bombs. Like everyone in the room is panicking and freaking out, and they throw a cat into the ceiling, and then Oscar trying to find a way out in the ceiling, and my 11 or 12-year-old at the time, he looks at me and the rest of the family and goes, "That is probably the greatest cold opening in the history of television."
That's awesome. Which one said it?
Braden, my youngest. Yeah.
That's great.
Yeah. He's a wild card.
This is interesting. Dallas Cowboys kicker Brandon Aubrey, who was listed on Wednesday's practice report as a non-participant because of jury duty, has been selected to be on the 12-person jury for a felony assault case in Tarrant County. The case is centered around a second-degree strangulation charge against the defendant. While the Cowboys tried to pull him away from jury duty, Aubrey insisted on fulfilling his duty on Wednesday. It is expected that he will return to the court on Thursday and Friday, and also that the judge will work with Aubrey with his football schedule.
Hang on, Hammer. Hang on. That's amazing. Even the Dallas Cowboys don't want to play for the Dallas Cowboys. They're like, nah.
Can you imagine saying, hey, you want to come play for the Dallas Cowboys? No, I got to fulfill my civic duty or whatever it's called.
That's amazing.
No, we can get you out of this. No,
it's cool.
It's
I'll
okay.
go do it. KC found a story that the Cowboys kicker got called to jury duty, and he's just like, yeah, I'm going to go do it.
And he was
I do not want to play for this bum-ass team anymore. So I'm going to go hear, what was it, an assault case?
Second-degree strangulation.
Jeez. Okay.
Charge. He was selected, and he will not be at practice on Thursday and Friday.
No.
Well, that dude's a cyborg. Like, he does not look like he's real. He looks like he's created in a video game when you watch him play. Like, he's like just a complete robot. Like, wild how good he is.
Already wants out of Dallas. Damn shame.
Yeah.
Go get him, John.
Hammer, were you before we get back to the Kings, we'll talk about the Kings opponent here for a minute. Surprised by the 3-year 110 extension for Rudy Gobert?
I don't know. It just feels like they've been pot committed on him the whole time. They're like, okay, we're in. And it's like, are you sure? Because no one else is really in. It's like, yeah, we're in. And then they double down. They give him a second year, and we're all like, okay, that it worked out a lot better, right? And then they trade Cat, so you're like, oh, now they're all in. This is wild. And then they got him to opt out of like a $48 million,
Six?
40,
Yeah,
$46
$46.
million deal to sign a 3-year, 109, right? Something like
Mhm.
that. Yeah, I mean, I guess I'm surprised just because, Gobert is great defensively, and he's a good rebounder, and he's really good in a pick and roll. But I think everyone in the league knows that, like in like playoffs, you can play him off the court every single time. And so, if he's only good for the regular season, then what are you doing? And I don't know what the answer is to that. I mean, to me, like it's not to like, Gobert is just it's so incredibly difficult for him to defend the perimeter, and once he's stuck on the perimeter, he's totally useless to you. So, and offensively, he's one of the most one-dimensional players in the league, or if not the most one-dimensional player. So, yeah, I'm a little surprised, but then again, I'm not because they've kind of built their entire team around him and Anthony Edwards, and we'll have to see how it all works out for him.
Yeah, I don't want to continuously crap on Rudy Gobert because he's not like Draymond Green. Like Draymond Green seems like a jackass. Rudy Gobert is just kind of whatever. And how I feel about him on a basketball court, or not even him on a basketball court, but like how much of the cap he takes up with what he's able to bring to the table. That's neither here nor there. I'm just surprised. I'm just surprised they signed him to that extension. And yeah, I mean they have their reasons for doing it. So we'll see.
Yeah.
We'll see if it works out.
The off the court stuff, like I know, like he's taken a beating for, basically shining a giant light on the pandemic and like his irresponsible actions around the at the beginning of the pandemic. To be honest, like I've always kind of looked at Gobert as like, sure, he was a goof, and he was just trying to be funny, but he also, in a weird way, he
You started the pandemic, James.
he actually probably saved a lot of lives by being an idiot, because if he didn't do that right then as everything was ramping up, then pro sports probably would have gone on for another week or two. The NCAA tournament would have gone on. All those things would have gone on. And like those were just like cesspools for spreading the coronavirus. So in a weird way, he probably like inadvertently saved quite a few people.
No, he didn't. The Big East tournament went on a whole other day, and then they cut the game off at halftime. Like, yeah, this is a bad idea. We're the only ones here. Everybody get out.
Yeah. Yeah. If you remember, if you go back to that, like being there at an arena that night, and the weird part was, like I had flown to Portland, where I met up with a high school buddy who worked all week in Seattle, and Seattle's like the first like hot spot, right? So he flies home, hangs out with me for the weekend. I go cover the Blazers game. I fly back the next morning. So Saturday night, Portland, Sunday, Toronto, and then I think Tuesday was Kings Pelicans. And so within the span of like 4 days, I had been on a couple of flights. I had been in like 3 different arenas filled with,
you started COVID. It wasn't Rudy Gobert, it was James.
Yeah, exactly.
And you're the reason the little girl was crying at the game, but with the Kings and the Pelicans.
There it is. Yep.
Probably one of the dumbest NBA things in history.
What's that?
The season had ended. There was one primetime game on with I think Dallas and someone, and everyone knew like this is it. Like it's stopped. It's over. The only game that was left was Sacramento and New Orleans, and they're like, no, go ahead.
Hey,
well, I mean, we're shutting the season down for everybody's safety. But get your stuff off.
Right.
Get in this last game.
The game hadn't started yet. You weren't even stopping anything. You just cancel it right there.
It's like this is terrifying. This is serious. We are stopping the season effective tomorrow. What? No.
It's effective 3 hours from now. Yeah.
It's so bad. And I guess shout out to the Pelicans who were like, F this.
Wasn't it Alvin Gentry too?
Yeah, well, Alvin's all vibes.
I was like, no,
Yeah.
I'm not feeling this vibe.
I remember very distinctly, I was on the set, the NBC set, and they open the doors, and like the panic of all these people coming in, because it's all unfolding like right then, because that game was it's 2 hours before the Kings game, and so we're watching it unfold just as they're letting people in. And we have this amazing usher that stands right at the front of our stage, right at the doorway to our stage, so people don't come on the stage. And I look over, and everyone is walking up, and she's checking everyone's tickets and touching people's phones, and I'm like, holy cow, this is wild. So I went over, like said, hey, I need you to step onto the set. I need you, here's my hand sanitizer, clean your hands now. Don't touch anybody. We don't know what's happening here, but it's all going sideways, like around the world as we're opening the doors here. Please don't touch, 1,000 people's tickets coming through, like down to the stairs behind the
you hear what you're saying? Hey, the world is ending. One last basketball game, guys.
Just wild.
Come on in to the NBA's finest arena.
Absolutely wild. Yeah.
That's incredible.
Yeah, it's amazing.
If the Kings had won this game, the playoff drought would have ended.
me and Sam Amick, we had found a spot where we could see in to the visiting locker room, and we're standing there, and we see the locker room door open, and it was NBA security pokes their head out and goes, game over. And it was like, oh my gosh. And we're sitting there like tweeting like the game is clearly being called here in Sacramento. It was absolutely bizarre to be part of
I'll
all
always
that.
remember Frankie J. That's what I'm always going to remember about that day. It was Oklahoma City and someone, and I can't remember.
It was Utah.
Was it? Oh, because it was Rudy.
Yeah.
Okay. So
yeah.
Oklahoma City and Utah, and it like tweets start. There's something going on that's delaying the Oklahoma City Utah game. So I flip over, and they're not saying exactly what's going on, but the delay starts getting really long, and all of a sudden, Frankie J comes out to perform. I'm like, did they just pull the halftime act and have him go on before the game? Frankie J out there singing his 2 songs, and then there started to be rumblings that Rudy Gobert had COVID, and I think Chris Paul tells the story somewhere in an article, and it just gets a little crazy after that.
Wasn't the Dallas was playing somebody on ESPN, right?
Yeah.
And Mark Cuban got the call at the half or during the third quarter or something like that.
And I think Sam wrote about this, that they knew the second, I think they called it patient 0. The second the first patient was hit, the second the first player had COVID, it was over. And they had a plan in place, and it just happened to be Rudy Gobert, the guy who was touching all of the microphones, and they shut everything down. And Mark Cuban jumps up, oh, and like a kid goes to show everybody the phone. It's over. And isn't that how Vince Carter's career ended?
Oh,
I think Vince Carter's maybe it was Dallas and Atlanta. I'm pretty sure Vince Carter's career just ended because COVID.
He didn't make it to the bubble.
Well, it was certainly it was OKC and Utah, because I remember all of my friends that are Jazz reporters, they got pulled into the locker room and told, hey, you guys are all quarantined in here. And they were stuck in the locker room for hours and hours and hours while they started doing rapid testing, whatever they had at that point. And on top of that, if you remember, one of the game officials so I think, if I'm not mistaken, the game was on Wednesday. On Monday, the game official had called the Utah game with Gobert in it, and they already, like, Gobert had already been sick or whatever. So once they realized that he was in the locker room with the other 2 game officials for the Kings game, that's when they said, okay, we're done, because we were either going to have to play down 2 officials, or it's possible that all 3 officials would be out, would be quarantined. And so that was a big part of why the game was canceled in Sacramento that night. And why New Orleans said, we're not coming out, because they learned that the game official had called Gobert's game 2 days earlier. And we're like, yeah, we're good. Yeah, absolutely bizarre.
Reliving happy NBA times with James Haynes.
Sorry if I took us on a weird tangent. Yeah.
Good times. You know, we
It all started with a question about Rudy Gobert's contract extension.
There we go.
we obviously breaking down the Kings. We're ready for tomorrow. Can't wait for tomorrow to get here. Full slate of NBA today.
Yes,
And
sir.
I just want to ask both of you guys: Is there anybody you're just anxious to see? I'll start. I want to see the Hornets. I want to see LaMelo Ball.
Yeah,
I
you've
think
been on that one.
I think this. I don't know how good he's going to be. I don't. But this is the biggest basketball season of his young career.
Absolutely.
And I look at him as a guy that can be a superstar in this league, talent-wise and personality-wise, but he's got to start playing, and he's got to start being able to stay healthy. So I want to see him play. He's back on the floor, and I want to see the Hornets tonight. Never uttered by anybody.
Nope.
Yeah, I'm not going to utter that.
Even Dell's like, really, bro?
Yeah. I think the game I'm intrigued by is kind of another like weird one, and it's Memphis, Utah. I want to see Zach Edey.
A good one.
And how I watched him play at the NCAA level, and I just thought there's no way he's going to be able to stay on an NBA court. And then he's going up against Walker Kessler in his first game. But the second the Jazz start to go small, can you play him right off the court? And I think the answer is probably, but he's also so incredibly tall and just a giant man that I'm not sure how you're going to manage him on an NBA court. I don't know that he's like the rookie of the year candidate that everyone else does, but that everyone believes. But I certainly think he's at least intriguing, and I'm here to see what he looks like and what Ja looks like, and whether they can sort of piece that thing together. And, again, what Utah looks like. Utah is a team that probably should be better than they've performed the last 2 years, but they've also kind of played for draft picks.
I think I'm on Ja. I think that's the one. It's not as out there as Lonzo Ball in the Hornets. But I'm really curious to see Ja. The expectations on him seem to be really, really high.
Yeah.
I know people like Marcus Smart and Desmond Bane and the collection, Jaren Jackson and the collection of guys over at Memphis, but no one is picking them to go 47 plus wins, 47 and a half plus wins because of those guys.
Mm-hmm.
They're doing it because of Ja and the incredible impact that Ja had on the Memphis Grizzlies for the 9 games that he played last year.
Yeah.
I haven't always been a fan of Ja Morant, but I'm very much a believer in Ja Morant. And I'm anxious to see how he starts this season, if he picks up right where he left off, and if he's again, a top, because when he's doing what he does, he's a top 5 to 10 player in the league.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm anxious to see where he picks up at.
Yeah.
Again, I'll stick with the casual takes too. I want to see what Wemby does in year 2.
They play.
They don't even know if they're tonight.
I think their first game tomorrow.
Can't say I'm super checking for the Spurs schedule.
Well, I mean,
they're not playing tomorrow.
It kind of pissed me off because it was Spurs, Mavs, Thunder, Nuggets. What the hell? DeMar DeRozan debuting in Sacramento. That should be on TNT. What the hell we need to watch the Nuggets for? They didn't win nothing. They didn't win no championship. Get them out of here. So, yeah, that's how I know Wemby's not playing today. This isn't a player, but I am interested in seeing the Intuit Dome. This is maybe me. I'm just fascinated with stadiums and arenas and stuff like that. And this has the potential to be the greatest thing we've ever seen. It looks unreal. The whole wall and all this other stuff, it looks absolutely out of this world. And I want to see if Clipper fans show up and make that a Clippers arena in someplace they go. Quiet as kept. Clipper fans would go to games in Staples or Crypto or whatever it's called. So they had, a fan base and an attendance, but with all the little issues we hear with this one, I wonder if that affects the rollout of this arena. So they'll be on ESPN against the Suns. Somebody else who'd like to see the Suns, what they looking like.
Yeah, I think that's an intriguing game. I think everyone wants to know, does James Harden still have the juice to be a 30 points per game scorer? Because if not, that team's in a whole world of hurt, like without Kawhi Leonard. Now they're saying Kawhi Leonard's out at least weeks, and that could easily bleed into months, knowing Kawhi. And yeah, it's just tough.
All right. Well, we here. What'd you think of the like Anthony Davis, like the AD, Jason Tatum, the big time performers from last night?
Yeah. First of all, Jason Tatum looks totally motivated by a summer that should have been like the summer of Jason Tatum, and just ended up not being. It ended up being like really weird and awkward moment for a superstar athlete where
I just love the idea that Tatum's motivated by winning an NBA championship and a gold medal.
Yeah, isn't that weird?
Yeah,
But
absolutely.
at the same time, he's even, if you look, he's on a Netflix series, and everyone's like, "Okay, who's your favorite?" And then like, "Who's your least favorite?" And everyone's like, "Oh, Jason Tatum." So yeah, it's like it's tough for the dude, right? He's like, what can he do? It's like he wins everywhere he goes, but there's still this question mark. I think he wanted to come out and punch somebody and show that he's one of the dudes in the league, and I think that's cool. And then again, watching Anthony Davis, you're just reminded just how incredibly talented he is. Like whether he can play 75 games again or not, if he's healthy, he's one of the best players in the league. And I mean, it's just amazing to watch him play when he is going. And some of the blocks he had in that game were just wild. He's so good defensively. And, if he wasn't a Laker, I think we would probably here in Sacramento appreciate him a little bit more just for, when he is healthy, being just such a gifted player.
You and Kyle talked about it earlier this morning. I mean, when you say Anthony Davis, at least maybe out here, but you have a thought like, oh, he can't stay healthy. It's kind of a guy that underachieved the last couple of years, and then you actually look at his numbers from last year alone. It was like 24 and 12. With like 2.5 blocks. He was a hell of a ball player last year, and he just picked up where he left off last night.
Yeah, I think it's weird. I played in a fantasy basketball league, and I had Anthony Davis. I inherited a team and had Anthony Davis. I play with some Kings fans, and he scores 100 points in fantasy like all the time. Like a really good player scores like 39, 40 points a game. And this dude's out there like putting up 100 points because of the rebounds, the assists, the points, the blocks, the steals. Like he does so much on a court that like I started to gain a new appreciation for just how consistent he was when he does play. It's just that, he's always had sort of the magnifying glass on him because he is, a lot of times made of glass. That's one problem. But also just because he's, a Laker and he doesn't show up in big games. So yeah, hell of a player though. Watching him last night, just hell of a player.
Kyle Randa in the Matthews Mattress Shady House brings up his other name, which is Sabonis' son.
Oh, yeah, there's. Hey, you can get our joke. Sabonis' son had a hell of a game.
He was balling.
That'll be tested on Saturday, right?
I was gonna say he's gonna have to do it on Saturday though. That noise gonna get loud.
Mm-hmm.
That noise gonna get loud. Any game you guys are looking forward to tonight? Bucks and 76ers are certainly one of the marquee ones. Yeah, I'm kind of with James. Like, I think they just threw a graphic up on the screen. So Joel's out the whole first week. We know Paul George isn't playing tonight. You guys mentioned the Clippers earlier. I don't know who this was. Like Kawhi's not playing for, it said, several weeks.
Yeah.
You literally heard that here first. We talked about that a month ago. Like, something don't feel right. Like, he's not playing.
No, I don't want to watch the Philadelphia game at all. Like I was joking with Kyle, like the only reason I want to watch that game is because Dave Yeager's a lead assistant on Doc Rivers' staff, and Bobby Jackson and Brian Gates are on Nick Nurse's staff. So it's the battle of the former Kings coaches.
Well, they don't have a lot of good matchups.
Yeah, there's
tonight,
not a lot of
but,
sexy tonight.
You want to see these teams, right? Like, so I don't want to watch the Sixers necessarily, but I want to see what the Bucks are looking like. This is a big season for Giannis, for Dame Lillard. No Chris Middleton. So I want to see that. You guys mentioned the Grizzlies and John Morant. Definitely want to see that. Did you see Zion's out tonight?
Zion is out with an illness in that game versus Chicago. Indiana and Detroit. Obviously, I have a close eye on Indiana. Any reason to keep a close eye on Cade Cunningham?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Cade Cunningham is potential breakout this year.
They put some pieces around him. We'll have to see.
I don't know what that's going to mean for the team.
I'm not there yet. Like I scratch my head. That's not one I get yet.
Cade is him. Cade is him.
He is.
Yeah.
Definitively.
From when he can stay healthy.
Okay.
When he's out there on the floor, he's the truth. He's the truth.
That's a tough team to watch. I was intrigued by them for like, I think it was like 7 seconds last year, and I watched them on League Pass. I can't do that. I'm not spending my life doing this.
Oh no.
Dark horse rookie of the year, Reed Shepherd.
Okay.
Okay. Oh yeah, Houston plays tonight, right? Houston plays, but it's not a good game.
They play LaMelo.
Charlotte. Yeah.
Oh, they're playing Melo. That's right.
Yeah. All right. Well, tomorrow's the day. We will be here with complete coverage heading into the Sacramento Kings and the Minnesota Timberwolves at the Golden One Center beginning at 10 a.m. With James and Kyle Madsen on the Insiders. Make sure that you are locked in. And, of course, we'll carry that all the way over into 4 o'clock and beyond, which is what we'll do now. We're going to head over to 102.5. You want more Kings talk? You want more sports talk? We'll run it back next on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Vamos LaMelo.
That's random, sir.
LaMelo.
That's
random. No team I want to.
You can't almost any other basketball team. Can't do that.
Alrighty, fellas.
All right, guys. We're you know what we're gonna do. We got to get out of here. Appreciate you guys. Hit the thumbs up before you go if you haven't. We'll see you here. Big day tomorrow. See you guys tomorrow.